should be live now, right? Right, should be live. Okay, good. That's working. Let me get the music on and then I'll just boot up the game. Give me a second. Oh yeah. Where is it? Here it is. Alright, cool. We got that in. Alright, let's start up the game. Where is it? Okay. Here we go. Let's get in on everything. Alright, let's boot it up. Come on. Where is the game? There it is. It just took a bit. Alright, let's get on in. I already did my top dailies and stuff yesterday, whatever. On stream when the reset rolled over. So we're not doing that shit today. We're also basically done with our top weeklies. Alright, let's start. Come on, let me click. Alright, let's get on in. Alright, let's see. Gift the presents. Let's spend the stamina. Is the new Garden Mayhem stage open yet? Because like we're just stuck waiting. Oh no, that's tomorrow. Okay, so the rest of the Plants vs. Zombie mode opens tomorrow. Okay, cool. Good to know. Let's just click through the stuff here. Grab that there. Right, we gotta do our Giga Links. So let's get this done. Come on, people. Surely game isn't completely dead, right? Hi, Tara. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's get in on the thing here. Alright, let's see. Crit hit, chaos damage. Yeah, we'll just take that one. I've been fine. Alright. It didn't send me into the year like it's supposed to, though. Alright, let's see. They're what? Of course they are. Imagine not being burnt out. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Of course they're milking it, man. They have nothing else. So they're desperate, you know? For something. But yeah. I mean, because they don't have content. They never had content in the first place. Like, the reality is they never had content. It's always been that way. It's not changing. Like, that's just the reality. They've never had anything. Now let's go kill all these guys. Let's see. Gotta kill the small guys. Time to get buffs for the boss. Alright, let's see. I'm just gonna keep shooting him. And dead. Easy.
最頂点から勝利をつかみ取る。あっけないわね。
Alright, I gotta do this 2 more times. And then I'll be done with this week's Gigalinks. Alright, I gotta do my Gigalinks. There's a lot of reacts and stuff to look at. You guys keep sending me more. But yeah. Did the guy just leave and then come back? Is there the same guy left and then came back in? Alright. Let's see. Hi, Flagger. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's see. Take that one. Alright, let's go.
この指の器用さ。あなたが一番わかってるでしょ？弾丸の嵐を お見舞いしてやるわ。重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。臨時収入ね。ねえ、夜になったら
Alright, let's see.
一杯付き合って。
Sure. What? I see. Okay. Oh, time to destroy this thing.
お見舞いしてやるわ。それが全力なの。臨時収入ね。ねえ、夜になったら一杯付き合って。
Alright, let's see what do we got here. And this shit is so good for mobbing. Oh, it's Joseph again?
重厚の先に突っ立ってるのが好きなようね。
Well, he's dead. That was easy.
最頂点から勝利をつかみ取る。
So they all left now?
あっけないわね。
Okay, I know you guys sent me like a bunch more reacts or whatever. But look at them later while we do factory stuff. Alright. I just need to do one more run. And then I'll be completely done with Gigalinks for the week. Okay. I see. Oh, we just need another one for Gigalink. Surely we can get someone for last Gigalink slot. Come
玉をば
on.
らまくのって気持ちよくてなかなかやめられないわ。
Oh damn it, you're in the way.
弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。銃弾の雨で。臨時収入ね。ねえ、夜になったら一杯付き合って。重心がまだ冷めてるっていうの。
Alright then. Time to go get the next buff here.
弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。
Alright, I'll get that one.
この指の器用さ。
Alright, let's go back up.
あなたが一番わかってるでしょ。弾丸の嵐をお見舞いしてやるわ。
I mean, what do you expect from him, man? He makes a lot of those things. Oh shit, I fell down. Is it up? I'll do it after if it is. Wait, test is tomorrow as well? I did not know if that test was tomorrow. I didn't look. I didn't look. That's why I didn't
気持
know.
ちよくてなかなかやめられないわ。やっ
We need to remove all the dots.
それが全力なんだ。
I'll show you after. It's just a random indie game I picked up a couple days ago. I'll show you. I'll show you after. I was just gonna have it in the background while we do reacts anyways.
お見舞いしてやるわ。
Yeah, it's that one. I played it for like 8 hours earlier
臨
today
時収入ね。
while doing other stuff because I would just like set something up
一杯
and then come back to it after a couple hours. Good shit though. Yeah, I'm not gonna play shit on my
最
phone.
頂点から勝利をつかみ取る。あっけないわね。
Alright, we cleared that one. Alright, let me claim this. Oh, let's see. Personal file. I mean, I have a computer. I can play the computer ones. The factory shit on my computer. I play those ones better. Those ones better. Alright, let's see. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Alright, let's see. Where is it? Oh. Cherno has the thing. There she is.
Greetings.
Alright, got the stuff there. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, that's tomorrow, the invite. Okay. Frost damage if equipped. Increase her ballistic damage by 20%. When she deals aptitude damage, she gains 1 stack of incantation. Increase full squad's ballistic damage by 1% for 5 seconds up to 20 stacks. And duration resets upon gaining new stacks. While her Realm of Wonder is active, increase attack of tests and ally operatives in the realm by 35%. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty obvious here. What's her kit? Can we see it? No, we cannot see it. Unfortunately, we cannot see it. Okay. Yeah, that's tomorrow as well. Battlefield, Sigma. Right, Battlefield Sigma is tomorrow. Okay. So, let's see. I want to at least make sure we hit the quota first. Alright, let's go claim that. It's not available yet until tomorrow, the last one. You can't finish it until tomorrow. The last stage opens tomorrow, see? Challenge mode isn't open yet. We're still missing a couple. And then after you get the last couple, you can just fully max out everything here. In the Plants vs. Zombie mode. No Supreme Battleground yet, no new one there. And that one's not available yet. Neither is Containment Protocol over there. Here, let me try to finish the thing here. Free play mode. Alright, let's see. God damn it.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream. It's nothing.
And then I got the wallet stolen. Alright, like I have to like keep going through this until God damn it.
Immunity. Immunity. Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream. You didn't see it was me?
That is so troll. I just want to like upgrade the freaking thingy. Alright, got more cards.
It's nothing.
Here. Alright, I'll just smash
You
occasion.
didn't see it was me? You didn't see it was me?
Get rid of Acacia again. I didn't have to pay her.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream.
Oh, let's see. Logistics department. It's annoying how, like, those things, like, shuffle the things around.
Immunity. Immunity.
Alright. This is so annoying. Getting that extra weight on me.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream. It's nothing.
Get rid of that one.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream. Sorry, I just wanted to see if it's any good.
God damn it. This shit's annoying.
That's all you're giving me? Hitting the jackpot is a pipe. It's nothing.
Alright, let's see. Can I put this here? Alright, that's one level 3 property.
Sorry, I just wanted to see if it's any.
God damn it.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream.
Oh, it's 4. I didn't want a 4. God damn it.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream. Sorry, I just wanted to see if it's... You didn't see it was me?
Ah, I wanted 1 and not 2.
It's nothing.
Alright. Okay, I have 2 level 3 properties now.
That's all you're giving me?
God damn it, I don't want a 5. When I want a low roll, it gives me the highest roll. And when I want a high roll, it gives me the lowest.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream. Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream. Sorry, I just wanted to see if it's any good.
God damn it. Oh, it's just
That's all you're
annoying.
giving me?
This needs a 10x speed, man. This shit needs a 10x
Sorry,
speed
I
mode.
just wanted to see if it's any good. You didn't see it was me? Hitting the jackpot is a pipe. Immunity! Immunity. Hitting the jackpot
God damn
is a
it.
pipe.
Might as well take that.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream.
Alright, let's see. I got the max out of that minigame.
It's nothing.
Alright. Come on. This is gonna take a while. Alright, let's see. Yeah, we'll go there.
It's nothing.
And then she got her wallet stolen.
That's all you're giving me? It's nothing.
Alright. Let's turn this way. How many level 3s do I have? Level 2. Level 1. That's level 2. That's level 3. That's level 3. Okay, I have 3 level 3s now.
That's all you're giving me?
So now all that matters is either of us win or lose.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe.
This is gonna take a while. Oh damn it.
That's all you're giving me?
Alright, like now the
Hitting
game
the
just needs
jackpot
to
is a pipe.
end. Which is gonna suck,
That's all
'cause this is
you're
gonna take
giving
a
me?
while.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
Take my money now. Alright. Get some of those clams.
Immunity. Immunity.
Surely at some point.
That's all you're giving me?
Okay, bigger amounts of money are gonna be moving
That's
now.
all you're giving me?
Right, bigger amounts should be moving now.
Immunity. Immunity.
Because the index went up.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe. Immunity.
I got more cards. Damn it, she missed my my row of spaces.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream.
Yeah, full MMO TOF will be interesting.
Immunity.
Oh damn it. Yeah, I heard the news. God damn it, she's missing my spots by like a little bit.
That's all you're giving me?
Alright. Let's see. I don't like the freaking card mini. They don't give enough time for it.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream. That's all you're giving me?
Alright, let's see.
It's nothing. That's all you're giving me? It's nothing.
How much money are we moving around at this point?
Immunity.
I swear, I just want to like go in a circle around this area. At this point, I just want to go in a circle around here.
It's nothing.
Because like all these spots are safe.
Immunity. Immunity. Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream.
That way they don't go there.
You didn't see it was me?
I mean, I'm not gonna go in that direction. Alright, let's see. Alright, matched all of them. Alright.
It's nothing.
Damn it, the money being moved across is like not big enough. It's like not enough, the money being moved.
Immunity. Immunity. Does that card exist? Immunity. Immunity.
Right, cause like I need her to lose all her money. So this can end.
You didn't see it was me? Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream. You didn't see it was me?
God damn it, I'm on this side of the map now. Right, come on.
It's nothing.
God damn it, she brought my property.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream. Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream. Hitting the jackpot is a pipe dream.
Alright, like...
It's nothing.
Yeah, at least this is safe to move one space at a time.
Immunity. Immunity. Does that card exist?
Still far away from the game ending.
Immunity. Immunity.
Right, need a higher price index. Yeah, I'm gonna go this way. Because it's safer.
It's nothing.
Alright. Ooh, got sale.
It's nothing.
I got that one.
That's all you're giving me? Sorry, I just wanted to see if it's any good.
Yeah, just smash both of us.
You didn't see it was me?
Now no one can move. Freaking AI, man. Alright, put the thing there. Alright, come on.
That's all you're giving me?
Yeah, I don't want to go on that side of the map.
It's nothing.
No, I'm too far away for that.
Hitting the jackpot is a pipe. It's nothing.
Alright, let's see. God damn, why did I have to turn there?
That's all you're giving me?
This is gonna take forever, man.
That's all you're giving me? Immunity! Immunity. It's nothing.
Right, she needs to land on a bunch of more of my properties. And lose more.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
Alright, she needs to land on one more of my spaces.
I'll leave my last
There we go, finally!
to you guys.
That took way too long. That took way too long. But now I think I got the mission thingy. Right, what was it asking here? Technically, there's still a little bit more. If I do it a couple more times. The thingy there. but like, eh. Here's what we'll do. I'll put this in the background. I'll figure out how we'll get the thing working. Let's see. Where's the thing to call them all again? Is it over here? Alright, I'll just put it like that. Surely we can leave that. We'll just stay in the Snowbreak category. Maybe I can like farm more time this way. For the thing. I don't know. We'll leave it like that. How am I gonna get this capture then? Snowbro mini. Right, we'll just AFK with it open. And just leave it here. We'll put it there. But yeah, I'll show you the thing I was playing. We'll just stay in the Snowbreak category just cause. Thing. But yeah. And we can put up some reacts to the thing after. Yeah, I can put my factory shit right here next to it. Right. I'll put that there. The objective, just, I don't know, cut shapes and then make whatever shapes it asks me to make. Like, it's pretty much just cut and whatever. It tells me what I need to make, and then I just go make it. So, like, I'll show you an example here. Oh, did I finish all those other tasks I was working on? Okay, cool. So basically, I have to cut shapes in this factory and then send them all into the void. Over there. And they're like different types of things to cut. And I can research stuff and get more things, but yeah, it's pretty much just cut them and then send them into the void. And cut the ones it asks for. Basically. Alright. What upgrade do I want? Third floor sounds like it'd be nice to have too. Ooh, Swapper makes that much. Yeah, basically, they're machines that make either squares or circles. And then you have to like cut them, rotate them, and then stack them and combine them. Pretty much. But yeah, and then you can like upgrade various different things. You can have multiple floors and stuff like that. But yeah. More stuff for the foundation. Okay, I need to build this thing. So square layer, and then I have the weird layer, and then that thing. Alright, square is at the bottom. I'm gonna just delete everything I have made right now because I don't need these anymore. You can mass delete things too, which is nice. There's an undo button as well if you really need it. Okay, if all floors are here. Yeah, I heard about that. Well, I saw it posted somewhere. Okay. So we need to break apart a circle and stack it like that. But we also need the square. Okay, let's go work on the square first. We need to cut this. We need two opposite corners for the square. Okay. I'm gonna rotate these. That way they're in the same spot. Grab the same thing over here. Flip that. And then I'm gonna rotate these ones as well. Actually, yeah. I can do it that way. And then I have to cut these ones in half. Okay, and then we cut these ones. Alright. Oh wait, I need to make a thing to go up first. Okay. And then, how do I want to route this? Asmon Gold's dad has his dad has pancreatic cancer. I see. Unfortunate. see. Where do I want these? Alright, so this one I want with that. And that one I want with that. I should probably rotate them then. Or actually... can put that there. Yeah, at least this way they match. Okay. Wait, no. I think I need it in this direction. Out. Man, this would be easier if I had another floor. Because then I can, like, duplicate this thing. Whatever. Oh wait, I could just duplicate this and mirror it. On the other side. I guess. I need a stacker here. Wait, actually, wait. I could use a swapper. Yeah, if I do it this way, at least I get one of them. Diffuse that way. But then this thing. Oh wait, I have the thingies to fling it. Wait, no, that's not enough space to fling. Oh, I can just fling it here. And then catch it there. Wait, no, that's not enough space. Shit. I need to get this thing out. No, it's not. This is way harder than what you had there. Yeah. I'm trying to, like, build this thingy. Wait. I could just do this, and then put a stacker here. At least that gets that one out of the way. Alright, let's see. Which stacker do I want? Oh yeah, I can just have it come there. Alright, so those squares can come out here. Oh shit, that's the wrong stacker. I made some wrong shapes, so I'm just gonna dump them all into the void so they don't, so it doesn't get jammed. There we go. So I have the first part. Now I need to do the circle thing here. I can copy this. Where is it? And then I can get that thing over there. Which is a neat thing I can do. Alright, like I can make one side of the thing. And then like have the opposite end. So then now what I need to do is get that thing next, and then the other piece on top from a circle. The circles are over here. Alright, let's see. Okay. Probably best if I get them all in the same orientation there. And mirror the same thing up here. Alright, I'm trying to think, can I do a swapping one with these? If I swap one of these with one of those. No, because then I'll have this hole. And then I'll have an empty one there. So they have a hole and an empty. So I can't do that quite yet. I'll need to rotate these then. Okay. Those are placed there. Now these ones need to get cut as well. Yeah, this would be so much easier if I could have a third floor. Because then I can stack up even higher. Alright, I'm trying to think, how do I want to get this one done? I could destroy half of them. That's probably fine for speed. Shit, I don't have enough space for all of these. Better if I just put them all in the same orientation and move it. Yeah, okay, so we have these here now. Alright, so now we have it like this. We're gonna need to rotate some of these. All of them should be rotated just so, I rotate that 180 degrees. Wait, no. Rotate that 90. And then I can put a stacker at the end. Okay, then we'll just do the rotation stuff here. Okay. Which way is the thing coming out? This way? Okay, the stacking is that way. So we need this one, right? Let me see. Let me check the milestone again. the square is this way, so we need the round stuff over here. So this is the round stuff we want. Alright, we have that. And we take this. Put that there. Same thing. Put this here. That way I can jump over that. Alright, we'll get the stackers here. Hi, Shonen Manga protagonist. Welcome, welcome. Now we need to get three here. And then we need our stackers. There we go. And then we just need to duplicate this machine. It's a really, really complicated machine. Now needs to get duplicated. Wait, why is there a jam here? There we go. Alright, fix the jam. Then I need to copy this. Wait, actually, wait. copy the entire selection. Yeah, surely this will work. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a factory simulation game. Okay, now we need to hit like, how many of these do we need to make? 900 of them? It's slowly making them. It's producing one every couple seconds. So now we basically just gotta wait until I can unlock more. Because then I can get to level 3. But yeah. You gotta like start and like make every single one of these things. Because like completing these other side tasks gives you talent points for the skill tree over here. There's a skill tree thing. You can label them too. I wonder what the fire does though. Really curious on what that does. But yeah, and then there's these other things. But I do want to get level the 3rd floor building. Because that'll like give me a lot more stuff I can work with. I can increase the speed of my stuff too. Although I think I'll hold off on increasing the speed of everything until after the other stuff. But it looks like there's like painting and other things that will get like processed. You can even get like a trash bin or whatever. But yeah. Okay. We'll leave the factory here like this for a bit and we'll do some reacts. Because we gotta just sit and wait now. Now we pretty much just have to sit and wait for the factory to do what it's doing so I can go into the next part. Like I would spend like a couple minutes to like a half hour just like building a thing. Leave it on for a bit and do something else. To unlock the next goal. Or whatever. The next milestone. For the factory. But yeah, I'll just leave it at the view like that. Alright, let's see. What's on the React agenda?
Just one.
Oh yeah, there was that video that was to react to as well at one point. Okay. Alright, so that should be visible now. Let's see, what's next on Reacts? What is here? What is this? What is this? New characters for Genshin, I guess? Okay. Why is the one over here missing a name? Oh, but whatever. Oh yeah, there you finally get to see Varka and Alice. They kept being mentioned like a lot. I remember seeing their name mentioned a bunch back then. Isn't that this like Klee's mom or something? And then I don't know who the rest of these guys are. But okay. That's nice, I guess. I don't exactly pay attention to Genshin crap. fuck is this? They're launching Ash, first AI designed for therapy. What the fuck is this? The fuck is this? They got
We're
a video
excited
here.
to share something that we've been working hard on for the last 18 months.
They had 50K
Millions
people
of us
using it.
are
Okay.
struggling with our mental health. We're struggling to get a good night's sleep. We feel lonely like never before. We could all use some help with our mental health. I'm happy to share that today we're announcing the launch of Ash, the first AI designed for therapy. We built a world-class AI and clinical team.
I feel
And
like
we've
this
raised
is
close to
kind of
$100 million
sketchy.
from top-tier investors to build the first foundation model for
Right.
psychology. Ash
Unless you can like run this locally, this seems extremely sketchy. Unless you can run this locally, because who knows what the hell they're doing with all that data they get from you. Remember what happened with, what's it called again? The thing that happened with BetterHelp and shit? Sounds kinda yikes. Unless you can run it as a local model. Okay, what's this one? K-Song quits Vshoujo, and calls the CEO live on stream. Oh boy. Oh boy, what is this?
So I have been lied to from the company a lot about the situation. So my payment stopped last September. I was asking what's going on for a long time, multiple times. All they said was it's gonna be paid, it's gonna be paid, it's gonna be paid. And it was never paid. And I think it will never be.
Damn.
Yes. The reason why I waited so long was that if I like say, okay, I'm gonna reveal this information and I'm gonna quit. If I say that, I thought they were not going to pay me the amount they owe. And
Oh yeah, for
that
sure.
was scary for me. But
There are some games where it's
so
literally the
recently,
entire premise. It goes even further.
I've decided.
But
I'm
yes, of
leaving.
course.
And I was about to tell you guys that I will be leaving this month, and I was getting ready for that. I wasn't
Okay.
ready for today's whatever came out today. I was not ready. There were so many things that I didn't know,
え
but this is
分
what
析
I
員
know,
さんの
and
チ
this
ョ
is
イ
my
スに
story.
外れなし
And I will have the Vshoujo CEO, Vshoujo JP CEO, explain this to you guys, because I have done so many. Well, it's not so many. It's only about 2. I've done
Okay.
2 streams with him. I was saying all the good things about Vshoujo. Fucking embarrassed about this. Now that I know that I'm fucking lied to.
It's just crazy that this happened
I'm
though.
so ashamed of myself for believing in someone who only had interest in our money.
Ooh, more building space.
Well, let's ask the Vshoujo CEO, Vshoujo JP CEO, about what the f***'s going on. I'm going to call him right now. こちらは、Vshoujo. This is Vshoujo JP CEO. Are you still the CEO?
For now, yes.
Okay.
まだギリギリ CEO だそうです。はい。音も聞こえてるということなので、I would like you to explain the situation because I know you know more about this situation than me.
Slightly more, maybe.
Slightly more, okay.
Okay.
But I need to know everything, and the fans should know everything. He'll be explaining in Japanese and in English. Is that okay with you?
No. I'm not really good English speaker, and also I don't trust myself, like, you know, the speaking that correct.
Damn, we get the CEO to talk about
I
it.
want to be super careful about what I'm saying here, because
Right.
Yeah, as you
Okay.
explained that.
That's fair.
Yeah,
But
like, and
okay, then okay.
you-
Japanese comes first. では、はい。まず日本語でどうぞ。
まずディスクレーマーなんですが、
はい。So you were told from Vshoujo that they were willing to pay. They're gonna do it like next month. Of course they're working on it. And then now
ということ
you're
です。
telling me that you've been lied to?
嘘をつかれていたっていうところはあったんですけれども、
Did you just say that Vshoujo JP itself was doing good?
そうですね。
Oh,
And finances too?
そうですね。
You haven't paid me.
っていうことにはですね、その本社の中の帳簿上はそうなってた。
and she hadn't gotten paid. Damn. That's crazy.
日本のでもタレントに1円も払われてない状態っ
That's
ていう
just
のを把握し
crazy.
ておられたんでしょうか。
そうです。はい。
So this is what I want to know, and this is what everyone wants to know. Why did this happen? Why?
うーん、
Why? なぜ起こったんですかこんなことが。
これに関しては、まあ、全ての範囲を僕が見えてるわけじゃないんで、
No,
You're
it's
telling me
in the
It's not like
US.
someone moved, like someone
Japan
did
is a
something
secondary branch that
maliciously.
they
It's
created.
like they just weren't good at it.
ということですね。
Finances.
It's a secondary branch
Are
that
you
they
getting paid
made.
right now?
は、
It's the
あなたは
American
給料もらってるん
company.
ですか今 V 症状から。
ほぼもらってないですね。
ほぼ。
But yeah, it's just fucked up what happened, man.
ペイカットを、まあ、受けている
ピカッ
っていう。
トって何ですか I'm sorry it's all about me, guys, but the only thing I could talk about is me right now. So, well, I'm not getting paid. Well, I'm not getting paid. You were getting paid. Well, staffs do have to get paid. So I'm not gonna say like, hey, don't pay the staff, just pay us. No, I'm not gonna say that, but just kind of sounds very unfair to me.
そうですね。
Talent first, my ass. Was it like staff first?
まあでもスタッフは本当に悪くなかったと思います。
Is the debt gonna be paid? Is my money gonna be paid?
Yeah, they have the funds tied up in overseas
そう
talent
ですね。
too.
デッド
It's
が
really
払えるかどうかっていうのは、
It's really
会社
fucked
がこ
up,
れから持
man.
ち直すかどうか
The
に
whole thing is
か
just
かって
fucked.
る。特に US 側、今の状態だと分離できていないんで、
It's just extremely fucked up.
持ち直せるかどうかに関わってるところなんですけど、
うん
かなり難しいと思います。
It is
We're
very,
even trying to
very
add another
fucked.
talent, multiple talents to this company. After I told multiple times that they haven't paid me and they have a lot of problems. What was that? What was that? あれは何だったんでしょうか
とまあタレントが追加されたこともそうなんですけど、追加しようとしてることもそうで、
Someone could have stopped the situation. It went all the way. It didn't have to go all the way.
そうですね。特に
But it
なん
did.
か
Did anyone inside Vshoujo say, hey, there's something wrong. Hey,
Yeah, I
let's not
doubt
do
it.
this.
I
Hey,
doubt the
let's stop
Yakuza
this
is
and
involved.
Let's see what our
Highly
finances are
doubt.
going. Hey, looks like
Doesn't
this
make
amount of
sense
money
for them
should
to
be
be
paid to the
involved.
talents, and we haven't. Hey, we need to do something about that. Did
Like, I
anyone
highly doubt it.
say anything about that?
という話を聞いて、
Or like, I highly doubt.
So they were lied to.
まあそういうことですね。
That's a lie. Yes. So that's a yes. Okay. So
It's still just
Who was
extremely crazy and fucked up that it happened.
そのまあ
It
どういう
is.
嘘やんってなるんですけど、誰がその嘘をついてたんですか
多分その
Right,
判断をする
there's
人
the
っていうのに
charity thing, and then they're also just not paying
不正にいるっていう
their
ところと
employees
そこが
basically
明
as
らかになるのは
well.
今後なんで、
It's fucked.
私には分からないところです。
It's super fucked.
なるほ
はい
ど。Any questions from chat? I'm sorry, chat.
It's super fucked up.
There's so many things going on in my head. There are so limited things I could say. There are legal issues going on. I don't want to stir anything up for the other girls because they have
Yeah,
their
they
own
stole 500k and
things they
expected
have
no
to
one
say,
to
so-
notice. I know.
Let's not. There's so many things I want to tell you that I shouldn't.
Yep.
Will there be an apology from the company? I hope there would. Will they? Will they want an apology or something?
You think like the JP branch would also be like responsible for payroll too?
私もそう願って
Like it's weird that they would have all the JP staff and stuff,
Well,
and not have the payroll for the people in Japan handled from the JP side. It is weird how they don't do that. Like, it's weird. You would think they would, and like have the JP side and handle that entirely. But yeah. No, like, the thing is, when you put into perspective basically what's going on here, you realize just how fucked up the whole foundation is. Because, like, thinking about it, right? You're having payroll handled on the EN side, when it should probably be handled by the JP side for the JP talents, and then the extra money that goes back to the main branch still gets sent. That way, like, they can handle taxes and other shit more directly and probably more efficiently for the JP side as well. Because I can imagine what's probably gonna end up happening is doing it their way, they'll actually have part of the funds be double taxed. Because it's like, it goes in, right? The money comes in, and then it gets processed as American income. And then, like, they send it from there after it's taxed to go back. It's like, it's extremely fucked up and extremely inefficient when you think about it. Instead of just having, like, a separate payroll setup and everything for the Japan branch, it makes no sense how they're handling it. Because, like, it's also just wasting more money. And it would have made it easier probably for them to get paid there. Yeah, they would have to hire accountants and stuff there. But it would have simplified it and made things a lot easier in the long run. I'm just gonna guess their finances are a complete disaster. From what I'm hearing here. Because it makes no sense.
oh, there were so many things I have to apologize to the fans. So,
Yep,
thank you,
that too.
JP CEO for now. ありがとうございます。一応、so that was Vshoujo,
Oh, I got
JP
space
CEO for now.
platforms.
I know there's a lot of things you want to say, of course. Me too. I want to yell. I want to scream. I want to cry. And I feel like there were so many unanswered questions. This is just sad. They said so many good things. And I know that they, like, it wasn't their intent to, like, be like this, and I know that, of course. They didn't want this too. I know that. I hope, like, they're not the evil that you guys, some of you guys are saying. I know it's not. But it's true that they made this kind of mess. Will you really quit today, or will you quit in the 31st? I quit today. Yes, I quit whenever I want to. And I've said that from day one.
Yeah, it's
If
just
I want to quit,
really
I quit.
messed up.
And I am leaving Vshoujo today. At this moment. Well, I feel like I've already left like 2 hours ago. But yes, the reason I had waited so long, the money I should have received all the way back from last year, I think. Right now, I don't even know what they have paid and they haven't, so I can't go to the specifics, but they haven't paid me for a long time. The reason that I waited for this long time is because I thought if I reveal any information that they are not paying, but yes, I was willing to quit this month, but they might like blame me. That was what I was scared of. Yes, they might like blame me for like getting the information out, whatever, and then like end up not paying.
Wait,
But
there's minors
now,
for
I feel
asteroids
like
here?
it's all over and nothing's gonna be paid, and I feel very sorry for the fans because this was supposed to be it all came from you guys. It all came from you guys' support. And yes, I said Vshoujo owes me a significant amount of money, but right now it's not about the money, it's all about the trust. Yeah, it's all about the betrayal. Yeah, そうですね。
Okay.
対してポジティブな、結構ねこういうところいいとこだよみたいな言ってきたのが本当になんか何言ってたんやろって感じですね、最終的には。まあただ本当に悪意を持って最初からお金を取ろうと思って近づいてきたわけではないのはわかるんですけど、結果的にこうなっちゃったらやっぱ結果がね全てなのかなと思っていて。
Oh, we have miners over here.
そうですね、結局それでV 賞状ってこういうとこなんだと思って入ろうとした子とか入った子とかもいるわけで、それがすごい申し訳ないというか、はいですね、というふうに思っています。もう会社は Yes, Vshoujo doesn't have the talent's IP. They do not own our models. They do not own our channels. They cannot touch our channels. They cannot touch my YouTube, my Twitch, nothing. So all we lost is a significant amount of money. That's what I could say. A Ferrari amount of money. And big trust issue in my heart. It's gonna be there forever.
Okay, wait. I'm trying to figure out the thing I just unlocked in the factory now. I'll go to the next react after. Because now I can mine asteroids. But I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. God damn it, this controls is like weird. How do we change layers? What do you mean fix the encoder? Oh, that. I need to figure out what the hell is this thing though. How do I get to the other thing? Alright, what's the miners doing? Wait, does it work like this? Wait, where's the... Okay, so we would need that, and then that goes into the extractor thing. Okay, so you would need, like... You only need 3 then for one of these. Is that how this goes? Alright, let's see. And then you can unlock foundations here. Wait, trains? When do I unlock trains? Apparently you can unlock trains. You can unlock wires and stuff, logic gates, what the fuck? Wait! Logic gates? Am I actually doing that shit here? That's crazy if I actually end up doing that shit here. Alright, let's see. There's all these things here too. Trains, filter stations, fluid stuff. Apparently what's going on there. Wait, how do I do painting? Fluids and painting, I don't unlock that yet. Oh, and then it goes through this thing. Right, it goes through here. And then it comes out here. Oh wait, the blue stuff is here. Wait, how do we get this stuff from these things then? Because I see the blue stuff. Oh, then different asteroids have different shapes. Oh. Oh shit. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of... That's definitely a lot of different things here. Okay. How do I get back to the middle? There's train stuff. Fuck. I can see all sorts of platforms here that I'll have to mess around with. But I need to figure out how to get back to where the home base is. Fuck, where is that? Okay. So the stuff I'm looking for is here. Right, we don't need these anymore. Okay. Don't need the stuff there. That one looks good. That one looks good. That one looks good. We need these three. That one has a thing there too. No, there's no PvP here. Why would there be PvP? Like, that wouldn't make much sense. Wait, how am I gonna zoom into this thing? The controls are like so awkward. Nah, not in this one. Shit, I need to work on this layer. Fuck, how am I gonna do that if I'm stuck in the shape layer? Okay, here we go. Right, I have these things now I need to work with extracting. I need the red, and then I need the red separated from the blue. So I'll do that. Okay, now we have a new problem. I can get the red separated, but now the blue has the other thing on it. Okay, let's see, wait. Alright, so I have the red. The red one's good. But I need to get rid of that thing. Uh, Okay, let's see. Alright, the blue needs to get isolated from this pointy thing. Red can go out there. Alright, that should be good now, right? We should be good now. But yeah, I still need to figure out how the hell I'm gonna handle these blows. Wait. If I then rotate all of these. Okay, I need to wait. Okay, I need to invert where they're rotating on. Okay. Alright, so now we have the red things here. Alright, so the reds can come out here. Let's see. Now we need to rotate some of these. I'm trying to think, how do I want to rotate these so we can stack them? Alright, like that's the hard part now. Okay. I solved the problem of like that weird piece there. So some of it needs to get rotated. And then we need the bent stacker. Okay. So I'll need to get this thing and I need to mirror it over here. Okay. How do I get the thing there? Shit. There we go. Okay. Now we need to get that one there and then this one on top. And then we can put the stacker here. Right, wait, why aren't there that many, shapes coming out of the... here? To go, I guess because the red one's jammed? Yeah, so okay. So that one's there, that one's fine. Yeah, we'll put the square things there. But now over here. Put those squares there. Okay, because then I guess I could like copy paste this. After I finish this thing, extracting the thing there, I could put like another one there and there, link them up, and then just toss them in the void there. I think. Alright, let's see. Alright, they're the same orientation. The stacker here. Alright, then I can take. Oh, I need to put the whole thing too. Okay, cool. It retains all the thing in there too. Right? What do you mean Lechus's art? We got Lechus's art now? What the hell? Since when? Alright, that goes there. Alright, cool. We can then take that. Alright. You can deliver it from multiple floors. Oh. Wait, really? That's cool. What about the other lines? Oh, each line is like another floor, I guess, that gets sent through. Okay. Hopefully this thing doesn't get jammed. But like, it'll eventually get all the stuff sent right into there. That's so we're producing. Yeah, sometimes they're going through a higher speed lane, some of them. It should produce an equal amount of each though. It's just, it takes more to process the blue ones. But yeah. Alright, we can leave it there and go to the next react now. Because that's gonna take a while. That thing is gonna take a while to continue doing anything. So let's just go to the next react then. What's going on here? Pokemon losing Palworld lawsuit. Oh boy. What's this about? Fast facts. Legal mindset. Okay.
Pokemon is losing their legal battle with Palworld.
Damn.
According to what we can take from the latest new update in their case with the information we have gleaned. We're to get into that today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, breaking down these legal issues all over the world. And today we have the fascinating case of Pokemon versus Palworld. This is something that I've actually covered on previous streams. I've covered this in the past, but once again with these big lawsuits, they often don't have updates for a while. And to give you guys a little bit of background on Pokemon versus Palworld, well, unless you live under a rock, you know about Pokemon, you know, which is obviously a massive franchise and it's owned between Nintendo and the Pokemon Company. And then you've got Palworld, which is owned by Pocket Pair, and it is really focused on PC. Now, this is very important because one of the big things overall for Pokemon is they've been real console, let's say, loyalists, or you might even say zealots for the consoles. They really don't believe in PC, and they've been pretty hardcore in keeping anything Pokemon-like from entering the PC sphere, which is why they always kind of had an eye on Palworld, and one of the reasons why they took this shot. But the background is Nintendo and Pokemon Company, they filed a case for patent infringement against Palworld Pocket Pair September 18, 2024. Now, this is very, very important, and a lot of people miss the ball here. A lot of people think it's copyright. They think it's the ideas or the designs. This is not about the specific designs, and this is not about the ideas. This is about the patents. So Nintendo filed these patents and is claiming infringement of certain very specific patents. And that's a really narrowly focused piece of litigation. And now they're claiming they violate, obviously, several patents, not just one. And Nintendo wants an injunction to stop the sale of Palworld and monetary damages. So pretty much to kill the game. So to kill the game and recoup any money that Pocket Pair, Pal World made from the game. That's pretty much, that's very scary because obviously you can see the consequence for other game companies, smaller game companies, if Nintendo is allowed to put down Pal World. There will never be, I think at least for a while, there won't be anything that comes close or near Pokemon. But we've got some updates here. So obviously, some of the patents that people talked about, one of the most obvious is the catching mechanic with the ball. That's one of the things that Pokemon included in their lawsuit as an infringing patent. However, Pal World has a defense. Pal World's defense is that these patents were never infringed in the first place. They argue that, not only did they not infringe the patents, but the patents themselves are likely not even valid. If you look at the validity of these patents, some of them are ambiguous. They're kind of too broad. They're not in any way violating them on a technical basis. It's not something they have kind of technical exclusivity over, and they're violating that. So that's Pal World's defense, and they've been pretty consistent on that. And the other thing they've done, and which is brilliant, is they've changed the mechanics. And what this does is, while Pal World and Pokemon, both Japanese companies, may have a stronger case, Nintendo may have a stronger case in Japan under Japanese law, under US law, and mind you, the majority of the users for Pal World are in the United States. That's really what Nintendo wants, is to get them hit in the United States. Changing those mechanics is frustrating what's called a good faith basis claim in US courts under US copyright law. So by Pal World making those decisions to change things, to modify certain mechanics, that actually is frustrating them in the US. I know a lot of people think Pal World was backing down, but they actually were being smart there. They were playing the long game. They're saying, hey, they're attacking us and they want our US customers. Look, if it ended up a situation where Pal World was banned in Japan, that really wouldn't hurt their overall market. If they could still go to the US, Europe, Canada, everywhere else in the world, it's not really going to matter too much. The Japanese domestic market isn't going to make or break Pal World. However, the US would. The US certainly would. So they frustrated them on that side. So Pokemon had to counter that because now their claims, their patent infringement claims, are weak in their primary market. So they're saying, okay, let's try to change something up. Because of course, Nintendo has a massive legal team and they have been known, their tactic is to sue people until they're penniless, to go after them with every speck of their legal resources to crush them. Very similar to Disney and other very, very large corporations that are kind of the industry leaders in their specific areas. So the mechanic they specifically modified is actually, it's kind of related to the gliding mechanic, but it's smooth switching of writing objects. So they went to the Japanese patent office recently and they changed the patent language regarding smooth switching of writing objects. Now, it's very interesting because they didn't make it more clear. They actually added a bunch of legal gobbledygook. We call it legalese, right? They just added some kind of extra superfluous language, including very ambiguous words like even when, which isn't really used in, especially in patent drafting. I rarely ever use even when in contract drafting. It's just something that you really don't use because there's other ways you can say things that creates more ambiguity. Now, why would they do this? Well, it's extremely rare to modify your patents, particularly mid-litigation. It's not something you would normally do. It's a very odd move because if you're modifying your patent, what does that mean? Well, what does that mean? Shock Pikachu face. Nintendo is not doing good. Nintendo is actually thinking they're going to take the L. So they realize they not only have a weak case in the US due to the modifications, but they may actually lose their patents. Their patents could be declared invalid.
Good.
So because of that risk, they're trying to throw out some confusion, some ambiguity, some delay. This is something very common in general as a litigation tactic, particularly if you have a lot of resources. What you try to do is win the procedural victory. Sometimes, let's say the smaller party has justice on their side. We're going to call that the substance of the law. The heart of the law is on the side of the small guy. It's on the side of the underdog. But the big guy has something the small guy doesn't have, and that's money. And when you've got money, you can win a procedural victory. Often this happens by dragging out litigation so long, it becomes costly for the person on the other side, the smaller party, and therefore they have to give up because they're literally being drained dry by litigation and they cannot do it any longer. And that's what Pokemon is doing here. Now, I do think that Power World so far has seen that they have the wherewithal to get through this and not try to settle it out or get something, you know, where they'd be in a bad position. I think Power World may be able to fight this, but this is really bad news showing Nintendo doing this. It is an obvious intimidation tactic against small developers, indie developers, showing that Nintendo is committed to litigation and they will sue you all the way to Johto, right? If they feel like you are coming even close to anything Pokemon or their market share, or even going on PC with something that's Pokemon-esque, it's really something that they're flexing, saying, hey, look, small creators, indie devs, we will sue you, we will drain you, we will fight this out. You may not be a Power World. Maybe Power World will win, and this is actually looking like Power World may very well win this. Will still crush you. So Nintendo being Nintendo, very interesting. Let me know what you think in the comments below, and I will catch you on the next.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah, so they're technically winning so far, but basically just Nintendo wants them to just waste all their money. Basically. Alright, we got another one here. Their experience with VShoujo by Tori Orion. Whoever this one is. Alright. Sure. What do we got here?
This has been my experience with Vshoujo. This statement is meant to be a defense to share my story and what I've been through the past year, and hopefully as an opportunity to back up some of the other victims' experiences. My story is a small fraction of the hurt I'm positive others have endured, and I encourage you to send your love to them during this time. I will also be donating all money this video makes to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I hope you can listen to my experience. Thank you. In July of 2024, I submitted my application for Vshoujo for their public auditioning process. A little over a month went by until their tweet went live stating that all applicants were reached out to. My callback email was received earlier that same day. From there, I went through almost 6 months of back and forth audition rounds. Inside of the auditioning process, most days there was only one staff member present, who later became the only staff member I had contact with my entire time signed with Vshoujo. Eventually in December, I was booked for a final meeting where I would be congratulated for passing the audition process and invited to join Vshoujo officially. I was told to start thinking about what kind of VTuber character I wanted to create, and I was told the spending budget that I'd be assigned for the model and debut. From here, my contact with Vshoujo moved to one-on-one Discord DMs. I received the talent contract, and a few weeks later, after consulting a lawyer, I signed the contract. I'm currently 7 months into that contract. At this time, I was asked not to stream under an indie account on the side. Initially, I was told that our onboarding process would begin a week after signing the contract. From there, production of assets would begin around March with an aimed debut timeline of summer. This was communicated to me before ever signing the contract. Once I signed, I was told initial onboarding meetings would be pushed back by a week. During downtime, I began working with a character design artist out of my own pocket to bring my concept to life. I was beginning from scratch. I had no concept, no design, no assets, and no name. I placed a lot of pressure on myself to solidify branding so as not to delay the projected debut window and inconvenience anyone. Skip to the last day of February. After over a month of having the contract signed and still no onboarding meetings or official communication, I was told due to staff allocation, and staff allocation only, that the debut would now be pushed to a timeline of November 2025 to January 2026 instead of summer 2025. July would now be when we began onboarding meetings. I said I had no problem with delays as long as I got to debut eventually. That kind of became my mantra. I then requested to start a small indie streaming account on the side so I wasn't out of streaming for what would have been a year. I was told that this was okay, which is where I announced I would be my current indie Tori Orion for an extended, undisclosed amount of time. Please keep in mind, Tori Orion and the subsequent accounts were not to be brought to Vshoujo. I would be starting fresh upon joining as per their request. So with my official debut date not set in stone, I did very little to promote myself as Tori, and even heavily communicated to my viewers that I would be graduating sometime that year. This greatly stunted my growth, and I missed out on a lot of opportunities. But I thought that was okay, since I was signed with Vshoujo. On March 4th, I started to worry about my future. I had now been signed with VShojo for 3 months. I had no contact with any staff apart from the one. I was part of no official servers, given no updates about the company or those joining/departing from the company, and I had no contact with existing talent. I sent my staff contact to this DM. Hello. Hope the staff team has been doing well.
Okay.
I know we discussed waiting until July for production, but I just wanted to reconfirm that my joining of VShojo is still happening. To be honest, I'm a little bit nervous given the delays and multiple months of downtime without communication, especially given I am halting most content creation related work in preparation for VShojo. I don't mind the delays or waiting whatsoever, just a definitively confident reconfirmation would help ease my anxiousness. I hope we can open a more consistent line of communication in regards to updates if possible. In short, I was told that the same debut timeline was being aimed for and that I didn't need to worry. However, I received another delay saying that onboarding and production would not begin until August instead of July now. After being told time and time again that I didn't need to worry, that I would get to debut and that I would receive a budget, I decided to shift my efforts into building what would become my brand under VShojo, keeping staff in the loop along every step of the way. I finalized my character design. Staff told me they had no issues or input for my design I sent over. I reached out to model artists and riggers. I found an artist who agreed to work with me. I asked staff if there were any issues with working with this artist, and I was told no, so production began on the model art in June. It was then told to me that the allotted debut budget may need to be reevaluated. I sent, if the budget is timing related, I don't mind fronting the cost until it can be reimbursed down the line. I was quoted $1,000. I can just provide receipts for the work to be compensated at a later date, if of course that's easier. I was never given an answer for this. Once again, I reconfirmed if a debut would be happening. At this point, I didn't mind paying fully out of pocket if it meant I was debuting. I considered it as investing in myself. Time and time again, I was reassured we would be debuting, so I genuinely had no issue with fronting these costs. I sent model updates, staff provided feedback, and I still had no reason to think things were going south. I attended the June 2025 off-kai in person, and here I learned a lot more than what the staff was communicating to me at this point. I kept hearing whispers of VShojo financial concerns. This concept was unheard of to me. I was told delays were only because of staff allocation. As of the past few weeks, for the first time, I was told there was a strong possibility I would not be debuting despite the constant reassurance the past 7 months due to these financial complications. These complications had never even crossed my mind as a possibility, let alone the extent the company was going through to keep things afloat. I am disgusted at the course of actions that VShojo has chosen to take, and am choosing to retract my affiliation with the company. Although at this time, I'm not even sure I would have ever been reimbursed and have gotten to debut in the first place. I'm not only down 5 figures on debut-related fees, but I'm also down almost a year of my time. I'm not only devastated because of the wasted time, but because joining VShojo was genuinely my dream. VShojo introduced me to VTubing 5 years ago. It made me think I could do it. It made me believe that even though I wasn't the cookie-cutter idol that I so desired to be, that I could feel a part of this industry. That entire 6-month audition process, I'd stay up all night praying that things would work out, that I'd be given a chance. In my mind, getting into VShojo was proving to myself that I could succeed. I wanted to feel a part of something, and then I made it into VShojo. I achieved my dream. And now, I never even got to do a singular onboarding meeting.
Damn.
I suppose that's why I'm releasing this statement. I just wanted someone to acknowledge what I've been through and see that I did make it in VShojo, even if I will never debut. In hindsight, it feels incredibly selfish of me to be putting this out, when so many others have experienced so much more loss and hurt through the actions of VShojo. Once again, I encourage you to spread as much love as you can to those that are affected. I wanted to quickly thank the people that have been with me through this process. The one staff member I have had contact with has been nothing but kind and supportive. To the rest of the innocent staff team, I wish nothing but the best for your futures as well. I know this situation doesn't just affect the talent, but also affects your jobs and livelihoods. I hope for a speedy transition for you all. I've also never had the pleasure to speak with VShojo talent in an official capacity, but I'm sorry for the heartache I'm sure you've been through and wish for all your continued successes. You all made up a big part of why I wanted to be a part of VShojo. Your talent, creativity, and passion speaks to me, and even if we'll never get to be company mates, I'll still be watching as a fan. Thank you to my incredible model designer and model mama for bringing my vision to life in such an amazing way. I hope even without VShojo backing me, I can bring your design to life in a way that makes you proud. Thank you to my friends for listening to my frequent sad girl crash outs, even though I couldn't really tell you what the hell was happening. And thank you to my community of viewers. Tori Orion has a small community by intention. I felt guilty I would be leaving, so any chance I got, I always did my best to make it abundantly clear not to get invested in Tori. Now you are all I have. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my inconsistencies, unprofessionalism, and for constantly changing graduation dates, just to now be fully retracting them. To be honest, I thought a lot about what would happen if my VShojo debut were to be cancelled. In the earlier days of my contract, I would have joked that I'd just give up at that point, to take a hint that clearly this wasn't working out. I've been a content creator for almost 13 years at this point. It has been my passion. I thought after 13 years of this cycle, I finally found a home in VShojo. Now I'm sad, terrified, and embarrassed for the future. I love this space and genuinely cannot picture myself doing anything else. So now being down thousands of dollars on a small part of an unfinished brand, I feel myself at a crossroads. I think my stubbornness for the past year that I've been through is pushing me to try again independently. So I'm planning on continuing my indie activities with what would have been my VShojo persona. I'll be rebranding my existing Tori Orion account under a new name. If you'd like to support me, it would mean the absolute world to me. If you're just passing by for the tea, that's okay too. I just ask through all of this that we are kind and respectful to all parties.
It's crazy that this happened though.
I promise to work hard and earn your support. If I need to prove myself time and time again so that I may exist in this space that I hold so dear to my heart, I'll do it. Thank you for listening to my story. Please spread kindness and support the Immune Deficiency Foundation. Thank you.
Alright, we can get that filled out there. By launching it. It's just crazy that that happened though. I'll mark that out. They got legal mindset on their thing here too. Alright, let's go mark this one off. Okay.
The revelations by Iron Mouse and many other of the talents at VShojo may very well end that VTubing company. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. This is an insane saga that really, it even peaks perhaps what is going down and what went down last year with Doki Bird and with Niji Sanji, insofar as this is looking like it will end this VTubing company, VShojo, completely, and because we are seeing a massive pool of talent that is looking to exodus from that company. Now, just understand this is a fast facts pre-recorded video, but I recorded this after listening to Case on stream, where she was interviewing with the Japanese quote-unquote branch, we'll talk about that, CEO. So we're going to go through all the facts today and really stick to the legal analysis. If you want to see the full version where I'm doing more, playing more video, I play all of Iron Mouse's video and I play some other stuff as well. You check out my live version, but this is the abbreviated version for those that want to get just down to the facts. And of course, I've got a PowerPoint. So with this case, obviously it all started with the mouse. And there are two clear things that she dropped in her message that are legally relevant. First is that she has not been paid wages. So she's owed back wages. She's not been paid for a long time. And these payments that she's owed are in delinquency. They've been owed to her for a long time. She hasn't been paid. And this is something that has been mirrored by other talents. We now have talents such as Kei-san coming out and saying, I have not been paid for a long time. In fact, I believe she said September of last year. A very, very long time without payments, which is severe, which is significant. So there is an extended period of time with which people have not paid out to the talents. That's a massive, massive problem in and of itself. But the other great problem, and the problem that can have huge criminal liability, is the potential fraud related to the charity, related to the Immune Deficiency Foundation that Iron Mouse has always been so vocal for, because it's the cause that represents research that would help people like her and give them a brighter future and hope. And it really was something that she was so invested in. And they decided to take $500,000 and not pay that out to charity. Whatever they did with that, it was not paid to charity, and that is a massive, massive issue. And that's an issue that can see people behind bars, that can have criminal penalties. Absolutely. Once again,
this is crazy that
these are
happened.
Allegations at this point, but based on the number of talents speaking up, based on the number of talents that have removed the VShojo branding, we have to, at this point, assume there is some sort of substance behind these allegations. Of course, they are going to have to fight these out. They are going to have to prove this in court or prove this through the regulatory process. However, at this point, going forward and through the scope of this video, understand that I am taking the allegations as credible. For whatever argument you may make of they're not proven yet, whatever, I understand you, but we're going to take them as credible for the purpose of this analysis. So let's continue here. So we had obviously Iron Mouse speak up, and then we had K-San get on with the JP CEO. Now this was very enlightening and actually gives us more of the business side of what is going on at VShojo. It's very clear from this that VShojo is in financial hot water, that they were not profitable. And whatever the distinction was between JP and US, it's very important to note that there was no official legal distinction. That is an internal distinction, the same as a department, for example, saying HR or whatever else, right? Or janitorial staff. It's an internal distinction. It still fell under the control and is the legal responsibility of the headquarters in San Francisco. So the JP branch, as much as that might be a certain amount of talents that was managed by this quote unquote CEO, was not distinguished financially. So those funds that were coming in were being slushed together. So whatever profit JP was making was not offsetting clearly the losses they were taking on the US side or with their other talents. So as a whole, it seems they were in financial dire straits. Now, one big thing that was brought up during this was that the staff was paid and not the talent. There is a very important reason for that, which we're going to get into, which is all of the talents are designated, and this is for almost all VTubing companies. I have not seen one contract, and I've reviewed all of them, including the VShojo contract, Nijisanji, HoloLive, Vector, all the greatest hits from big to small, Face Connect. I've seen all of them. I haven't seen a single contract that has said these people are employees. We consider them employees. They all try to make them independent contractors. That's very important, because when it comes to fighting wages and paying wages, you have to pay employees under labor law, whether it's US law, Japanese law, really all around the world. You've got to pay out those wages. When it comes to independent contractors, well, you can shaft them, and then they've got to come and sue you or bring an action against you or a claim against you to try to get those back. It puts a massive burden on them to claim those amounts of money. Now, I have, since the Nijisanji crisis, been screaming from the top of the hills that this is BS. And I'll put some money in the swear jar for that one. These people are employees. Whether you consider them full-time or part-time employees, they are under the control and authority of these VTubing companies. Now, I understand that there was a lot more anonymity at VShojo than other companies, but you might consider them in that case more like a part-time employee than a full-time employee that's completely controlled by the company. And in that case, they would still be owed wages under a normal analysis. And mind you, just because a contract says that you are an independent contractor does not mean that a particular state or country might not look at the situation, might not look at all the factors and say, under our law, we're going to consider them an employee. It's very important. And I do think in the VTubing industry going forward, this is a massive lesson that all VTubing talent should be considered employees. They should push for being employees. They should say, no, I'm an employee if I'm going to work for your company, because you need to pay me and you need to be liable if you do not pay me. And I don't think the Japanese CEO, listening to him, is the villain here. He's clearly not at the top of the rung. He's not the CEO or CFO or COO or CTO. He's at a lower rung of responsibility. He certainly cannot make shots for the entire company. That was not his responsibility. And certainly, by the way, none of the talents are liable for this. This is something where they are the victims, and they do deserve your support and your appreciation. And I will say this about all of them: Iron Mouse, Kaysan, Henya, everybody, Michibushivi, everybody.
They share the
they
full
do deserve your
Niji
support and
special
love in this
full
time,
black
and also your
thumbnail. Yeah.
understanding that they can't say the things that I can say because they're under a different
It's
level of
crazy.
scrutiny. Now, I do hope with some right legal maneuvers, they can finally speak up. And we're going to talk about that today in the way they may be able to speak up. But right now, understand and be patient with them. They need to work with their lawyers in their jurisdiction, or in perhaps California, which is the jurisdiction for Vshoujo, where I think is very ripe to bring suits and claims, etc. They need to work with their own lawyers to get this done. So be patient with them to get to that point where they will be able to speak. I do believe that time is going to come sooner than later. Sooner than later. So let's continue with this. The best quote I think from this is "Talent first, my ass." That was probably the best Kaysan quote out there, period. And I love Kaysan. I'm definitely a fan. So one important thing here is that Vshoujo is an American company. Now we've covered Nijisanji, we've covered Cover Corporation, big Japanese corporations. And one issue with those corporations is they're Japanese. And if the talent is American or Canadian or really non-Japanese at all, it's really, really difficult to come at those companies. This is not the problem for Vshoujo. Vshoujo is an American company, and they're an American company headquartered in one of the states with the most strong consumer protections out there, or strong worker protections, employee protections that are very, very broad out there in all the United States. So this is a massive difference. And especially since many of the talents, particularly Iron Mouse, being a American citizen, right? Puerto Rico, still a citizen of the United States, and still able to bring claims, fully able to bring claims in California court, particularly related to labor. This is something where it is ripe for conflict, ripe for either a lawsuit, criminal filings, regulatory filings, because they are in America. And this is why I say they are sunk. This is why I say this is not an Nijisanji situation. This is not an any color. This is not a Hololive situation. Whatever else. And in those situations with Nijisanji, I told everybody, hey, when Doki Bird went down, this is not going to be the end of Nijisanji by any stretch. Same thing when there's bumps in the road with Hololive, right? When Gura leaves, it's not going to be the end of Hololive. However, this will be the end of Vshoujo. This is very, very much going to tank them because of this and because of their financial situation. And mind you, I will point out one other thing. They were founded in 2020. And what was happening in 2020, and I say this as a corporate attorney who was previously working in a law firm related to issuing bonds that were used by governments and corporations, and then working in-house and seeing a lot of borrowing and corporate debt. During that period of time, corporations were borrowing at insanely low rates. They were drunk on debt and drunk on almost free money that was under the cost of inflation. So hell, why not? Let's just borrow as much as possible. So I have no doubt that they were highly leveraged going into this, and they were highly hyped up coming off of the kind of everybody's on the internet during COVID era, and thinking that was going to continue forever. And their financial projections were perhaps unrealistic, given the fact that that was a temporary period of time that was over, and there was definitely bumps in the VTuber market as a whole, as people no longer had to be online all the time. And so, yes, the VTuber market did not grow as it was projected to grow based on 2020 numbers, based on 2019 numbers, etc. So I think this number of the founding is actually relevant, and the fact that they are a relatively new company and they're private. So once again, we don't have a lot of the disclosures that we required of a public company. But let's talk about the contract. So I have seen a Vshoujo contract. Now, in full disclosure, it was based on a previous contract. It is not anyone active. So it's an older contract. So they may have changed things in the contract. So I'm basing it on what I said. However, I don't think they've changed certain things. Number one, they do have certain NDA and confidentiality provisions based on that. I don't think they would have deleted that. I don't think they would have removed that. Those are in the contract. The other most important thing is it does frame them as independent contractors, as non-employees. So that is a super important factor, that they are not called employees, because when you are an employee, you get the protection of labor laws, you get the protection of regulation. All of those things don't necessarily apply to independent contractors. Now, Different states handle this differently. Different countries handle this differently. If anywhere in the United States is going to handle this differently, it's probably California, which is going to look at that and say, oh, no, these were really employees. These really weren't independent contractors. So I think that doesn't exclude it, but it is important for the intent here, because the intent was always to shaft them out of payment, was always to not pay them. So let's continue here. So labor law, we're going to talk about this real quick. So this is about the claims for unpaid wages. And once again, a very important factor here is California, particularly if you're going to file it there, which is where Vshoujo is headquartered, they don't have any restrictions as to residency status or et cetera. So you can file a labor claim there. Even the people that are part of the corporation that are non-American might have a potential, if they consult with their attorney, to file claims in California in some way, shape, or fashion. Once again, I do believe all the girls that I've heard of, particularly Iron Mouse, have competent lawyers, and they should listen to their lawyers. Obviously, listen to their lawyers over anything I say. This is more education for the public and education for people in general. But I do believe there's a possibility for them to make claims in California, and that would be huge for them. That would open the door to so much. So even if you have a contract, that's not going to prevent you from claiming, hey, you need to pay me these wages, right? Or reporting criminal activity. So reporting, hey, they didn't give this money to charity, and we knew it. And we saw it, we knew it, we have testimony, we'll be witnesses against this. We'll go to the federal or state criminal cases for these people. They can still testify to that. There's nothing stopping them. The NDA is not going to stop them. Nothing is preventing them from reporting that crime. In fact, if they try to retaliate for that, Vshoujo would be punished. You cannot try to retaliate against somebody for reporting a crime. That's not okay anywhere in the US and in most countries in general. So the process for this would be to gather documentation and witnesses, which they're probably doing right now. Their lawyers, particularly Iron Mouse, is probably gathering a lot of documentation, getting witnesses together, and then you'd report it to the labor commissioner. In this case, probably the labor commissioner of California. And after that, there's a required mediation. Now, this might be what they're why they're saying wait, why Iron Mouse said in her video, hey, we need to get to a certain part of the legal process. It might be because they want to go to that mediation, see if they can get a settlement, see if Vshoujo can make this right. Otherwise, if that fails, there's going to be a civil lawsuit. They can bring a civil lawsuit, in which case we'd all get that information. It'd be public information. We'd be able to talk about it. We'd be able to see everything that's going on. It would be a nightmare for them, from Vshoujo, if they aren't already bankrupt, which we'll eventually touch on that topic. So then we get the silencing the mouse, and as well as the other talent. There are laws that prevent retaliation against employees reporting unlawful acts. You've probably heard of whistleblower protections. That's a whistleblower. Iron Mouse is a whistleblower saying there is something illegal going on here, i.e. taking money that's supposed to go to charity, whether that's embezzlement or whatever else, or a fraudulent transfer. Like, that can be reported, and there's no way you can retaliate against that. Also, there's another California law that's passed that arguably could prevent NDAs from silencing the employees in regards to reporting bad workplace behavior. So saying, hey, we're not being paid, and they took this money from charity. The California law is pretty clear that the NDA cannot stop them from saying that. Now, there are other things that they could argue the NDA could stop them from talking about, stuff like personal relationships or personal interactions, maybe for now, but that NDA is not going to silence them from speaking out on what is clearly illegal. Further, aside from whistleblower protections, you can't stop the reporting of crime. I cannot say that enough. Reporting a crime is always permissible, and no NDA in the world can silence you from reporting a crime. That's just the way it is. That's just the facts. So beyond that, let's get into what's going on with the criminal liability, and that could fall on the corporation, or that could fall on people like Justin, the gun run Ignacio, the CEO. Once again, depending on his level of culpability and the culpability of the COO, the CTO, the other officers of the corporation, this criminal liability could fall not just on the corporation as a whole, but on these individuals, depending on how complicit they were in this scheme and how much knowledge they had of this. So let's get into the criminal side, shall we? So we've got obviously civil claims, which this is regarding the $500,000 that was not given to charity, that was taken, and God knows what they did with it. Probably, by the way, my best guess on what they did with this is they are leveraged, and they used that money to pay their current expenses, and they were over leveraged, so they were hoping to pay them back in the future and make some miracle money and pay them back in the future and get everything right. They didn't do that. they didn't give the money to the charity. Now that's once again, it's my speculation about what they did, but based on what Case on stream, which just happened just a couple minutes ago, I stopped watching it. It seems they're in financial trouble. And if you're in financial trouble, what are you going to do? You're going to take the money and you're going to use it to pay immediate expenses, probably staff, because they needed to pay them or they'd be hit by labor law restrictions. That's why the JP CEO got paid and Kaysan didn't. So that's what I think they did with that money. Now, if they did that with that money, there's three things that can happen here. Civil claims, both by the donors themselves and by Mouse and anybody else who's a big donor or gave money, federal crimes and their state crimes. Let's talk about civil claims. So first of all, donors can file suit against each other. So if they donated money or you donated money, you're out there, you donated money, you might want to just have a chit chat with a lawyer and talk about what you did, how much money you gave, and what's going on with that. And then there's claims, once again, these are different types of civil claims for misrepresentation, breach of contract, fraudulent transfer. Particularly fraudulent transfer is at play here because of a large sum of money, because it's a massive amount of money. Misrepresentation because they misrepresented that money was going to go to the charity and they didn't give it there. And breach of contract because there's an implicit contract. There's a fiduciary duty there to take that money and give it to the charity. And they broke that understanding. They broke that agreement. And Iron Mouse could also likely bring a claim as well, because once again, she was part of that. She I'm sure donated to that as well herself. So she probably has status as a donor, but also just to clear herself from that and saying, hey, look, this money was supposed to go there. It didn't. Let me put this claim in there to make it very clear that they're doing wrong. So I think Iron Mouse also could back up the donos in that. Let's go to federal crimes. This is the fun one. This is the one where they're going to end up paying the money from behind bars. Charity fraud is typically investigated by the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission. Now, oftentimes they're working in conjunction with the state attorney general. So those working as kind of a team in order to look into all types of charity fraud and really do the investigation. Once again, we are very preliminary. We're at the allegation phase. This would all need to be investigated. We need to see proof. We need to see documents. But the people who get that are the FTC and the state attorney general. And I think the state attorney general of California, which I'm sure many people are going to contact after this, will be very, very interested in hearing this case. $500,000 from an immunodeficiency charity. I'm sorry, that is deplorable. And that's disgusting. And once again, I try to keep this to objective legal analysis, but the scope of this really does give me a righteous indignation with the amount of money that was taken here from a charity. So depending on the nature of the fraud, a breach of that duty to deliver that money can violate several federal laws. So it can be wire fraud. Wire fraud is one of the easiest ones to get them for. And certainly if they wanted to go down that route, and it is a case where they received the money via the internet, because wire fraud is not just old school wires and telephones, it's the internet. They got them, boys. They got them on that one. Money laundering, potentially making false statements about where the money would go, misrepresentations. Also the FTC Act, which involves various regulation of money regarding charities. All of those things they can be hit with, and they could get real jail time on this. This is serious jail time in real prison. This is not fun, down under the sun. This is all potential prison time for people at Vshoujo. Beyond that, there's state law. There's California Penal Code 503, 515 regarding embezzlement. So assuming that they took the money and they embezzled it and they use it elsewise, that's right there. Breach of fiduciary duty, because they have a duty. They're the trustee of that money to give it over to the charity. That was their duty, fiduciary duty. Anybody who, for example, is holding money for somebody else. So if you gave money to a lawyer and that lawyer is supposed to go pay for real estate, and they don't pay for real estate, they pay for, cocaine and whatever else, that's going to be a huge, massive problem. So that would be a breach of fiduciary duty. This was a breach of fiduciary duty in the charity sense. Misleading and deceptive fundraising, I think that speaks for itself. They said the money was going to go one place, it didn't go there. Also reporting and regulatory violations. So how do they do their taxes? How do they report this? They needed to report this to the government, to the regulatory authorities, saying, hey, we donated this money to charity. Did they take a tax write-off for this?
Oh.
Did they write this off on their taxes?
Damn.
Did they make a false financial report? That's massive. And the last one, and the two things you're afraid of, even the Joker is afraid of, is the IRS. And the tax law violations, both, and the tax law, by the way, is at the state and the federal level. So it's both levels. But tax law is perhaps the most massive place Because if they chose to try to take a write-off on this or to falsify their taxes, oh boy, the tax man does not F around. Does not F around. And that's where the people could see very, very serious state consequences. Now, let's talk about the other girls and a little bit about what went on with them. Obviously, a lot of them have pulled out of the branding. They've no longer branded themselves as VShojo. They're going to have talks on this. Obviously, Kayson had a very clear talk. I think Penya's going to talk, and some others are going to have commentary as well, which I may have follow-up videos on that. But it very much seems like these talents were, especially since Kayson said she was shafted out of wages, that she didn't get paid her wages. In that case, I think they need to file claims as well. I think all of the talents need to consider, particularly in California, filing labor law claims. And once they do that, the other thing that's really going to be awesome for them is all those no retaliation clauses apply to them, so they can start speaking more. Now they need to talk to their attorneys and make sure this works for them under their situation. Their personal attorney is comfortable with this, but assuming they are, once they do that, once the claim is initiated, they will be able to say a little bit more. Now, there's another factor here. This applies to Iron Mouse and all the other girls, and why they're not going to talk. If you're going to go into a lawsuit situation, or you're going to sue, you want to shut up. You want to say as little as possible, only what you can say or have to say. So even if these girls can speak technically, or they could say it and they're not going to get punished under the law, or VShojo's not going to be able to sue them for breaching NDA, there may be other good reasons for them not talking. However, that might be able to open up them explaining a little bit more to their audience and giving a little bit more context. And maybe at some point they want to do that. So that's something there. But beyond that, they're owed wages. They're all owed wages. They need to get paid. They need to get paid that money that they're owed. And I say wages, although wages people usually associate with employees, and payments are usually the independent contractors in terms of the language there. But to me, these people are not just amazing talents. They're workers. They're true employees that are dedicating a significant amount of their time, and they are giving some control and authority over to this entity to direct them to do certain things and to take certain actions. And beyond that, the financial arrangement between them is one that I think they could argue, particularly with the restrictiveness of the contract, that set them up as employees. Even further, put VShojo on the defensive. If all of them file claims in California, labor law claims, it's on VShojo to prove that they're not employees. So put VShojo on the defensive. Don't allow VShojo to take the offensive. Take the offensive against VShojo. Take it to them. Take it to their court. Push them. And I think that is the right emphasis as they go
they're
forward with
basically
this.
dead.
And I'm sure there's lots of California attorneys that would help them. And frankly, if any of the girls needed any help finding a California attorney, I'm happy to try to hook them up and recommend them for them. But that said, I think the girls do need to consider their options and speak with local attorneys. Beyond that, this is a big one, especially after the case on stream. I think they need to really worry about VShojo declaring bankruptcy, because based on the financial situation, as explained by the JP CEO, it looks like they're not doing good. And what I am worried, and the strategy that came out of case on stream, which I think is putting together, is they are not paying the independent contractors because they're planning to declare bankruptcy. I have seen this before as corporate counsel, as evil corporate counsel from my back days when I did that. That is something corporations do. When they're going under, they stop paying out because they know they're just going to declare bankruptcy. And what happens when you declare bankruptcy? Well, there's two types of debt. There's secured debt and there's unsecured debt. Secured debt gets paid first. The stuff like mortgages or something like a lien on a car, right? It's secured by something. There's something they can take. That's paid first. Then there's going to be employees' wages. Those are paid. But anything else, including independent contractors, is unsecured and dischargeable. So the big thing they're banking for is to get to discharge the payments because they label them as independent contractors. That's their strategy. I mean, I see it clear as day. And to me, the question is not only are they going to declare bankruptcy, it's how quickly are they going to declare bankruptcy? In fact, if I was the CEO of VShojo, I'd be running right now into the bankruptcy court to declare it right now so they can stop all payments. And now that would put it on them to battle back. That would put it on the talents. So I think the VShojo response is going to be to immediately declare bankruptcy. And why is that? They lost their largest talent. There's no way they can financially recover. You can't explain to me how Vshoujo, who is already losing money by the own admission of their staff, by the own admission of the JP CEO, is already losing money. They're already not able to pay. And suddenly they're going to lose all their talent and be able to pay? No one's going to give this company a loan, especially with this bad PR. Are you kidding me? No. This is a clear bankruptcy.
No one's going to do it.
And in bankruptcy, they're going to try to discharge that. Now, there's a little ray of hope, tiny little smidgen of hope, right? Is that there is a special exemption for unpaid commissions to independent contractors. So debt qualifies for priority status, meaning it gets higher status than unsecured debt, if during the 12 months before the bankruptcy, 75% of the contractor's own earnings were from the debtor. So in this case, that would apply to most of the girls, I imagine. Now, maybe they have other earnings or other money from elsewhere, but if they were making most of their money from Vshoujo, that is a big exemption that could fly in there. Once again, it doesn't guarantee they get paid out, but it does give a glimmer of hope if they go the bankruptcy route, which I think it's looking like right now. That's what I've got for today for the Fast Facts version, guys. This has been insane. I will be on top of this. Check out the live if you want to get all the questions, the banter, all that other stuff, and I will catch you on the...
Okay. So that's what happened there. What's the next one then? Alright, let's see because we're still on this topic. The company is collapsing, then we'll look at the other one. Well, I build my factory. Right. Sure, we'll see the critical video.
I wanted to wait for Vshoujo's response before giving an update to this whole story, but with the way things have developed over the last 24 hours here, I'm not confident we'll ever get a response from them because I don't think there's going to be anyone left at the company for that. It has been a complete collapse of this company, and it is still radio silence from VNoShow here, and I've just got to give you this update because it is crazy what's happened. In a nutshell, Vshoujo was, I'm going to use past tense because this shit is in the dirt right now. It has been fucking blasted to Valhalla. Vshoujo was an agency that represented some of the biggest VTubers in the space, especially in the English-speaking VTuber space, which is a huge market. These creators pull in thousands of viewers every single stream and are responsible for millions of dollars being generated to the Vshoujo company. And what's happened recently is tons of that talent had been leaving Vshoujo, and yesterday Iron Mouse made a video that really opened Pandora's box here to the scumminess of Vshoujo, where she explains why she is also leaving, and it's because they owe her a significant amount of money personally, but they also owe over $500,000 to charity that Iron Mouse raised for charity that Vshoujo was supposed to be responsible for donating on her behalf, something they still haven't done a year later, but I'm sure it's coming any day now. There's just been a big clog at the office, but they're very excited to get to it. And other creators under the Vtuber agency have come forward with similar horror stories here about the way that they handled finances, where some of them also are owed a significant amount of money that they haven't been paid. So it seems like Vshoujo treats payment to their talent the same way I treat changing the oil in my car. I'll get to it eventually. It's not that big a deal. Just keep kicking the can down the road, and eventually my fucking car is just going to break down, and I'm going to be tight. I'm going to be real mad. And much like what's going to happen to my car because I just keep procrastinating the oil change, this company has completely broken down now. From everything I have seen, every VTuber that was represented by Vshoujo, all of the ones I can find, have either already packed their bags and left or announced that they are leaving. I have yet to find a single person that's like digging their heels into the ground, lat spreading and saying, I'm staying with Vshoujo, baby. I'm keeping here. This is my ship, and I'm sailing with the crew. I have not found a single VTuber that is standing by them because it's a pretty indefensible thing that they are accused of here, and they haven't shed any light on their side of things yet, which, admittedly, it has been a pretty short period of time. But with so many people having similar encounters and similar stories about Vshoujo, it feels very unlikely that there's any wiggle room for some kind of justified reason why they've been withholding payments and not donating what they owe to charity. It feels like it's kind of, checkmate here. I don't think a response would save them in any way, but I mean, maybe they could shed some crazy light here on like what's going on and why. I don't really know, but no one's even waiting for that because of how diabolical it is. And if you go to their website right now and like try and buy merch, it's just taken offline. Like you can't even do that anymore. So it really seems like this company is fucked. It reminds me of from Call of Duty 4. 50,000 VTubers used to create here. Now it's a ghost town, and it's Vshoujo's office. Real quick though, I want to give you like a bit of good news that's come from all of this. Iron Mouse did a Tiltify link in the description, and that's been shared a lot from a lot of people that want to support because the charity that she was raising money for never saw the money that she earned for them. And since this blew up, the Tiltify link has exploded, and over $600,000 is being donated to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which I think is very, very nice. I think that is
at
great.
least
So at least something positive has come from this. But overall, it's just like a really sad set of circumstances because of how many people are now going to be out of a job, because I don't see how Vshoujo has some kind of triumphant bounce back, like a phoenix rising from the ashes here. Because it's not even ashes, it's actually just like feces. Like it'd be like, you know, the swamp monster rising from my septic tank. There is really nothing they could do to ever get their reputation back unless somehow all of them are lying, which I just don't think is possible. I don't think that's the case. I want to show you another VTuber that actually confronted the CEO of Vshoujo's Japan branch live on stream about how she was also not getting the payments she was owed for quite some time.
First of all, I was already planning to leave Vshoujo this month. Specifically, on the 31st. Because, Vshoujo hasn't paid a significant amount of money to me too.
っていうところはあったんですけれども。
So did you just say that Vshoujo JP itself was doing good?
Yeah.
In
Their
finances
JP
too?
branch was doing fine, but like
You haven't paid me.
This was a pretty wacky stream. This shit goes insano style. Her confronting the CEO of this company, her boss, live on stream, and also the fact that her boss agreed to do it in the first place blows my mind. That is baffling. Like, humiliation rituals aren't this brutal. But here he is, and she is not holding anything back. She is not pulling punches. She's not sugarcoating things. It is a smackdown, and it is raw.
I quit Vshoujo today.
はい。
Vshoujo 辞めます今日。
はい。
はい、31日予定でしたけど、今日辞めます。I quit. This is very wrong. ローさん。
はい。
Very, very wrong. You're telling me that Vshoujo JP was doing good? Looked like, at least.
はい。
Doing good.
払っていたとしても、ケイソンに払っていたとしても大丈夫だったっていう感じですね。
You're telling me you could have paid me?
そういうことです。
Then where is it? Where is it? I want it now. Oh. Did you just die? What?
Yeah.
What a fascinating conversation here. So, the Japan branch CEO claims that the Japan branch was doing fine, and they could have paid her, but they didn't. We could have done it, but we decided not to. What, big whoop? You want to fight about it? So what? So, as I understand it, he is saying that while they were thriving, they could have afforded to pay her what she was owed, but from what I've gathered, their hands were kind of tied because the English branch was struggling when it comes to their finances, which apparently caused a disconnect here where they couldn't pay the talent in the Japan branch because the goobers on the English side of things were floundering. That's my understanding of it from everything I've read about all of this. But either way, the brass tacks of it is a lot of talent wasn't getting paid, allegedly. And as you just saw, she quit right to his face. Just actually said, I'm fucking out. Where's my money? Put it right here. Set this shit in my hand. Put the money in my hand right now, or I'm leaving. Okay, I can't help but notice there's here. I'm out. So she left, and literally every VTuber I can find that was with VShojo has also left. This was a speedrun corpo death here. This was a snowball that turned into an avalanche that turned into a fucking meteor that blasted VShojo's headquarters and annihilated them like the dinosaurs. It went fast. It really reminds me of a classic blunder in the corporate world online with Artesian Builds. Anyone remember Artesian Builds?
Oh, yes, those
guys.
They
were kind of like the top dog when it came to system integrators online. Well, one of the top dogs. They were a huge player. Tens of millions of dollars worth of, like, revenue. And then, one stream, the CEO let his mask slip a little too much, and he showed that he was a douchebag. I'm talking turbo Redditor loser douchebag. Insufferable. They were doing a giveaway. The giveaway winner was a smaller streamer. And for some reason, he stuck up their nose at them, insulting them, making a big stink about it. Like, oh, you're just way too small. Yikes. Ooh, look who just won this giveaway. A fucking plebeian? Ooh, yucky. Pew.
2K followers is under my threshold. 3 days ago is within my threshold. Long streams, which is good. An Artesian build with panel. See if you have redeeming qualities.
Well, if he's personally bought NPCs.
She could be international.
Watching that clip back still makes my skin crawl. It is so cringe. It is awful. Even saying, like, let's see if you have any redeeming qualities. Oh my god. But this clip is infamous. It sank the whole company. That moment was the stake driven through the vampire's heart. It killed Artesian Builds overnight. Everybody left that company, obviously myself included, and it died that day. The same phenomenon has just now happened to VShojo. Within 24 hours, everyone seems to have left this agency. I don't think there's any chance for it to make some kind of miraculous comeback. Didn't work for Artesian Builds, and I don't foresee VShojo having some kind of, like, silver bullet here, some kind of ace up their sleeve that would, like, save them in any capacity, because now too many people are aware that they're not a good company. There were things that were very wrong with this organization, and some of the talent that people love, some of their most beloved creators, were mistreated by them and misled by them. And I certainly didn't expect it to be this quick. Knowing what I know about VTuber agencies, their contracts are more like hostage negotiations than they are like partnership agreements. I thought for sure VShojo would have clauses in there that would prevent people from just leaving like this and then, like, you know, publicly insulting them and divulging information about why like this. But I'm happy I was wrong here and that the talent does have the freedom to both keep their IP and explain why they're leaving and leave when they want. That's very nice that they weren't locked down, like shackled to VShojo where they could, like, shut them up and, like, try and control the narrative. As I said in the last video, VShojo is one of the very few VTuber agencies that I wasn't super privy to the behind-the-scenes work and the contracts that they do. So I guess the claim was right about freedom, where they do actually have, like, pretty breathable contracts that is allowing them to just leave like this. That is a good thing. I bet they're pretty upset about it. They're probably feeling very sore, not trying to lock them down and, like, prevent bad-mouthing the company and poo-pooing on VShojo on the way out, like many other VTuber agencies have built into their contracts. Again, not going to get too deep into the specifics, but this is something you probably won't see happen to any other VTuber agency. So I guess it really was true that they did have pretty breathable contracts. And it's nice to see that the talent is using that freedom to let their voices be heard and not want to associate with a company that they don't support anymore for some very scummy practices. Anyway, I just wanted to give you a little update to this because this was pretty shocking to see how quickly it all just collapsed for VShojo. This was a company that was worth millions and millions and millions of dollars. They had like 4 of the top 10 English-speaking VTubers under their umbrella.
Yep.
Now they have nothing. It's pretty crazy. And it's not like it was all because of Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse was just like the lightning rod that allowed other content creators to feel confident enough to share their stories as well. And it became very clear that VShojo wasn't a company that most people wanted to associate with. Anyway, that's really about it.
I need to drain this out. I need to drain this out temporarily. Get that out here. Need to drain that until I can fix this one. Let's see. There we go. Oh, 'cause this is out here too. I'm gonna drain this. For now, I'm gonna drain that. It's just crazy that all that stuff happened, but it is what it is, man. Alright, let me just rotate it. Grab that out there. Alright, I need to catch that one. Wait. Alright, we can mark that off the list and go to the next one. But like, how many of these are there that you guys sent me? Alright, I'll see you around then, Tara. Here's the next one on the topic. Snowbreak's been in the background this entire time, by the way.
Hello, Lily.
Hello.
I've just been too focused on my factory in the corner.
You, Lily, but I just want to send my regards and best wishes, and all love. I mean at least 50% of my support to Iron Mouse. She deserves better.
Oh, she deserves better. Oh my god, dude. My heart dropped when I saw this. The Drama Frost got into my chat yesterday, and I was like, what the fuck's going on? Leave me the fuck alone. I have to educate myself first. Dude, I saw the Drama Frogs in my chat as I was about to end stream. I was like, brother, oh, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. And then I was on Twitter and I was like, what's going on? And then I was on YouTube and I was like, oh, no way! Will they gonna Lily explain? I mean, I did open a can of worms on Twitter.
Can I get a womp womp for the mouse?
What happened? A womp for my mouse. Poor mouse. It must be so fucking scary to do this. Oh, like the fucking goosebumps I had.
Daily dose of Shoujo YouTube channel dead of a heart attack.
What happened with Mouse? Is she okay? I hope so. I don't think that's easy to digest. No, she must have been literally shaking and quivering when, you know, opening up about what's going on. Oh fuck. I'm just sad that the feeling I had when they tried to recruit me is something that actually proved right. That it saddens me, dude. It fucking saddens me. Yeah, my gut feeling was right. Fuck me, dude. Your gut's never lied, has it? My gut's been betraying me quite a bit. Have you seen how much constipation I've had to go through? No, but jokes aside, though, you can't always trust.
I wonder what the trains do when I unlock it.
I got a pretty solid gut feeling, but
there's
in the
color
end of
mixing.
the day, it's just that. It's a fucking gut feeling, bro. In the end of the day, it's just
God
that.
damn, and there's
It's
crystals,
still
train
been plenty
delivery.
wrong or like overreacted or, you know, like I've been
This shit
through
can go
stuff in life.
crazy.
Sometimes you
stuff
hang on
there.
to red flags a bit too much, you know. Like it's a gut feeling for a reason. You can't always trust it.
And like
There's
you
always
eventually gotta do
something-
all these tasks.
Something strange when very big and reputable people leave, and that's when the pain chips, you know, and you're like, ah. Yeah, I'm so sad for Miles. I'm gonna be asking Lily's gut for future decisions. Don't do that. Don't rely on other people's gut feelings. Make your own. It's been plenty wrong too.
I'm just gonna say this so the chat stops asking about it. Chat,
Yes.
they're all gone. Everyone. Even the Japanese girls. They're literally all gone. There is effectively no shoujo anymore. I think your
Damn.
would think different about your solid guts.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's just crazy how all that stuff
like being
happened.
greedy is one thing, which was my biggest issue, and the things I've heard that go on in within, because you know employees leave, and if they don't make them sign do not compete, well, those employees can talk. Dude, I thought it was a bit cringe how people literally had absolutely zero comprehension and just like tried to make the situation either into a funny or literally into a drama or rage bait. That was so uncool. I was like, brother, that was so uncool. Yeah, fucking literal Twitter moment. Like some people have to literally be dead ass sometimes. It's like, brother, you're probably like 11 years old. I want to say it's okay, but it really isn't. But I hope eventually over time you'll learn when it's the right time to be a dumbass and to be quote unquote funny and when not. Yeah, it was mad cringe. Yeah, I hope Miles gets everything she is owed. Sorry, let me catch you up to date. We open a can of worms. It's one of those topics that will be impossible to not talk about when like the entire foundation that is the Western VTubing will be talking about this. I'll look like a fucking clown if I pretend nothing's going on, bro. But super long story short, Miles addressed some concerns of within Shoujo and how Shoujo is owing people large amounts of money, amongst those people being 500,000 that is owed to the Immune Deficiency Foundation.
You know what I mean? Sorry. They
Her
owe
disease
directly to
thingy.
yes, but
Yup.
we don't know what they owe to each other talent. We know for a fact they owe to the Immunodeficiency Foundation. Yeah. Literally fucking sucks. And also I made a tweet opening up about them recruiting me in 2023. Let me just talk real quick about this because I opened a can of worms. Nothing that I didn't expect. I absolutely did hope that, you know, it would make a splash because that splash in exchange will hopefully fund the engagement and help ultimately the donation link to the actual charity. So that was, you know, calculated. If you can turn a shit situation into something helpful, I always will. But Vshoujo reached out to me in 2023, asking me if I want to join at the end. I think it was at the end, and I don't want to be too uneducated. I can just check. Hold up, before I say shit. I think it was the end of 2023. But I can check. I can literally just check. Okay, it was summer, so it was the second half of the year of 2023. And before I say anything, I've already seen some like weird ass drama schizos, some like neglected freaking brain rotten people try and, you know, already drama the situation of like, so nice of you to let other people run into the fucking fire. Vshoujo doesn't send out fucking newsletters of people who are about to join to the entirety that is the VTubing scene. I don't fucking know who's joining, brother. On top of that, my contract that I called legal robbery, and I will stand by this.
The end of corpo Vtubers in the US.
No, I don't think
so. At this
so.
point, I can't see Vtubers willing to take the risk anymore.
No,
also,
I don't
much
think
love
so.
to Mouse and all other show
Yes, much love to them. Anyway, I'm gonna pause stuff for now. Yeah, Mute is what I'll talk about it. Pause. I don't waste your money. Shut up. But when a few of the talents walked out, a little while after they recruited people, I was amongst one of those people I tried to recruit. We got to the contract negotiation phase, which is where everything fell apart because I strongly disagreed with the contract. It was very greedy, very exploitative of my assets. And before I say anything more, again, those weird ass schizo fucking, I don't know what the fuck's mentally wrong with them. Those non-medication having schizos on Twitter. Just because I disagree with the contract doesn't mean I have to go around the fucking world and literally commit slander, which, by the way, defamation is literally fucking illegal. And like, go be a fucking drama frog. Just because I don't like a contract and it's robbing me doesn't mean that A, other people are getting the same contract, and B, doesn't mean that other people disagree with it as much. They try to monetize my assets that I work for.
Thanks for the follow,
like, I can also tell you right now, flipping burgers at McDonald's isn't the way to go.
We're doing reacts while I'm freaking doing this factory thing with
everyone
in the
has a
background.
different level of sacrifice.
Because I just finished my shit in here earlier.
That level of sacrifice was not
but we're like
something
almost
I was
done
willing
here.
to commit to
And I'm just gonna go
at
back to the
whatsoever.
factory.
But everyone's different, bro. Everyone's fucking different. If they so let me go into more detail and explain what the frick is going on. When they reached out, I was very particular about what I want and what I have to offer and my worth. And when they reached out, the person who reached out, bless them, they are an absolute sweetheart.
Oh, no, that's just giggling, right?
An absolute sweetheart. They promised the fucking world. They had this big ass, long ass meeting and promised the world. Like this, they had this like massive PowerPoint. Hold up. I can't check how long, but it's very long. We had this super long call. It doesn't say how long, but we had this super massive long call of like everything they offer, which was all the way from, you know, legal advice, shows. It was just a whole lot of stuff. Shadow's receipts, girl, bro. Nah, I'm not gonna dox everyone who was in the call at that time, but I do need a mental refresher real quick. Hold up, let me mute everything. they had this like beautifully crafted thing of like how VShojo operates. First of all, how they're true to their values, the tech team, and all the strong finances they had. They were showcasing all the events they can do for me. Online, offline, organization-based projects like project management, third-party support, blah blah blah. Online events such as debuts, coordinating with contractors, hype and marketing, media, assets, and whatnot. They have case studies on all the things they have been doing, such as the Minecraft server and what they're doing for that, IRL stuff and VIRL stuff, backpacking and whatnot. For which talents they did this for, what debut events they have been doing, what concerts, birthday concerts, offline events, online events, all the highlight videos they have for those online events, consultations, international relationship industry, public relations, finance, security, DMCA takedowns, copyright, escalation systems, interviews, blah blah blah. PR management, interviews, takedowns with like all kinds of teams that they work with, helping with commissioning, games, collabs, blah blah blah, support in voice acting, scheduling support, even lessons for like other stuff, mental health and therapy, merchandise, merch production. And then we got to the point, and that was all beautiful. That was where everything, this is where everything is like, holy shit, this is insane. Also, just as a context reminder, when VShojo opened their applications way before that, I applied. It actually made it past the first wave, and then never heard anything back, ever, never ever. So, needlessly to say, it was, first of all, it was my long-lived dream to join HoloLive. They didn't want me, or rather, never looked at my application or anything. Yeah, this is before I debuted, by the way. This is a long time ago. I wanted to join HoloLive. Never heard back from them, or anything like it. So, when I saw that the VShojo girls had so much fun, and they were such a tight-knit group, and like collabs and hangouts, and they looked like the most beautiful people on planet to me. So I applied. Didn't make it very far, made it like past the first or second, I don't remember, past the first phase for sure. And then I just kind of got ghosted. They looked like beautiful. I was like, whoa, like my heart was like, I really wanted to be part of those girls. Like it was just perfection, you know? I was like, dude, I fit right in. And yeah, then far later, eventually at some point, they reached out at the almost peak of my career, and they were trying to hire me. So they were giving me this whole presentation of what they can do for me, which was great and all. But then we came to a list of things that are very important to me. I can run down the list super quick. It should be easy to find. I don't have the list saved anyway, but I know who I send it to. So if you give me a hot moment, I can find the list. Because I have a list of like non-negotiable values. I absolutely, entirely, without a doubt, non-negotiable. Absolutely not. Okay. This is a big ass list. I also noted some red flags that I noticed right away, but keep in mind, those are when I at this stage of the contract, when I call them red flags, it is more so I've been dealing with contracts for a while at this point in my career. Lots of contracts are, I hate this word so much, standard contracts. So things you can negotiate. You can negotiate, right? My biggest contract was the revenue share. I did not like how their revenue splits with merchandise and similar things. I'm not gonna go through the whole list like in detail. It is literally like a 2-page fucking doc, bro. But they wanted too much revenue share, way too much. Like that was absolutely not it. And the money they offered me in exchange for taking this much of my revenue was just not even that was an insult. It was an insult. The money they said they would provide me with each month for stuff like concerts, models, assets, commissions, whatever, it was an insult. With how much they take, it's an insult. I also didn't like how they kept calling 50-50 splits. That was a genuine red flag because they kept calling 50-50 splits the what was that word? Industry standard. Any corporate that hires you and always puts emphasis on industry standard, run.
Yep.
Run. First of all, 50-50 is not the industry standard. It is not. Absolutely not. No. It should be much closer to, you know, and like some people get it as low as 20%, 15 or 10. 50-50 is abysmal. Also, third-party deals was also the biggest red flag. They wanted 5% on third-party deals. I wanted them to negotiate it down to 0. If you don't know what third-party deals are, third-party deals is stuff that they have nothing to do with. It's me doing stuff. Me, mine.
Yep.
If Mythic brings me an offer, they want 5% on top of Mythic's. Like what?
Okay.
Nah, so I was like, negotiate this down to 0. One thing that wasn't a red flag at first, I also told them, stay the fuck away from gamer subs. Stay the fuck away. Literally, stay the fuck away.
Damn.
And at first they were like, sure, fair. But then they tried to be dodgy about it and they were like, for the time being, yes. Until we renegotiate the contract, I was like,
damn.
No! Stay the fuck away! No renegotiation! And their excuse for this was, as part of Vshoujo and part of the brand name, part of the income and opportunities that come my way are due to Vshoujo in my name. And I said, no. All of these things are stuff I did myself. You don't touch it. So yeah, the biggest red flags were, one of them was, they refused to go down to 0% third-party deal fees. Again, third-party means Mythic gets me a sponsor. And Vshoujo isn't touching it. I get myself something. I don't want Vshoujo to fucking touch it. And
they're like, no, they want to take all of it.
Let go of that. They just couldn't. I said if you have involvement, if you're involved in any of these and help out, you can have maximum 5% based on involvement. But if there's no involvement, it's 0, and they refused. Another, probably the by far biggest red flag, I say this now, but maybe later on I will get reminded of something else. The by far biggest red flag, the two, sorry, that kind of intertwined. The by far biggest red flag was, I asked them to sign a non-compete based on gut feeling and hunches I may have had from rumors that have made their rounds. I asked them to sign a non-compete between them and Mythic. Let me explain what this means. A non-compete means that if Mythic gives me sponsors. So what Mythic is, Mythic Talents, I'm part of Mythic Talents, which is the same as UTA in other places. They give you sponsors. Vshoujo's talents have also been part of mostly UTA. Long story short, what they do is, they read my inbox, they pass on the sponsors, they negotiate sponsors for me. They give me sponsors. I asked Vshoujo to sign, to add or sign a non-compete clause in the contract. What are sponsors? It's when a game pays you to play the game. So I was like, sign a non-compete, because if Mythic gives me a sponsor, let's just keep math really simple, right? If Mythic gives me a sponsor and says they'll pay you $100 if you play this game for an hour, I don't want Vshoujo to be legally able to go behind my back and contact the sponsor and say, she'll do it for 80, just so Vshoujo will then give the sponsor to me and they will be able to take the cut. I want them to sign a non-compete so they can't do that. So Vshoujo can't go to the sponsor and be like, no, she'll do it for this much, just so they can give me the sponsor and they get their cut. I don't want that. Mythic got me the sponsor first. I want to sign a non-compete that you can't fuck over me and or Mythic. I want a non-compete. Very standard thing. Very standard thing. They didn't want to sign that. They said, when I brought this up, I have proof of everything, by the way, and before anyone tries to pull some weird sneaky shit or we show to try some weird sneaky shit, I have proof of everything. I have proof of everything, okay? Everything. The whole 2 hours of the first one and whatever of the next following meetings. I prove everything. Anyways, I got all the receipts. Hours of receipts. Anyways, they then tried to argue when I asked about the non-compete. They were like, hey, we operate on a trust basis. And I was like, don't give a shit. Don't care. Don't trust. It's a contract. There is no trust in a contract. There is no trust basis. I know people like there is no trust. There is no we don't operate on jack shit except for the black on fucking white on this fucking contract. Trust basis. Okay. The second red flag was in this beautiful first interview where the very beautiful person in the very beginning, they presented everything of what Vshoujo can and will do for me. I asked straight up because the contract had none of that in there. Not one thing except for the parts I want money off. Not one of those things was part of it. The only thing part of it was the money they offer me a year and something else. I forgot about what it was, but there were two things. But there was just again money, transactional money things that they had to put in there. So not one thing that they offer me as a service was in there. So I simply asked, put them in a contract. Everything you offer, put it in a contract. Needlessly to say, that part never happened. And that is literally making a deal with the fucking devil, because if all of these things are things you promise, there is absolutely no reason to not have them in a contract. These are things you promise. You swore. That's your whole selling point. But when I ask you to put it on paper in the contract that you want me to sign, you refuse. No. No. Yep. No. The only thing, apart from all the negative, the only thing that was positive in this whole thing was when I asked Vshoujo if I can reach out to the other talents, because they're trying to hire me. They're trying to make me sign with the company. I said I want to reach out to the other girls and make sure they want me there. First of all, I want to make sure they're aware I'm being recruited. Second of all, I want to make sure they want me there because one part of my list of demands was I refuse to do fake shit. I want that the girls want me there. And they did not tell me to not do that. So that was the only thing where I can be like, okay, cool. That's the only thing where they were like, you may reach out to the other parts of Vshoujo. Okay, cool. So that was the only good thing that was part of the contract or contract negotiation. They were fine with me reaching out to the other girls. And I did. And I did. Yeah, and I did. And after all that, I decided to not join. I decided if they can't put what I want in there, no. And the reason I call this legal robbery is, again, now that you have a bit more contact. Also, they wanted me to have quality payouts. I suggested that's bad. I don't want that. It makes it difficult to track stuff, and human error can persist during these. I don't want that. Which, you know, that isn't necessarily the biggest red flag. It's just like it leaves room for error that can be left unaccounted because it's difficult to keep track of these things. So, yeah. I noted down that there's nothing malicious with this, but if they take longer than 4 months to get a sponsor page to show up in the books, nothing malicious, but at least room for unnoticed error, because who the heck keeps track of every sponsor payout from over 4 months ago? We negotiated this to be closer to the industry standard payout length. Yeah. I also wanted to negotiate that any concept they help with, any lore, whatever the fuck, is 100% owned by Vshoujo. I wanted to negotiate the splits on projects that Vshoujo is only a partial owner of these things. It's all belonging to me. They don't own any of this. They wanted 100% ownership of everything they help. I didn't like that. What else? I also wanted to argue that Vshoujo cannot take down whatever they want. If I make a tweet and Vshoujo doesn't like it, they have the right to ask me to take it down. I have I believe it was 1 week, but I'm not sure. But I wanted them to have a clause in the contract that basically makes it, you can ask me to take it down, but you can't force me. So if I don't want it, if I don't want to take it down, you simply have to get rid of my contract. I don't like how they can force me to take something down, and I have to comply within, I think it was a week. I'm not 100% sure on that one. I have to actually check the actual contract. This is just my personal notes I'm looking through. But I didn't like that, so I wanted them to add that. I want to make sure they can't abuse this. So I wanted to negotiate this stuff that if I have a week to comply, and if I refuse to take it down, they can terminate my contract instead. That's what I wanted to do.
You prefer
I also wanted an editing team for YouTube relevance because
does that even
exist?
exist?
And all kinds of other things.
But
so
like,
I
does
said
that
I
even
want
exist
an
though?
editing team and I want a base amount of things they do for YouTube, and I want to make sure they have a minimum effort a week that they
Like,
have
does
to
that
reach
even exist?
for YouTube exposure.
I don't
and
think that
YouTube
exists.
stuff. They didn't want to do that either. The no conflict of interest negotiation, the do not compete hasn't been signed. There was no termination clause in the contract at all whatsoever, which means that I would have to go the full 2 years. I wanted them, let me just check.
Of course it's a joke.
Yeah, I wanted so that when the contract renews, they have to inform me, and if I don't provide my signature for the contract renewal, the contract doesn't renew. I want them to terminate the contract if I don't renew. And I also, another reason, the exit clause, I mainly wrote this down. Sorry, I have to catch up on my notes. I wrote this down because all of the things they offer, if they do not offer them, again, everything they promised, if they end up not fulfilling their end of the contract, I basically have my exit clause. So I don't even necessarily need them to have an exit clause, but I need them to have those things in there because if they don't comply, I can dip. That's another reason as to why I want those things in there, because that basically becomes my exit clause. If I, for example, tell them, hey, if I have a problem with this, you have to help me. Hey, do not compete. Hey, do not do this, this, and this. And if I don't do those things, I can leave. We successfully negotiated, just to also have some positive things, we successfully negotiated security and safety issues. We successfully negotiated project management, such as lore videos, podcasts, VTuber animes, game shows, 3D shows, D&D streams, 3D space technical expansion and stuff like this. We successfully negotiated terms on operational marketing and everything tied to it. And I said that I negotiated this because Vshoujo had a presentation when recruiting me for the first time, stating a bunch of services they promised to provide, to sell, the idea of Vshoujo, but none of them are part of the contract, so we listed the most important ones in the contract to reflect that. But they didn't want to add all of these things in there. They said they would add them in there, but in the actual negotiation with the actual contract, it still ended up not being in there. So only partially.
Okay.
Yeah, the payouts wasn't a red flag. It was just questionable because I wanted to be more industry standard based. Let me just see. Sorry, this is a long note. Oh yeah, there was one thing that we agreed on because there was a clause in the contract that they own all my material basically indefinitely, which sounds fucked up. But their reasoning, and I understand, is if I'm part of Vshoujo and they have a music video of mine up, for example, and I terminate my contract, they would have to take it down too, because I no longer own my IP, because I own my own IP. But I think successfully, in my notes, it's marked as successful, but the problem is those notes are before we negotiated the contract on paper. This were verbal negotiations where they just said like, yeah, too. But I basically said that stuff that I created and uploaded while being part of Vshoujo can stay up, but you don't own any of my whatever forever. So I wanted this clause to be more specific in the contract, that I understand what they tried to do. They don't want to get fucked over by tenants leaving and then having to delete their existence from everything. All the merch, all the videos, all the music stuff ever created, all the concerts, all the commentary, all the everything ever created. They can't go through all of this every time a talent leaves and delete everything. But I wanted them to reflect that this will only ever reflect stuff that is created as part of Vshoujo. Nothing before, nothing after, nothing following. I don't have a business degree, I just have a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful lawyer who may or may not have dealt with contracts of a... It may have been suspiciously enough a very similar contract. So this wasn't my first rodeo. I just have a great, amazing lawyer. I love him so much. But yeah, and then I asked him to knock out of all of the third-party stuff out of the contract, which in my notes I marked as resolved and successfully negotiated. But again, once we actually did get to the contracting phase, with their lawyer, who was very unprofessional, by the way, because she was constantly just zoning out. She constantly didn't know where the fuck we were. Every time we needed her to reply to something, she was always doing like the, can you repeat that for me? Can we go over this again? I'm like,
damn.
Bitch, you're not paying, you ain't paying attention. Holy shit, you're not paying any attention. You're literally zoned the fuck out anyways. So that was just frustrating, because I was like, you're supposed to be my lawyer when I'm joining? Ugh. I also didn't like her condescending tone whenever she spoke about industry standards.
The useless lawyer thing.
And my lawyer feel like the people who don't know what we're talking about when we are the actual golden standard of industry standards. We did not ask in anything something that isn't industry standard. We literally just, I just was so excited to join the girls, and we literally only did everything super industry standard. But they're the ones who always claim that all of their cuts and everything is industry standard. Also, another thing with everything that's bad, I would like to note, Vshoujo does not take a cut of your Twitch dashboard. At least that's what I've been assured. All of the cuts they take is money from sponsors, third-party deals, merch, blah blah blah. But like I said, as a year-long successful indie, I wanted them to stay away from all third-party shit they have nothing to do with, and they just couldn't comply with that. So yeah. And now to the people who still go like, why didn't you avoid? Shut the fuck up, bro. If you have nothing to lose, if you have nothing and they want something of everything, they ain't getting shit anyways. For someone who has nothing, this contract isn't even that exploitatory. It still has some icky stuff in there, but like, if you've got nothing, you can use this as an opportunity to grow yourself into something over the next 2 years. You can use it as an opportunity to grow still. It's not bad for everyone, but it is absolute daylight robbery for people who are independent. Yes. When did I ask? 2023 second half, during summer-ish. Yeah. Like that deal is entire. Keep in mind, that contract had none of the things they promised. They said they operate.
Where's the yellow thing I'm looking for?
The entire first over 2 hours sit down with them of what they can offer, what Vshoujo is, and how they can help a talent and their value to the talent. None of this was in the contract. Almost none. There were 2 things that were. But those things, it's mostly because they have to. Because it's, once again, about their assets. I want to make sure I don't get more assets than I can ask for. So that's probably why it's in there. So none of that was in the contract. That says a lot. So yeah, also to other people who say that the contract is the best they've ever gotten, doesn't have to be wrong. It doesn't have to be wrong.
Yeah.
Also, some people don't have such an amazing lawyer as I have. Some people may look at the contract considering the PowerPoint presentation they have probably also received in the beginning. And they are like, this is fantastic, without realizing that this entire presentation doesn't exist in the actual contract. And some people don't even have a fucking lawyer. They only look at the PowerPoint and
yeah, because they got a lawyer.
Plus, who is to say they all got the same contract? Plus, who is to say I didn't help anyone else? The lawyer I pay for, remember? My lawyer, the lawyer I pay for? I gave all of those notes for free to everyone, including my personal notes and all of the red lines, to everyone who asked. because they didn't make me sign an NDA. Nothing, they made me sign nothing that doesn't give me the right to do so. So, and before you try and somehow once again go on some weird fucking hate train because you want to dick ride my fucking hate train so bad because you're so desperate to find something wrong with me, fuck you. Try always making shit up when there's nothing to make up about. If you don't know shit, maybe just shut your fucking mouth. Kind of fucking weird to have handstands all day long because this is the only fucking way I can explain so much shit's coming out the upper end. Holy fuck. Some people are so mentally goddamn deranged. Making shit up about drama and how I hate people who join these shoujo because I didn't warn them. Like, what the fuck kind of schizo bullshit is that? Brother, if they happy, they happy. You know how many friends I've actually actively warned to not do something and they went ahead and did it and I was just simply sitting there being happy for them? And then a year or two later when they're like, wah, wah, I'm simply there for them. I do hate them with a little bit of an I told you so, but mostly I'm there for them. I still poke fun at them, but I'm there for them. Sometimes you warn people like, hey, that girlfriend of yours is fucking toxic, don't do it, and they still date them. What do? You sit fucking through it like a good fucking friend that you are. Shut the fuck up. You hit him with a little tiny, I fucking told you she a bitch. But then you're simply there for when times are rough. Done. That's just how some people learn. Some people don't want to listen. Or they believe in all of the bullshit they're being fed down their throat of like all of the nice things they get to see and the good, too good to be true stuff. Also, a lot of people are very insecure and believe they can't make it without a corpo. Yeah, and then a lot of you don't poke at least a little fun at them. Yeah, sometimes it's your job to just watch the fucking train wreck and just, you know, just be there at the crash site. It's just how it is sometimes in life. Like, those fucking mentally deranged, absolute loser incels have to realize that if you've ever had friendships or values or any meaningful connections in your life, you would know that you can't always warn everyone. Some people will literally ignore your fucking warning and everything you know, and against your better judgment, they have to make your own decisions, and to be a good friend, you simply have to be there for them when everything comes crashing down. But you wouldn't fucking know that because you've never formed a meaningful fucking relationship in your whole fucking life with your father walking out and your mom fucking neglecting your whole family being basically no contract, and you're just being in a fucking basement talking about VTubers and trying to shit talk them on based on nothing and no information. Anyways,
that is quite the crash out.
Sorry, had to be German for a second there. Anyways, that was the kind of worms I opened yesterday, and I just wanted to put down the facts a little bit of like why it was such a red flag contract, how it was absolutely disgusting, and how I didn't like their final meeting with their lawyer. It was very unprofessional. I did not enjoy the condescending matter of their lawyer, their contracting lawyer. I did not enjoy the manipulation of what I'm supposed to believe is the industry standard. That was not nice. Them promising to not take anything of my assets that I've owned prior to Shoujo, just to backtrack and be like, yeah, there is no, yeah, stop, take your fucking greasy ass, sticky ass fingers off of my assets and my money and be good. I just wanted to have a good time with the beautiful girls, man. Was my fucking, my entire career's dream was to be part of fucking Hololive, and when that didn't work out, I was like, I discovered Shoujo because, well, I discovered Hololive way before Shoujo. And when that didn't work out, I saw that you can have the same fun in the Western sphere as well. that was my pep talk. Thank you for coming to my show.
Okay.
Oh god, let it rip.
And that was definitely something there. That was definitely something. Okay, I think we're done with that topic now. Then there's this one here talking about buffing characters. What is this about?
Yeah, so if I'm already skipping entire events, I don't see myself sticking around with Wuthering Waves for much longer. It doesn't help that Perlova's premium team includes a character I don't like
making new
at
gear
all.
sets doesn't really fix the problem.
Sooner than even I anticipated, guys. One of my older videos on this channel is me praising the character buffs given to Ellen Jo in version 2.0 of Zenless Zone Zero, in response to her endgame viability being called into question numerous times across the ZZZ community throughout the game's development in its 1.x versions. For me, Ellen Jo was such an important part of my personal experience playing ZZZ that I held it to a much higher priority to get done right over literally everything else that version 2.0 had to offer. Something I briefly mentioned near the end of my critique of 2.0 when it first went live. My hope in the future was that this wouldn't just be a flash in the pan, and that more characters could get the much needed attention that my beloved Sharkmaid had received to catch many declining characters up to the ever-evolving meta we are seeing unfold in each respective gacha game. Since then, we have only seen character buffs for a few Honkai Star Rail characters in version 3.4, and that is it. Many characters are still left behind in each game's respective meta, though Girls Frontline 2 seems to be buffing characters just fine. What's wrong, Big 4? Gonna let this niche game walk all over you? I mean, I don't blame you. Have you seen their feet? Sheesh!
Okay.
Aside from swapping out teammate options with newer characters, which only really serves to just drag the older character across the finish line with the new shiny units, there's only been one other approach to buffing characters that we've seen repeatedly that only ever serves to keep people running the hamster wheel. I'm referring to the introduction of gear sets that are straight up upgrades to older options for certain units as the games continue to release new patches. So let's talk about it. New gear in the Big 4 is regularly being added to better suit newer units, as well as to keep players busy at all times with grinding new gear. Sometimes, however,
and they're
the
so
gear
awful,
introduced
the gear
just so
grinds.
happens to
Fuck
work really
that.
well with older units to the point where it can be a straight-up upgrade to an older character's build options. And to be fair, I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that the development teams of these games take the power of these new sets for older characters into account when rebalancing endgame content for newer resets. So let's go ahead and look at some examples of that. For the sake of simplicity, I will be referring to gear sets that released in each game in the first couple years of their respective life cycles. If the meta has changed or new gear sets are even more strong than what I'm presenting, cut me some slack, okay? If Genshin and Star Rail were worth playing in version 3 onward, I wouldn't have to be working with older reference material, alright? Sue me. Starting off with Genshin Impact, we had the Emblem of Severed Fate in version 2.0, the dedicated set meant for Raiden Shogun with a focus on energy recharge and elemental burst casting. Burst-focused units like Zhangling and Xingqiu saw a sizable boost with the introduction of this set, and it's recommended as their first artifact choice going forward. We also have the Husk of Opulent Dreams in version 2.3, Arataki Ito's artifacts of choice with a stacking buff that triggers either through consistent on-field geo application or by simply being off-field for a short period of time. Noelle finally had a more tailored option thanks to her geo-infused basic attacks on burst. Albedo also saw a boost given the off-field nature of his skill set. Moving on, we have Honkai Star Rail with the Ash Blazing Grand Duke in version 1.5. If this set was meant for someone, let's just say they're no longer with us. Prior to this set launching, follow-up focused characters didn't have a dedicated option for them. The introduction of Ash Blazing changed that, with Herta, Himiko, Jingyuan, and Topaz and Nami all making the transition over from the more generic options they were running prior. Our most recent examples come from Zenless Zone Zero, with the first one being the Astral Voice Drive Disc set in version 1.5, tailor-made for the release of Astra Yao. Any agent in ZZ that already buffed teammates through quick assists would immediately get value out of this new disc set, assuming you can consistently maintain at least 2 of the 3 stacks this disc set provides. A much easier condition to activate than the previously best in slot option of Swing Jazz, requiring the equipper to either cast their ultimate or participate in a chain attack. Moving on from that, we have an even crazier option with the King of the Summit disc set for version 2.0, likely meant for Jufufu. This disc set gives stun agents buffing potential akin to a support agent, with the only requirement being to cast an EX special attack or participate in a chain attack. Reaching a crit rate of 50% on the stunner doubles the buff effect and is incredibly easy to do, as Drive Disc 4 for stun agents already uses a crit main stat in most cases anyway, with the only competing stun-focused disc set being Shockstar Disco, which even then can be debated on if the extra days is even necessary for more experienced players. Every single stun agent can make the jump to the King of the Summit to double down on any team's DPS's damage output. And I think it's safe to assume COTS is easily the gear set of the Big 4 that most characters could transfer over to with its release, though that is up for debate with the last game we haven't talked about. Wuthering Waves introduced Nightmare Echoes in version 2.0. variants of existing echoes in the game with different abilities when casted, but primarily a focus on giving characters additional damage type bonuses for simply having them equipped. With the exception of healers and damage dealers with specific playstyles or echo options, a lot of characters in Wuthering Waves want to make the jump over to using Nightmare Echoes. The only reason a player would decide not to make the jump over to Nightmare Echoes is if they just don't want to have to grind out new ones with substat rolls comparable to the echoes they had before.
And look, it's our tasteless white boy again with the segue.
Oh boy. Okay.
If you have taken the
Yeah,
time
the loot
to actually
treadmill is
build out
awful.
characters in any of the big four, you would know the gear
Obnoxious
system
four,
is the
not big
absolute
four.
worst aspect of any of these games. Character progression. The resource black hole that is gear optimization for most players usually ends with them settling for half-decent sets to save their sanity, or pulling signature weapons to close the gap of stat requirements for a well-built unit. I fall under the latter. But with how many 75-25s I lose in ZZZ, I'm sure some of you would just rather settle for flat defense roll hell, though many of you probably don't even have a choice in the matter. So in the event that a new set comes around, most players may just opt to not make the jump, either because they're working on completely new characters and don't want to get bogged down by periodic roster upkeep, or because they don't want to go through the trouble all over again. For example, from me personally, when Fei Zhao came out in Honkai Star Rail, I did not farm for her dedicated set, the Wind Soaring Valorous. Instead, I just took some random Eagle of Twilight line pieces I had lying around and got lucky with some decent substat rolls and just stuck with that and never updated her relics to this day. Thankfully, Fei Zhao was so strong with the follow-up team that it didn't matter at the end of the day. And that was for a character's dedicated set on their release, something that's to be anticipated by now for most new units. As for an example from the sets I showed off earlier, I was never able to farm a half-decent set for the Ash Blazing Grand Duke. For any of the aforementioned users of that relic set, right up to when I quit the game in version 3.0. What is the result that came from making the decision to not get dragged back into the abhorrent grind for long since finished characters? A more apparent decline in performance in endgame content.
Yeah.
When new gear
But
releases
endgame content
that
in these
update
games are
large
dog shit
portions of the
anyways.
gacha games roster and becomes an expectation
They're
for
dog shit
dedicated players
anyways.
to keep up with, the perceived power floor of a unit improved by these new sets is expected to go up, even if not everyone is willing to put the effort into grinding the new sets. This new perceived power floor is then treated as the baseline for how a character will then perform in endgame, where gacha developers will adjust enemy HP values to account for the new established floor. Except if you're someone who didn't farm the new set, or the new set you have lacks the same substat roll strength of your original set, you effectively took the gacha endgame equivalent to a pay cut in terms of your clear times. This will put players at a fork in the road, either go back and update as much gear on older characters as possible, which will in turn delay their ability to work on new characters, or continue to push forward.
It doesn't matter, man. At some point, you gotta realize, is it even worth it? And the other time too, right? If you have to pull something to go and clear it, you wasted your resources. Like, I am very, like, in the camp of remove all premium currency and stuff from endgame content. They should be 0. Just so, like, it proves a point. It really proves how worthless it is. Right? Because, like, even if we ignore the time spent and try to, like, mathematically put a dollar amount of value on that, because the thing is, at the end of the day, because they literally sell you premium currency anyways, you can eventually just factor in any type of grinding or any time spent into a dollar amount if your entire goal is to get more premium currency. Same time, with that logic as well, you have to consider the cost to even do the mode too. Right? So, like, eventually you realize what's the fucking point when you start looking at things that way. Right? You look at it, like, from a logical perspective in terms of gaining resources and gaining more than your and actually gaining more. Because the thing is, if it costs you resources to go gain those resources, and the resources it costs you isn't more than the output, you are just losing resources. Yeah. So like at that point, right? At some point, like you have to think for yourself if it's even worth it if you're only going after premium currency, because the reality is it's not. Like it's just straight up not. Right? Like, and the thing is, like, let's say you pull a character to go and do it, right? We're gonna ignore the time you spent to go build the character. We're just gonna ignore that aspect, okay? And technically speaking, since these games also can sell you stamina refreshes, you could also put a dollar amount on the amount of resin or whatever stamina you spent as well and convert that into a value too. You technically could. And make it, like, and make the thing even more just inefficient and ridiculous to even bother for it. But, like, yeah. The goal should never be to chase after premium currency because you're always gonna lose. If your only goal and only reason to do it is premium currency, you've already lost. No matter what. No matter how quickly you can clear it or anything, you already lost. Because it costs you a lot more than you're gaining back. Always. But like, yeah, like, again, like, the character cost. Let's say it takes you like 160 pulls to get the character. 160 squared is like 25,000 premium currency and some change. And then how much do you get back? And because you have slots for multiple characters, what's the relative value of that character? And then you realize, oh shit, it's gonna take you several decades to break even. So why bother anyways? If that was your whole goal, right? Like, premium currency shouldn't even be put in there. Because the reality is, logically speaking, it's fucking stupid.
In spite of the raid's difficulty floor, in the case of the latter, you would eventually need to pull newer characters whom will have flat out better DPS output, pull limited weapons, or optimize your personal gameplay performance, which depending on your personal skill expression prior, could go nowhere if you're struggling to learn the finer details of your teams, or your performance is already so good that the marginal adjustments you can make won't lead to a substantial improvement or is too much effort for what you're getting out of it. In short, you're not looking at a fun time either way. As more and more gacha games begin to enter the scene, I believe it's safe to assume a handful of them will see the current
just trying to be logical here, man.
and ease up on their current
it's
design
never gonna be
as an
doubly with
incentive for
free-to-play
players
friendly.
to migrate over to the hot new gacha game. When this happens, it's going to be harder for the Big Four to maintain their place in the industry without having to concede ground and give players what they're asking for. I do hope as time goes on, we can see these games be more willing to buff older characters or to lax their gear systems at some point. Girls Frontline 2 already does both in this regard, with the expansion key system for character buffing and infinite gear rerolling with permanent subset increasing materials for its gear progression system. There are so many characters in all of these games that get left behind so badly that not even new gear can save them.
They don't
and
want
even
you
if it
to keep
could,
using the old
many
ones
immediately
anyways.
decide it's
Because
not
they want to
worth
sell
it
you the new
given
one.
their past frustrations with getting their hands on good pieces in the first place. Which is why I believe new gear to be a lazy, incorrect approach to buffing older characters that puts too much responsibility on the player to fix the company's poor balancing decisions. When the whole point of buffing a character is that it's something the developer needs to do, as they are the ones with the actual tools to do so. And to anyone saying that players need to have something to grind for or they'll leave the game, this is not something worth grinding for.
Yeah, and I'd leave it if that's all it is. Multitasking at its finest, I'm literally running a factory.
For many, it's just...
This shit is crazy, man. More shit needs to implement this type of gameplay, man. I saw freaking logic gates too that I could unlock. Fuck. Am I gonna go and do what I did when I was like studying FPGAs in college? Make a fucking FPGA in here with logic gates. But like, yeah, it'd be funny. It'd be funny if like you set up enough logic gates to make an NES in here, but like that'd be hilarious. But yeah, only beggars free to play character care about old character balancing. I mean, the reality is, endgame content in these gacha games are fucking stupid. No, I have not seen him play 12 MMOs at the same time. That's crazy.
One more reason to quit a game that doesn't respect their investment of time. Again, look at Ellen Joe.
I mean, endgame content in all of these gacha games never respect your fucking time. Once you, especially if the only reason why you bother is for premium currency, they never fucking respected it. Because you have to consider the cost to get the character, the time factor involved in that cost, and then the time factor and the cost after the fact. And lucky for you, the games also sell you stamina, so you can even convert the stamina that you spent to a dollar amount value. You can convert every single aspect into a dollar amount of value, and then you look at the input in versus the output, and you realize that you're just actually at a massive net loss. Yeah, so here's the reality: the best way to treat endgame is don't. It doesn't matter. All of the endgame in these gacha games are dog shit. And, like, especially if the only reason why you're doing it is for premium currency, the reality is you're always losing. Even if you're free to play or whatever, you still lost. You're always losing. Why would I even... Here's the other thing, too. Why you care about the endgame when you're trying to play the actual game? Right? And, like, the thing is, too, those games sell you power, so does whatever you do matter? Does anything you do in them matter if they sell you more power?
And just keep doing that until everyone is happy.
Right? It's like this. Wait, here. I need to switch off to using the thing and go back to my old encoder at some point. Here's the thing, all those issues are reasons why you don't buy a freaking AMD graphics card if you want to do any type of video production. It's the perfect example of why. I'm literally sending like a big relay from one PC to another using my AMD graphics card, integrated graphics on my CPU. Those are AMD encoder fails, basically, when it freezes like that. No, like, the thing is, there's a reason why NVIDIA dominates it. It's because AMD's cards are kinda shit for the price. They're too expensive. And if you need to do anything more than gaming, they're basically useless. It's not that they're useless, they're just so far behind. Even Intel beats them at certain things. Like, outside of gaming, they're fucking losing to Intel. If you need to do video work. Which is just hilarious. But yeah, like... Yeah, their CPUs are good, but their graphics cards are kinda... Yeah. Like, the reality is... Their GPUs are priced way too high. Then they're basically just price matching NVIDIA for their gaming performance, but outside of gaming, their performance is shit. It's so bad. And like, yeah, that's part of why the adoption is shit. Because there are other people that will buy and use their stuff for other reasons. At least they maybe would like to, but they still can't. Because their product is shit for that. And like, if it doesn't work for what they need it to work for, they're just not gonna buy it. But that's just reality, man. Alright, we'll get that here. I need it underneath here. I need the stacker. Oh shit, wait. Whatever. We'll just let it do its thing there. Fuck it. 50% of the time it's gonna spit out the wrong pattern. Close enough. But yeah. Alright, cool, we got that there. Honestly, I think it'd be better if I just like AFK finish all these tasks and like wipe my entire board. And then come up with the next milestone thing. Figure out how I'm gonna like upgrade it next. Shit would be so much easier if I could just have a third floor. It would be so much easier. But yeah. Fluids and painting in that one. And then there's trains. This shit goes crazy. With the things you can do in this one. The thing gets crazy. Alright, let's just go do another react. Alright, let's see. Hardbound is unfinishable? How bad is it? What's going on here? What's up with Hardbound?
Because the next set of lines tell us everything we need to know about why Heartbound's code could no longer scale. What's up, guys? Coding Jesus here. Guys, I was working on my motorcycle, all peaceful, when I all of a sudden received a message on Discord. That message contained a file that included a diff between Heartbound's latest release and the release prior. Now, for my non-technical audience, what is a diff?
More pirate
a
software
diff simply stands for difference. It's a comparison
They're
between
gonna show us the
latest code and the code that existed before it. A diff usually shows additions and subtractions from the previous version to the new version. Why do I bring this up? Well, one of Jason's most cited reasons as to why Heartbound has been in development for the past 10 years and has been progressing at a snail's pace, is that he's
Yeah.
bottlenecked on the dialogue.
His game is poorly
Primary
coded.
bottleneck isn't code, it's actually writing.
It's not the framework, it's not the code, it is the writing.
The game's bottleneck isn't programming, it's writing.
In light of that claim,
sure.
and the recent diff that I've been sent, I want to spend the next 5 minutes analyzing just that. Now, don't get me wrong, writing is hard. There
Yeah.
are plenty of prolific examples out there of authors who haven't produced a new piece of work in years. But those authors aren't working on a 2D game. Neither
Yeah.
are those same authors spending 11 hours a day editing a
What
configuration
story?
file
What is he
and
writing?
playing Minecraft
Exactly.
on stream. They are writing and they are brainstorming. Now,
Okay.
if I didn't know Jason's character, the fact that he shifts goalposts,
Yeah, I'm not
smears
surprised
anyone
this
who gives him
stuff
an
is
ounce of constructive
horrible.
criticism, and never takes accountability, I
There you
may
go,
have
you can
given
look
him
at
the benefit
Katya
of the
while
doubt
he
here. But instead of just talking, let's actually take a look at the evidence so we can see what's really going on. Today's video sponsor is me.
Just
I built
copy
this platform
Undertale.
called getcracked.io, which
All right.
focuses on covering everything that is not lead code related to the technical interview for languages like Python, Rust, C++. That
There you go,
involves concepts like
we're
language
rubbing
knowledge,
Katya's back.
networking, operating systems, concurrency, computer architecture, etc. As you can see, we have over 600 problems that will really test and sharpen your skill set. Check it out. Because
Okay.
this is a diff of production code, I won't be displaying or sharing any of it. Instead, what I've done is rename or change every method, number, file name, and variable to the point where the code contains nothing Heartbound related, but whose general structure still retains that of Heartbound's. In other
Okay.
words, the only thing that changed is the data. The code flow is the exact same. Let's take a look and see whether or not the writing really is the bottleneck.
You want the interactable?
Starting from the top of the diff, changes are sorted by file name. Jason actually has decent naming for his files, and luckily for us,
This one?
those that are dialogue related are all at the top of the diff. Including lines of code produced by the diff tool Git, used for annotation, we have give or take around 381 lines of dialogue. The total diff size is 1,780
You mean that?
lines.
You want
The
that?
diff actually doesn't contain the full code change, so it's possible
Oh, the
there are more
background on
lines
the
of dialogue
character, wait.
that are not included here. This is actually irrelevant for my point.
Oh, wait,
Once
I can
again,
put them in?
This is irrelevant for the point I'm about to make. Because the next set of lines tell us everything we need to know about why Heartbound
You want this
code
one?
can no
What
longer
does it look
scale,
like?
and why its development has
Oh.
crawled at a snail's pace. Let's zoom in on the
I
third line of the
see.
change set. -13, 9,
Wait,
plus
when did they
13,
add this
1164.
feature?
What does this mean? It means that there were previously 9 lines of code here,
do
starting at
this?
line 13. Now there are 1,164 lines
I
of
did
code
not
here,
know
starting at
about
line
that. I didn't
13.
crash.
In other
Nice
words,
job, Unreal Engine.
1,151 lines of code were added. Let's take a look at these obfuscated lines. As you can
What's
see,
the one
the
that's
game
on
makes a decision
Imperium?
based on the upcoming step. This
When
represents the
did they
next
add
scene.
that?
There are around 168 case statements that follow. In other words, there are 168 potential events that can take place, each with their own upcoming step and copied and pasted code.
Okay.
Jason has reached the point of no return. The amount of branching out paths has become so convoluted. His endless switch statements to handle divergent paths has left him at a point where even one spelling mistake can lead you down the wrong branch, and where adding scenes is a game of copy and paste. We'll touch on important decisions
Wait,
that
how
could have
does
been
this
made,
work now,
leveraged by games like Detroit Becoming Human, that could have prevented this in just a moment. To emphasize just how much of a mess this is for the non-technical audience, imagine a ball of yarn. Before
Okay.
you retire that ball of yarn following your knitting session, you need to ensure that it is well put together. If you just throw the ball of yarn back into the trunk, you'll find yourself several knitting sessions later dealing with a jumbled ball of yarn, not knowing where to start or how to proceed. Jason's code
Yeah.
is now that jumbled ball of yarn.
Damn.
So how do games like Detroit Becoming Human build a narrative engine on their game? They do so using a graph-based system. For my technical audience, this is a directed acyclic graph, or DAG, of states. For my non-technical audience,
Okay.
this is a flow diagram or behavior tree. The core game logic reads from data tables or JSON-like files that describe A, nodes, B, conditions, and C, effects, not excluding any other project-specific information that's needed. In building this decision engine, programmers don't actually
Is
write
the
any
code
C++
spaghetti? Who
code.
knows?
They simply populate spreadsheets or visual editors to build new scenes and new dialogue. That way, they spend less time on the framework and more time on their creative writing. If you wrote Detroit Becoming Human with nested ifs and cases like we've seen in Jason's work, you'd explode the codebase, risking a single addition breaking branches in hundreds of places. Without going into too much detail as to bore the non-technical audience, common design patterns used in narrative-based systems include 1. The observer pattern, where NPCs listen for updates propagated by other objects, changing their own internal state as a result. For example, when the Alice Rescued event is propagated, the cutscene manager triggers alternative dialogue. Another common pattern is the command pattern, where we encapsulate decisions and actions as objects. Each decision is encapsulated in a command object, making it easier to queue, undo, or replay, for example, in a flowchart. I can keep going, but I think you get the point. It's become more than obvious at this stage. The bottleneck is not writing, it's the code. That is, if Jason actually wanted to write instead of playing Minecraft or hurling insults at other creators. The thing is, I wouldn't even blame him if he just came out and said he makes more money streaming than he does developing Heartbound, and as a result,
I wouldn't be
he's
surprised.
not interested in continuing the project. But at this stage, my opinion is that he's using Heartbound as a way to pad his resume, so he can maintain the game developer moniker. Heartbound isn't done because it's not supposed to be done, both from the technical perspective, that it is impossible to complete, and the behavioral perspective, that leaving it unfinished allows him to pretend that he's working on something meaningful and important. That's just my opinion. I'll let you come to your own conclusion.
I mean,
I'm
it's
just here to
probably
review the
true.
code. If you like the video, consider liking and subscribing. If you want to go above and beyond, consider becoming a channel member or patron. And remember to test your own coding skills for free on getcrack.io. Thanks for watching.
He's like, I worked at Blizzard, Sure he did. Alright then. I know, but like not the kind of thing you think like he would say he did. Right? Like he didn't work as a game developer. Who is in charge of his so-called writing? I don't know, man. He was. So he's a bad writer too. Yeah, just not in the way you think. Exactly. Exactly. Alright. Why was I sent this random ass game? The fuck is this shit? Some random ass old ass IP game. The fuck is this? 4 minutes long. Okay.
You know the phrase, strike while the iron is hot?
Sure.
Well, when it came to Ren and Stimpy games on Super Nintendo, the saying
Might as
turned
well
into
mark it
more
off.
like, immolate yourself onto the iron while it's hot, because the SNES got 4 Ren and Stimpy games within a year and a half, and sadly, they all frickin' suck. Sure, some
It's
may
an
have
IP
some
game,
okay
of
beat-em-up
course.
mechanics, and the visuals and sound do an okay job capturing the show, but they weren't worth playing then, and they're not worth playing now. Meanwhile, around that same time frame, the Sega Genesis got just one Ren and Stimpy game called Stimpy's Invention, developed by Blue Sky Software, the same folks that made games like Vector Man, Shadowrun, and even Joe Montana Sports Talk Football.
I don't know
That's a
what those
substantial
are, but
resume
okay.
compared to the dev teams that made the Super Nintendo games, who also boasted titles like
We're
James
talking
Bond
about shit
Jr.,
that came
Home
out way,
Alone,
way
Wayne's
before I
World,
was
and
born.
Home Improvement Power
Decades
Tool
before.
Pursuit. That's a who's
Decade
who of total
before,
crap.
decade plus.
Stimpy's Invention on Genesis, however, hey, it's not total crap. The story is that Stimpy has created the Mutate-O-Matic, a matter replicator that can turn garbage into food, and of course, when he turns it on for the first time, it explodes, and pieces fly
literally
apart
have a
everywhere, so
ton
the
of
goal of
stuff
the
here
game is to
still.
find the pieces and put the thing back together. This is a
Good.
strictly 2D platformer
But, like,
with
if you wanna
both
send
characters
something, send it on
interacting with each
Discord.
other, even if you play single player. But this game is compatible with a second player if you happen to have one nearby. It should be noted, though, that if you do play this one co-op, both players share one life bar. That's not ideal. But hey, this game isn't terrible,
Yeah.
imagine that. The controls are very quick and might take a minute to get used to, but there's tons of tandem attacks you can do using both characters. Yup, even if you play this one in single player,
Yeah, I have
you
way
can still
too
have
much.
both characters there to
Right,
help
like I stopped doing it for like 2.5 weeks. And then like we get swamped.
each other out. In fact, there's 6 unique tandem attacks for both Ren and Stimpy, depending on who you pick. For example, if you pick Ren, just go up to Stimpy and press B and up at the same time, and Stimpy's nose will fly up into the air and take out enemies. If you pick Stimpy, go up to Ren and press C and up, and Stimpy spins Ren's head from the rest of his body, and they both fly into the air. I recommend taking a glance at the manual if you can get access to it, or a GameFAQs move list so you can take full advantage. You get a life bar with 4 lives to get through 6 levels on 3 continues with a password system, and through each level, this game does a great job representing the show. You're in a wrestling ring fighting Lump and Loaf. You got Powdered Toast Man on the world map screen. You've even got Log leading the Sega logo onto the screen, complete with the Log song. You got lots of great sound bites from each character. The main theme is here as well. It's just a really solid use of the Ren and Stimpy license, and it gets the most it can out of it with the Genesis hardware. The biggest downside here is that this game is really short. It's like a 20-minute game. Yeah, it's nice that there's a password system, but you probably won't need it. So yeah, this is just a quick video on the one good 16-bit Ren and Stimpy game, and it's not any of the 4 Super Nintendo games, it's the one on Sega Genesis. The enemy design does a good job with the surreal and bizarre art style, with bouncing eyeballs, pissed off giraffes, and these eyeball trees. And the settings are great too, like the inside of a freezer, the zoo, and the final stage, which looks like a mad scientist.
I mean, we're talking about old-ass games, okay? Some of these old-ass games can be beaten in under a half hour. Like, what's the speed run of, like, of Super Mario Bros. On the NES? It's like 5 minutes or something? Like, a lot of those, like, really old early games are pretty short. Just so you know.
To slab. Most importantly, the controls are quick and simple, with tons of different double team attacks you can do. Stimpy's Invention isn't a must-play by any means, but it's a good solid 2D platformer with some interesting control mechanics that had some real effort put into it to make sure that it's a good representation of the show. If you're looking for a solid game to kill 20 or 30 minutes, you can't go wrong here. And hey, if you're into collecting cartridges, this one usually goes for...
Yeah, that's like the average runtime of like Kirby's Dream Land on the Game Boy. If you've ever played Kirby's Dream Land on the Game Boy, that's the average runtime. Oh, and also, if you're wondering, if you've ever played Kirby Superstar or Superstar Ultra, the SNES game or the DS game, the first, thing Green Greens was the stage, I think. But like the first, game, in quotation marks, you can play is literally just a remake of Kirby's Dream Land from the Game Boy, except with copy abilities. And oh yeah, it's called Spring Breeze, I remember now. The Spring Breeze. It's literally just Kirby's Dreamland. But you get copy abilities and one of the bosses got removed. Which is also about a 20-minute runtime for like a normal run. Like some of those early games are actually just that short. Like not even speed run. Some of the length came from them being really difficult. But yeah.
For less than $10.
For stuff like the Mega Man games.
Alright, I want to thank you for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Fair enough. I mean, it's not that long. Like, Pokemon Gold and Silver is like 8 hours or something on like a normal playthrough. Same with the remakes on the DS. It's like an 8-hour normal playthrough. They're pretty short. For what they are. But yeah. Alright, let's see what else here. We got that one. But yeah, like, there are certain things that I'm just, like, gonna just straight up refuse. Just because. But, like, I won't even open up the thing. I'll just put a no. Because, I'd rather not give them any view or show anything of them than bother at all. For certain things. But yeah. Let's see. The most hated game dev, what is this? And then there's this one. There's more pirate software thing. Most hated game dev here, I'll pull it up. And then there's the Shardbound after. We'll put them in here, back to back.
the universe has made a sequel to Darkside Phil entitled
He's
it
getting
Pirate
milk though,
Software.
yeah.
What am I supposed to do for you?
As he has done everything but relieve
He did
himself
something
on
good by
Amarok.
doing just
that?
in the wrong way.
The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
We've got blatant
Yeah.
misunderstandings of simple English.
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. Now, eat my entire ass.
A never-ending spool of lies.
I release an update for Heartbound on the first week of every month.
Oh, studio update, January 2025. And the last time he updated since then, April 1st, 2024. Oh, wait, this patch is an April Fool's joke. And then the update before that was back in December of 2023.
Incompetencies in coding.
Honestly, if I was claiming I'm a game developer with 20 years of experience, this would be embarrassing to have online.
And juicy little dips into the boy's cranium, some psychiatric looks.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality I'm just trying to give context.
So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Yeah.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Now, I have been deeply entrenched in this entire situation, so this video that you're about to watch is bound to have information that you haven't seen yet. Oh,
You guys ready?
yeah.
Okay.
I think I'll take the California chicken wrap.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, where were we? Now, before all of this, Pirate Software was generally very well liked.
And the winner goes to Pirate Software.
He seemed to be extremely well informed on game development.
And you don't have to learn the whole language. You just learn the pieces that you need. That's how we learn stuff.
As he had been a game developer for 7 years at Blizzard.
At least that's what he claimed.
Blizzard for 7 years.
Is that true? He was that before?
Yeah.
Your Blizzard stories are fake? Which Blizzard story do you think is fake? Would you like to talk to me or my dad that worked at Blizzard for 23 years that's currently in chat? Which one do you want?
He seemed to know a lot about hacking.
If you want to learn how to hack, dude, go to owasp.org,
Yeah,
which is a
same
website that will teach you
vibes.
all about web vulnerabilities.
He actually really seemed to know a lot about, well, everything. And so a lot of people looked up to him.
You don't need to say unalive. That was a thing that TikTok pushed to allow people to monetize themselves.
And he was also pretty wholesome at times.
And if you ever feel like you need help, ask. No harm in that.
But now he's an asshole. So, but you
Damn.
see, because of his smugness and arrogance, he is losing tens of thousands of subscribers every day. Now let's
Yep.
delve into why. So this all started in a hardcore World of Warcraft server where he joined a group known as OnlyFans.
Welcome, everyone, to our first real-life OnlyFans Guild meeting 2025.
It's a play on the words OnlyFans, which is a website that Pirate Software uses to goon. You know that term goon?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. You don't know
I
what
don't
a goon
know.
is?
Oh, I thought you said he uses it to goo.
To
He uses it to goo, guys.
Yeah, that's better. Now, a lot of you guys probably know this part of the story, but I don't think you actually realize how pivotal of a role it plays in this entire thing. This is the pebble that caused the snowball to snowball down the slope.
Okay.
I don't ski. So, in a hardcore server,
I don't
if your
either,
character
don't worry.
dies, it dies for good. And so, things started to get really tough in the middle of a raid, right? They were having a losing battle, and it all fell apart, and he abandoned his teammates.
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
But he refused to own up to his cowardice.
Yep.
Ooh. Thank you. Check this out. A fry from France. Here, guys, take a bite. It's pretty good, huh? You owe me 10 cents for that. All of you. Now, he got dogged on for this, like, relentlessly.
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
But people started goofing on him because his actions here personified the role of a guy who truly felt that he had done nothing wrong in this situation.
They called run, I ran, and I was out of mana. I don't know what the hell they were expecting, dude. That does not make any sense.
But it's a foreshadowing of what's to come. He actually talked about this with Dr. K for like 3 hours.
But there was a pinnacle moment where one of the guys said, run, run, run.
Damn,
Are
run. Just run. Guitar, you dummy.
So we all ran. And then as I ran, he goes, why are you running to me? And I'm like, I could be a dick right now and be like, you told us to run.
But oh no, Jason, you, my boy, would never say anything like that.
You have a boss in you, you called run.
Getting slowed.
Now this stuff is all really petty and meaningless, right? But goddamn, is it entertaining or what? I haven't been able to look away from it. It's like the sun. But this mana incident is important to document because before this very moment, he always appeared to be a very level-headed guy. But this is the moment where everything began to crumble.
Oh
because
boy.
these aren't people that give a shit about World of Warcraft. They're not people that give a shit about those characters. They're not people that care about any of this stuff. They just want to hate me.
So, people continually mocked him for this debacle, and it eventually got to him.
And I get this shit every day, and it is thousands of people.
And because it got to him, he fed into it and gave it a bunch of energy, which the audience also fed off of.
We banned 50,000 people on Twitch alone for this shit. 50,000 accounts so far.
So Jason, my boy, you need to realize that when the internet sees they're getting a reaction off of you, they're going to continually poke
Exactly,
you to
they're
get
gonna
the
keep
same
poking.
reaction. It's classic stuff, right?
This pirate software clip became one of the most viral and widely viewed moments in WoW history. And again, I can't stress this enough. Nobody would have dug up any of these clips had he just said, oops.
I feel like you guys already know this
fucked
part.
up. He
So I
fucked
just
up.
glaze over it like Thor
He's the
glazes
fuck
over
up.
Undertale.
Undertale is a brilliant goddamn game. It's very good.
So, Ross from Accursed Farm started up this movement called Stop
Hey,
Killing
Kamaki.
Games, which in a nutshell
Yeah, the dude got
prevent
exposed.
publishers from shutting down their servers and killing their own games, making them unplayable.
Stop Killing Games is a consumer
Let
movement
me-
started to
let
challenge
me adjust my
legality
what I'm
of
also
publishers
doing.
destroying video games they have sold to customers.
It's
There
an
you go, you
all-around
can see
good
my
thing
factory,
for games
too.
and gamers, except Thor fundamentally misunderstood the initiative pretty much in its entirety.
Of
It was
course
pretty
he
fun.
did.
So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically we don't want single-player games
No.
to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore.
No, that's not what it is.
It's not.
Stop Killing Games includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them.
Like, it was baffling how much of it went right over his head.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters.
The guy who once seemed to know an awful lot suddenly didn't seem to know an awful lot. In essence, he thought that the Stop Killing Games movement was actually a killing games movement. So he wanted to stop the Stop Killing Games movement in order to not stop killing games. But this all had the Streisand effect, and he actually didn't stop Killing Games. Put so much attention on the situation that the petition wound up getting all the signatures it needed, and then some, which was a great big win for gamers, but a huge loss for Pirate.
I hope you get everything you asked for and nothing you wanted. Enjoy your genie, dude. Government's going to want to talk to you about it now.
We're good, thank you. We're good because the initiative got through. Now, had he just talked to Ross, all of this would have most likely blown over by now. He could go back to hanging out in his yacht and rubbing his daughter's feet or whatever he does.
So politicians are going to put this forward because it's an easy win. They don't understand the subject matter, and it's a diversion from more serious issues. I don't have any respect for that, and I don't have any reason to have a conversation with you.
Like, what the fuck?
People started looking into your past a little bit more deeply, and they found that the entire image that you've built up for yourself up to this point was nothing more than a facade. So one of the things that Pirate is best known for is his knowledge on game development. So a sneaky little boy, a coding YouTuber named Coding Jesus, decided to look at Jason's code. And when he did, he said, Jesus, this code is worse than the Bible.
When you look at the code here, what do you see? You see a lot of magic numbers. That's an industry term for numbers that don't have any description or explanation as to what they are or why they exist. That's what I would expect out of an intern that's fresh out of school.
Seriously, Jason got absolutely nailed by this Jesus fella.
Having a comment for we have asked the question and question asks equals 1 is totally superfluous, a waste of time, a waste of space. I'm not sure why it was added, if not just to waste time on a dev stream, to spend more time pretending you're coding than watching videos.
Now this ain't no small fry. This Coding Jesus fella, he really knows his stuff, right? He's essentially the carpenter of coding. So anyway, Apparently, Jason also stretched the truth about being a game developer and a hacker.
Judging by everything he has written here, it seems as though he's never held an actual game development position and he's never done any game development directly. All of his roles at Blizzard were either QA, website security, or social engineering, basically his hacking.
And so that explains why his coding was so bad.
Hacking was my day job, and I was really into it, really loved it. I was making more money than God.
So this begs the question, right? We get philosophical here on the channel. If he was never really a game developer or a hacker, then who truly even really was Pirate Software? It almost makes it seem like his entire online persona was exactly that, an online persona. And this little fella on my screen isn't real. See, to me and to you, he is man on phone. But
yeah,
to him,
I mean,
he
what
is
do they
God.
expect, man?
He's his own god of his reality, and that's
It's not even
very
just
apparent in our
Frazzle.
next
Don't they
section
have
of
like
this
a
video,
bunch of them in
titled
there?
Hijo.
Create a problem and sell a solution?
So at this point, the guy's entire personality
Yeah, they
has
have
been
like so many of
unwrapped.
them.
The guy is fake. But I think at this point, right, the guy's having a full-blown meltdown, like Chernobyl. What we have here with Pirate Software is a never-ending carousel of spoofs and goofs. Mistakies that he makeys, which he could never admit to making.
Last month was my birthday and you missed it. You didn't call me, neither did your brother. You guys both ignored me for my birthday.
That isn't true. I sent
that
you a
is
text.
true. No, you did not.
Bullshit.
That was last year.
Did I send you one last year? My shitty son. Oh man, it was last. Wow.
And then he's got this like hoity-toity air about him where it really comes across like he feels like he's better than everybody else.
This sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat. I dropped the mask entirely. They can eat my entire ass, the whole thing.
And people don't like that.
His ego is so out of control, I feel like he's only a week or two away from exclusively referring to himself in third person, like Stone Cold fucking Steve Austin.
The problem is that when we're operating from ego and when we're driven by ego, the ego controls the emotion and the logic. So we end up doing things that are not good for us. So what happens when I operate from ego, I want to be something, is it causes us to make, generally speaking, unhealthy traits.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you really should have listened to him, Jason. Dr. K knows his stuff. When you see clips of him saying stuff like this.
Do you ever suffer from imposter syndrome? Every day of my life, dude. 100%. I have felt like everyone is better than me my entire career. I felt like everyone was better than me when I became the lead of AppSec. I felt like everyone was better than me when I became a senior red team specialist. I felt like everyone was better than me when I hacked power plants for the federal government. I feel like everyone is better than me now that I'm doing this.
It makes things like that feel really disingenuous. Because where's the real guy and where's the fake guy? Oh, that's about it. That's it for that section.
Alright, I need 8 of those.
Hi, it's me. So he lied about a lot of stuff. He said for some reason that he had COVID for 9 months. That's a full pregnancy.
Yeah. And then he tweets out he has had COVID for 9 months since the start of February of 2020. Wait, what? Jason was only sick in March according to his own tweets at that time period. And there's work from February from earlier. And there's proof he worked during April, May, June, July, and August at the very least.
And he said that just to get out of like working on his game or something. And then, because he was getting so much flack from all this, he said that his game was getting mass downvoted on Steam.
I am no longer working at off-brand games. People were attacking all of the games we were publishing and trying to mass review bomb them. You can dislike the things I say, but this kind of behavior is unhinged.
But then somebody went on Steam and looked at his game and saw that it wasn't getting mass downvoted at all.
He said none of off-brand games titles are getting review bombed, and he includes showcasing the most recent reviews of those games, and we can see that only a couple of reviews are negative. That is 6 negative reviews. Ludwig and
yeah, and they were negative for a different reason.
Seemingly further slander the Stop Killing Games movement.
That's the thing. I don't think they're trying to slander the movement, right? Because at this point, they both know that that's a lost cause for them. I think Aether Studios let Thor go because they want to distance themselves from him after all this is blown up and he's shown the true self, the Jason. Because having him on their team at this point is kind of a bad look for them, right? Why would you want a guy on your game who wants to kill games? That'd be like Gandhi hiring a murderer to do his social media. And it's gotten so bad that people are even trying to say his voice is fake, that he has filters.
Oh,
He needs to remove his mic filter that gives him the radio voice.
Software, how's your show been so far?
It's actually been amazing. It's our first time out here at Denver Comic-Con, and there's so many people.
In his defense, though, he did say this.
Went back to the doctor. Doctor's like, hey, sometimes in your early 30s, your voice can change as a man, and it's effectively second puberty.
Also, though, On this clip here that XQC is watching, our boy Jason's overweight.
I mean, it is
Being
what it is,
overweight
man.
messes up with your hormones and
What you
lightens your
expect?
voice. It's why
It makes it-
Airsoft Fatty sounds like a shrill old woman when he speaks.
I like, it makes sense though. Like, it makes sense why they do it that way, because it's the easiest way they can set things up. Especially when they have things releasing in whatever order they want, they can more easily and more directly create certain power creep situations much faster. It's one thing if they were like, they pace things out and would release things at set times and set intervals, but yeah. But they don't do it that way. Like, it's done on purpose.
You're looking at someone who can go days without pissing and shitting, and someone who can go about a whole day without drinking.
Really?
And I only drink from beer mugs.
And if all of this is to be believed, right, that he was never a game developer to begin with, and that at best he was an amateur coder and has no clue how to actually hack anything, then his downfall was all but inevitable, as it had been purely built on nothing more than lies. And you notice everybody here, what they aren't doing is they're not watching pirate software. Because they know. But the question is, did he see these as lies? Or did he truly believe these things to be true of himself? Kind of seems like he did believe them to be true.
Yeah, because they're afraid
Now,
the
I'm gonna
system
be real
might
with you
break.
here for
Yeah.
a second. I think it's important to be real once in a while
Who
on
knows,
this channel.
maybe.
I do it once a year, and this is that time right now. I really do feel for this guy. He has been dogpiled on to an absurd degree, and I'm just another dog on the pile right now. I'm adding to that mess. And it has clearly taken a toll on this guy's mental well-being. I really don't think that Pirate Software is a bad guy. Right now there's a narrative going around that that he's a total baddie, that he's like the internet's new villain. And I mean, he kind of is being villainous, but that's only because we've helped to create a villain. See, when someone's unfortunate enough to be in the situation that Thor has put himself into and is the recipient of continual online harassment, that's not going to help anybody's mental state, you know?
They swatted me on Tuesday. I don't give a shit what you think. I'm out, dude. Enjoy your initiative. Have fun. I hope the government listens to you and that they give you what you want instead of what you actually asked for.
Now, he could have been lying about all that stuff. We really have no idea. He seems to be a chronic liar at this point. But I think he's just trying to defend himself and get rid of the heat that he's been getting. He probably feels that he's backed into a corner right now, right? And the only thing he can do is lie. Just say something, just do anything to get the heat off of him, you know? But the more this goes on, the more he's gonna dig in his heels. He's at a point right now where there are literally hundreds of thousands of people telling him that he's wrong, telling him that he's an idiot. And the human brain is simply not equipped to deal with anything like that. His brain is probably so flooded with adrenaline and cortisol that his limbic system is stuck in survival mode, right? So I say give the guy a little bit of a break. But also, now zoom in, Thor. If you're watching right now, which I know you are because we're best buddies, you need to stop fueling these people, buddy. Look at the cycle that you're in right now. You keep reacting to these things and trying to do damage control, but it's only getting worse each time you do it. You have trapped yourself in a drama farm while inadvertently making yourself its star lolcow. I think you need to take some time away from all this and come back in a little bit when the heat dies down, right? You know, maybe go get yourself a therapist in the meantime. There's no shame in that. I have a therapist. Her name is and she works at the Institute for Therapists. And she'd be more than happy to have you in her office. In fact, she offered me better help than better health. In her drawer, she's got candy, condoms, and a revolver. She's ready for anything. You'd like her. Thanks for watching, Jason. Now, there's a message to the audience, okay? Generally speaking, I don't keep up with drama all that much. This year, the only dramas I follow are this one and iDubbbz. I kind of wanted to do a video on iDubbbz.
Who knows, man?
Maybe I still will. I feel like there's
You're
so
gonna
much
do an
to say
iDubbbz
there.
video.
But I wanted to try to make this video because I'd like to really broaden the scope of this.
Well, there's that one.
A section of code. That's it. In this case.
Oh, here we go. Here. You get to see the actual code. how bad
Pirate
it is.
Software is an indie game dev streamer who promoted the idea that anyone can make a game. With the help of a definitely not fake, sultry, deep voice, he became the biggest indie game developer creator on all of Twitch and YouTube. However, all of that came crashing down once people figured out that his entire persona was a lie. He claimed to have been working in the gaming industry for over 20 years. The reality is, his daddy got him a job in QA at Blizzard, and from there he went on to send phishing emails, basically asking people politely for the passwords. Obviously that calls into question his supposed expertise, but he is always primarily focused on indie games, and he has made an indie game, so who cares if all of his experience at Blizzard is fake? The question we should be asking is his indie game any good? I mean, the answer is obviously no, but how bad really is it? It's worse than you could possibly imagine. What made me look into the game in the first place was being shown the code from the game, and I say with no exaggeration, it is the worst I have ever seen. It is baffling in the sense that I genuinely believe it was made bad on purpose, but I'll leave the code review till the end of the video, but just keep that in mind while I'm describing the game, that the underlying code is a jumbled mess of incoherent nonsense. So without further ado, subscribe to Lord Frogmire, and let's look at this absolute piece of shit. So let's start with going over the gameplay, and we're going to be able to go over literally every single piece of gameplay that is not walking or talking, because there is genuinely that little within a single route of the game. Because that's all I played, you could not pay me $10,000 to play any more of this game. There are exactly 3 puzzle sections, 5 total puzzles, and this is being very generous with what I consider a puzzle, by the way. A single combat section, 1 battle, yes, 1 that is repeated, so that's 2 total battles, but only 1 unique fight, and 2 mini games. That's it. If you want to be extremely generous, there is 1 more mini game, puzzle. Literally all you do is click on a couple objects. Yes, that's literally it, but technically that's better than just walking and talking. This was a Kickstarter game, by the way. A Kickstarter game that advertised its combat, which its only unique combat encounter was advertised in the Kickstarter campaign that was funded in 2017 and raised $20,000. So in 8 years, he could not make a single combat encounter that he advertised as a primary part of the game with $20,000, let alone all of the sales the game got once it was released in early access. So while I'm going over the very limited gameplay that actually exists in the game, remember that this was a Kickstarter scam that was advertised as a real RPG with real gameplay. Okay, so our first section of gameplay is a log pushing puzzle. Yes, this is how generous I was being when I said there were 5 puzzles in the game. I don't think there's really anything to discuss here, because if there wasn't so few gameplay sections to begin with, no one would ever mention this. Okay, now we have the first and only unique combat encounter that was shown in the Kickstarter trailer. It is a WarioWare minigame compilation and is perfectly serviceable for a tutorial encounter. Not all of the combat in the entire game. All it is 4 very simple micro games where if you succeed, the enemy takes damage, and if you fail, you take damage. That's it. Perfectly serviceable, but very simple, very basic. This encounter is about 1 minute long. And remember, that is 1 of 2 encounters that are in the game. From here, we now have 3 puzzles in a row. Only 1 more puzzle exists in the game after this. And if I wasn't being so generous, I wouldn't call them puzzles at all. And I don't mean that they're easy. Do you remember those little things that babies use where it's a circle hole and a circle block and a triangle hole and a triangle block? That's what I would call an easy puzzle. What makes it a puzzle is you still have options. You could fuck up and try and put the triangle block in the circle hole. That's not what these puzzles are. These, you have a square hole and a square block,
It
and
all goes in the
literally
square
nothing
hole.
else. You cannot fail these.
The
There
square
is
hole.
only one option.
It all goes
if you
in the
try
square
the
hole.
only possible thing, you will complete the puzzle. Look at this
Everything
first puzzle.
goes
You
in
can
the
only
square
push
hole,
these blocks
guys.
and nothing else. You can only push
Where
those
does it
blocks
go?
in one
The
direction,
square
nowhere
hole.
else, and that's all you have to do. Push
There's
those two
less
blocks in the
difficulty.
only places they can possibly
The
go,
square
and you have
hole.
now completed the puzzle. And you might say,
Hey, you know
maybe
what
that's
they
just
say?
to teach you the mechanics, but it doesn't get better from there. Puzzle number 2.
You know what they say, right? Any hole's a goal or something, right? If there's a hole, there's a goal, right? So it all goes into the square hole. That's the goal.
All you can interact with are the switches. There is nothing else you can do. All you have to do is keep activating switches until you win. You could close your eyes. You do not have to think. There is no fail state. You just hit the switches until you succeed. Hit every switch to complete the puzzle. That's what I'm talking about when I say it's square peg and square hole. All you have to do is try and you succeed. As long as you are engaging with the game at all, you're moving forward. There is no thought necessary at all. That's why I don't consider it a puzzle. There is no triangle block for you to put in the square hole. And puzzle number 3 is literally the exact same thing as puzzle number 1. All you have to do is push the only blocks that you could possibly push in the only direction they will possibly go, then you flip the switches and you've succeeded. Literally no thought whatsoever. It's not a puzzle, but I'm being generous, so we'll give it to them. There are now 4 puzzles in the game, and you see the quality. 1 combat encounter, 4 puzzles. We're almost done with all of the gameplay, by the way. Gameplay that was in the game in 2017. After this, you get the final combat encounter in the entire game, which is the exact same fight as before, except this time you get to fight him for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So that means in this game that has been developed for over 8 years, there is 3 minutes and 30 seconds of combat. $20,000, by the way. Do you feel scammed yet? Well, we still have 1 more puzzle and 2 mini games to go, so save your judgment. This last puzzle is the only thing I would even consider a puzzle in the game, and all it is you're searching a room for clues to a 4-digit code. Yup, that's it. But it is a puzzle. You do have to try and figure out what the numbers are, so I'll give it to him. The game has a 1 real puzzle, and the best part about it is you can just skip it. If you don't want to do it, the game tells you can just input 7 ones and it'll let you through anyway. Who knows what the punishment is for that, but I'm sure it doesn't matter. I did actually do the puzzle though, because I wanted to experience all this game had to offer. Was it worth it? Honestly, at this point, yes it was, because at least I got to play some video game in my video game. Okay, moving on. We're almost done. On to the first mini game of only 2, so it better be worth it. It is a game in which you get a picture of either a sandwich or a soda, and then you have to give them the sandwich or soda in the order they ask for. So if they ask for soda sandwich, you give them a soda, then you give them a sandwich. If they ask for sandwich, you give them a sandwich, and then a sandwich. Does this sound fun? Does it sound interesting? Does it sound like it took 8 years to make? And that's half of all of the mini games in this video game this. Just soak it in for a second. I want you to burn this into your mind, because when we move on to talk about the code and how bad it is, I want you to keep in mind what he's coding, like what he's doing this for. Think to yourself, could this be done in RPG Maker?
Yes.
So far, except the one and only combat encounter, there is nothing here that could not be done in RPG Maker with literally no coding at all. But maybe this last mini game will change my mind.
No,
It'll
that's showing a
truly
contest
blow
video.
everything else out of the water. Nope, it's just as bad as everything else. Come on, what did you expect?
I
This
ain't
is
gonna show a
something that you
contest
make
anything,
for your first game. It is one step beyond Hello World. It is a game in which you must dodge falling objects. Yes, I know, you're technically supposed to be running forward, but programming-wise, that's literally all it is. You're dodging falling objects while trying to hit the object you want. That's it. There's nothing else to it. This is something you teach a middle schooler how to do for their very first coding class, And that's all of the gameplay in the whole game. And looking at all this, I just don't get it. Like, I'm genuinely confused. When Pirate Software told everyone that he worked on video games for 20 years, that he worked as a hacker, why did anyone believe him when this was what he was putting out? Why did it take this long for people to call him out for being a fraud when this is his magnum opus that took him 8 years? 8 years of perfecting your craft for something a middle schooler could make. This isn't the work of a professional. This isn't even the work of an amateur. It's pathetic. The worst part is, after scamming his own fans out of $20,000 and more, he has the balls to bait you into thinking there was another boss fight. You are seconds away from fighting an enemy literally called boss, and it fakes you out with a fake battle screen only to give a shitty Chrono Trigger-esque judgment segment where you hurt the boss by making good decisions. This is what I'm talking about, where I say it's baffling that it's taken this long for someone to call this guy out. He's been literally scamming and fucking with his own fans for years. But I'm getting ahead of myself. It's time to talk about the story, and that was clearly the focus of the game. Because the gameplay is only about, and I'm being very generous here, 10 minutes. So the rest of this entire game is walking around and talking to NPCs. So is the writing good? I mean, come on. That's not even a rhetorical at this point, because I know you're not asking it. Obviously, it's bad. Of course it's bad. But compared to the gameplay, it's not that bad. I would describe it as general 13-year-old girl writing, like maybe something you'd see on someone's Tumblr fan fiction account, like about that level. There are a couple really cringy lines of dialogue that are funny, like he unironically says sad armadillo noises, but it doesn't really get any more interesting than that. The real problem with the story of this game is the same problem you see in any teenage writing, that the game never gives you a reason to care about anything. Going back to that fake out boss fight, this is a boss fight where it's revealed that it's your mom, that you have mommy issues, and you defeat her by proving that you're not like her, where she accuses you of being evil, and then it checks your previous actions to see if they line up with her beliefs. And if you defied her and were a good person, you defeat her. It's clearly supposed to be a big emotional moment. The problem is we have no reason to care about any of this, because before this exchange, there's literally only one encounter with your mom that you weren't even there for. It's a flashback of your mom talking to your dad, where she calls you lazy and the dad pathetic. That's it. There's nothing else. There is no other reason to believe the mom is even abusive, let alone so evil that we had to have a boss fight about it. And that's not even the worst part, where she chastises you for your decisions. They include decisions you didn't even make. She accuses you of killing this character when I didn't even have the option. If I knew I could kill that character, I probably would have. It would have been funny. So when she's like, oh, I bet you killed that guy, and you're like, no, I would never do that. Except I would totally do that. I just never got the option. It doesn't show good moral character to just not press A on every possible thing. And the worst example of the game failing to make you care about something is the whole point of the game. The reason why you're doing everything in the center of your character is that your dog dies. Your talking dog, who's your best friend, dies, and you must go save him, sort of. Yeah, it really seems like he's dead forever, but that's what you're trying to do, is save him. The problem being, you literally only spend the first 5 minutes of the game with the dog. Why in the fuck should I care about this dog? I've spent no time with him. I know nothing about him. I know they're friends. That's it. That's like someone going up to you and being like, hey, my neighbor's brother's daughter's dog died. Isn't that sad? And you'd be like, yeah, I guess so.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's sad. That sucks. But I don't care. It doesn't make me want to play this whole game and fight for whatever. You have to get me to care about this. Show me how the dog helped him deal with his abusive mother. You have to show me that. This is literally first grade writing, by the way, by a 40-year-old man. Yes, this game that looks like it was made by a teenage girl and is written like it was made by a teenage girl was made by a 37-year-old man. I mean, there really isn't anything else to talk about the story. Nothing happens. The real problem is the game doesn't have real characters. They're all just caricatures. The only character that has more than a handful of lines is the main character, and the only thing I know about him is that he cares about his dog and he has an abusive mother. Maybe he's a bit sarcastic sometimes. I don't even know what he likes, what he dislikes. What does he have fun doing? How does he feel about things? Is he right wing? Is he left wing? How would he feel about the Federal Reserve? I don't know. I don't know anything about him. And I actually read every piece of mandatory dialogue. It's not like I was just skipping through things. The game is just so busy trying to make funny lines that are profoundly cringe that it never tries to say anything about anything. Actually, it does try and make one statement. It does have a line about how in the corporate world, you never go up, you only go sideways.
She has a wing on her. She has the left
that's
wing.
Just you, and it's because
her
you're
wing
bad.
is on her left.
No one was ever going to promote you out of QA when you can't fucking program, you can't write, and you're clearly an idiot. And what doesn't help the story is how much you know he's holding back.
I don't know about her being left wing, but I know she has a left wing.
Novice writer mistake is focusing too much on the reveal and not enough on the buildup. After your dog dies, you're feeling constant guilt, where it's like, oh, it's your fault, you killed the dog, and it doesn't make any sense. Because how the dog dies is you're just asleep and you wake up and the dog is dead. It has nothing to do with you. A monster killed it while you were asleep. It couldn't possibly be your fault. So clearly there is some kind of reveal later in the game where the dog died for a real reason and the monster's not real or something like that. Because as it is now, it doesn't make any sense. I have no reason to be like, I killed this dog. I didn't do anything, and neither did the kid. And there's no reason for him to feel this way. It just doesn't make sense. So the story's bad, the gameplay's bad. What else is there? What could possibly make this game worth playing? Well, one of the big selling points is the multiple routes, that all of your decisions matter. I've already told you I only played one route, the good route, and if you've listened to a single word I've said so far, you know exactly why. But let me tell you now, the decision making is just as bad as the rest of the game. You literally have an evil voice telling you which is the bad option and which is the good option. It is literally as overt as listen to this character's problems and be nice, or kill them. And just in case it's slightly more subtle than hitting you in the back of the head with a sledgehammer, you have the evil voice in your head telling you what the evil option is. No, the choices obviously don't matter, because being forced to play this game again is a form of cruel and unusual punishment. But that's the whole game. That's it. And why do you think there is so little? Probably because there's only one completed chapter. Yes, that's it. You have one chapter about, who knows, maybe half of chapter 2, maybe it's 75%. I have no idea how much more there could be. And then the very opening of chapter 3. That's all that's completed in 8 years.
It's like press A for Route 1, press B for Route 2.
One chapter of an unplayably bad game. So yeah, maybe there's more character development in the rest of the game. And maybe they'll make me really care about that dead dog. But I have the strangest feeling that none of that's ever going to happen.
Yeah, probably not going to happen.
The game is never going to be finished, because at this rate, it's going to take him the rest of his life. He will die before this game is completed.
Sounds
so is the game
right.
worth playing? No.
Nope.
Is it bad? Obviously. This is something a teenage girl makes for a school project in RPG Maker. Not something made by a nearly 40-year-old man on a 3-person team. Now it's finally time to talk about the code. Now that you have the full context, you can understand not only why is this bad,
better
but why
audience.
it's
Exactly.
unnecessary, because the entire game could be made with no coding at all in RPG Maker.
Yeah, you don't need
99% of the game is just
RPG
walking
Maker.
around and talking to people. RPG Maker games with no RPG elements that are just walking and talking have been made since the beginning of fucking time. This game would actually be better if it was made in RPG Maker, because he fucked up something as simple as just showing text on the screen. How the game works is you left click to enter dialogue. Then if you're going to progress the text, which you're going to have to do if you can read at a first grade level, you must then right click. Then if you want to move on to the next text box, you can't right click, you have to left click again. So just reading is the song and dance of left click, right click, left click, left click, right click, left click. You see how that might get annoying really fucking fast? Or if you were as bored as I was,
yeah, no, that is not
fun part
Snowbreak.
of the game. Anyway, there you go. That's it. This is the code I wanted to talk about. No, it's not the 1,000 element switch statement. Yes, that's real. No, it's not the array of flags with 560 elements all listed out in a row. Yes, that exists also. It's just this. Now, if you've never coded before, you might not understand why this is so bad. That this was so
we have Snowbreak
shocking
here.
that it made me create this video. Let me start by explaining what a switch
Snowbreak is here.
A switch is a form of go to, because literally all it does is go to a section of code. That's it. In this case, we take the argument global.storylineArray 333. God, that is insane to say, by the way. And based on what that value is, we go to that case. So if the value is 1, we go to case 1.
We'll leave it on the Marion idle
2,
screen.
we go to case 2. And this doesn't have to be in order. You could have case 333 and then case 12 right after that. You can do whatever you want. It's just whatever the value is, we go to the case that has that value.
They made a QL where you can pick the loading screen, really.
Is an
That's
if
neat.
statement. All an if statement is
yeah, they're all
whatever is in
up,
those
man.
parentheses is true, then we do what's
Pirate
in that
software
block.
just a major
now that
skill
you
issue.
understand those two things, you are now a better programmer than our hacker genius here. Because what you see here is complete absurdity. He does not know the purpose of an if statement or a switch or how to use them. I'm going to give you 1 second to see what is wrong with the switch. All right? You ready? Why is it not an if? Why is there code that even says do nothing? Want to know how you do nothing in code? You just don't write it.
Exactly.
So if we delete case 2, again, there's nothing there. There's nothing to do. If we just got rid of it, it'd be exactly the same. We are now left with a switch that has a singular case. So what that means is we check what is the value of our global whatever the fuck. If it is 1, we go to case 1. And there is nothing else to check because there are no other cases. Do you see the problem now? We could literally just write this as an if statement. And what's the peak absurdity is that's literally what he did directly above this. So he did it right, then immediately did it wrong right after. And even then, it's still not correct. I'll give you one more programming concept. There's something called a bool. That is what the if statement is checking for. It's checking for a boolean. A boolean is either true or false. However, that can also be represented as a number, where 0 is false and everything else is true. So in this if statement, he's asking, is global array whatever the fuck equal to 1? Do you see the problem there? He literally has a comment confirming that what is in that array is a boolean. So there is no reason to be checking for anything. All you do is put global.storylineArray 367 and then end it there. And it works exactly the same. And then he could just do the exact same thing right below that. Global.storylineArray 333 and then end it there. No switch statement, no nothing, just an if. And I'm not even going to talk about how both of those blocks of code are literally doing the exact same thing. Both of them are only calling instance destroyed. So you could literally do an or there, and then you can combine all of it into one line. And this is the point. This is why it makes me mad, because he wants his code to be big. That's the point. I've seen a bunch of code reviews on his code. 2 very great videos about this. But I had to make this video because they don't point out what's important is he's doing this intentionally. He's clearly doing this to make himself look smarter because his dumb fans who don't know how to code look at that and think, whoa, look at all that code. He must be a genius. He thinks more code equals better code because he's an idiot and his fans are stupid too. Look at here. I'll just give you one more example. Look at this. Do you see how it's a list of things where he's literally doing the exact same thing every time? All of this could be done with a single for loop.
What I got
yes,
pinged for?
just one loop. Literally, all for loop is
me?
we do one thing
someone
over
join my
and over
Discord?
again until we hit the number of
here.
repetitions we want. And we
Wait,
can increment by
it's you,
any
okay.
amount we want. In this case, we would definitely increment by 1. And the cool thing is, we
Oops,
get
I clicked the wrong
access to
button.
that incrementer. So
One
we
sec.
don't have to write the number every single time.
There you
But
go.
do you see the
I got you
problem with
verified.
that is? He would have less code, and then it would look less cool. He wants these
I gotcha.
giant blocks of code. He's an idiot. He's dumb. He thinks big blocks of code means he's doing a lot of work. What a fucking dipshit. Can you imagine him just typing out over and over and over again, line after line after line of the exact same thing, being like, man, I guess there's no better way of doing this. Maybe he's that stupid. Honestly, he probably is. But at least part of it has to be him trying to look cool with these giant chunks of text. That's why he doesn't use loops. That's why he used a switch statement when he could use an if. That's why he's checking if true equals true. Yes, that's literally what this means. What he's typing here is true equals true. That's why he refuses to write true or false instead of 0 or 1, because numbers look cooler than true or false. That's why he refuses to use functions and will literally just repeat the exact same steps over and over again. It's because he wants to look cool. He's a child. Everything in this video so far can be explained by the fact that he is a man-child. He is a 37-year-old teenage girl. He codes like a teenager. He writes like a teenager. And he makes big, exaggerated lies just like a teenager. And just like a teenager, he will never admit when he's wrong. And that's why this entire controversy happened. It has nothing to do with Stop Killing Games. It has nothing to do with him letting his friends die in World of Warcraft. It's that he's a child who refuses to grow up. And if you give a child millions of dollars and a ton of attention, they will fuck up eventually. And he'll never learn. You just know he'll never learn. You don't get to 37 acting like a child and even have the capability of learning. And I want to make it very clear. There is nothing wrong with writing bad code. There's nothing wrong with making a bad game. There's nothing wrong with writing embarrassing dialogue. The problem with Pirate Software and why he is being mocked endlessly is he acts like an expert when
Even
he's
his dad
worse
called
than
him
a
out on his
novice.
BS.
And the
Not
only reason
surprised.
he's this bad after working on a game for 8 years is because he already thinks he's perfect. When you think you're perfect, you have no reason to learn anymore. You should not be afraid of failing, of making shitty things. What you should be afraid of is not learning from it. But that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Make sure you subscribe to Lord Frogmire. It is only thanks to my stream chat that I made this video in the first place. Maybe next stream we can go over all of his code.
Okay.
I'm sure people would love to see me tortured.
Oh boy.
Anyway, bye.
That sounds painful to go through all of Pirate Software's code. That sounds painful if it's really that bad. That sounds painful. Like, actually. But it's content. That is true. It is content. I do wonder, though, like, how crazy the stuff will go in that factory game. Because, like, I can eventually unlock logic gates and stuff. Will I have to, like, freaking write VHDL programs? I hope not. I suck at those. I sucked at those, man, but I had to do them. If you're wondering what I'm talking about there, it's like the programming language you would use for like programming logic gates in an FPGA. But yeah, the worst you've seen now got caught on stream showing Discord and discuss with his bots. Gifting bits and subs with alt accounts? What the fuck? God damn, he's like trying to cheese the thing? The Fiona Synesthesia? Yeah, that's coming too. I mean, Fiona Synesthesia is free if you're willing to wait. It's not like you have to rush it, you know? You should get copies of Fiona, I say. But yeah, we saw both of those, right? So like, we're done with those ones. We're slowly going through this. I think this is old news, and like, I already know about this thing. Yeah, they arrested some Italian guy because he had a bunch of emulation handhelds. I see. You are the minority in the anime community now. Oh boy, what's going on here?
Netflix says 50% of all their worldwide users now watch anime. 150 million households. Anime viewership has tripled in 5 years since 2020.
Damn.
And 80 to 90% watch dubbed anime, aka English dubbed. And at the exact same time that this announcement was made, we had this announcement. Soul Leveling, the global phenomenon, is coming to Netflix as a live-action series. This is the actor that is going to be playing Jinwoo in the upcoming live-action of Soul Leveling, and I'm just...
Sure. Damn. Yeah, at least Nintendo's losing.
That's my reaction. Like, just... Oh boy, guys, there's just so much to unpackage about this announcement, and then the live action announcement. There's just... Before I get into that, I gotta remind everybody, 2 months ago, back in May, it was announced that most people that use Crunchyroll watch anime dubbed than subbed. It was statistically given out by Crunchyroll themselves, and they told us that most people that use their site just watch dubbed. They do not watch it in Japanese with English subtitles.
Damn.
And obviously there was a lot of people that talked about this, and it came as quite the shock, because it's like, wait, what?
Wait,
really?
no, it makes
There's
sense.
that many people that prefer to watch anime in dub instead of like the traditional Japanese audio with English subtitles. But then, now we got 2 months later that Netflix is the exact same way, and we get a statistic of the numbers to a degree. It's, if you've ever wanted definitive proof that you are the minority in the anime community, this is it. Like, if you are a English sub, okay, watcher, an enjoyer, you're a minority now. You are legitimately someone that is in the small fraction of the community, while the vast majority will watch the dub version. Now, I'm going to say this before we go any further, okay, in this video. No hate on English dub. I do enjoy English dub from time to time. I mean, I
Ghost
prefer
Story best dub.
Dragon Ball in English dub. I prefer Yu Yu Hakusho in English dub. Inuyasha. I prefer Pantheon Stalking in English dub. You get the point. There is anime that I legit do like in English, okay? Besides the Japanese audio.
Okay.
However, the point of the matter is that to see the overwhelming amount of people that watches things in dub, but then accompany this with what we have seen in the last few years with just what's been happening to the anime culture itself and manga culture, there is definitely a correlation. And this correlation is there has been a massive influx of new watchers into the anime and manga community that it has hit into the mainstream. It is never going back to that niche hobby that it once was. And let's kind of, clear the air. Let's explain that. In the 80s, 90s, 2000s, late 2000s, early 2010s, and even the late 2010s, okay? Right before Demon Slayer really kicked off, anime was still considered a niche hobby. It was a niche form of entertainment. There was a big community, but nowhere near what we have today. Like, it was nowhere near what it is right now. And basically, the vast majority of people that viewed anime looked at anime as children's shows. They looked at it as cartoons. They looked at it as something meant for kids. They didn't view anime as something meant for adults. Now, obviously, I know how stupid that sounds, but that was what a lot of people viewed anime as for a very, very long time.
Sounds about right.
You fast forward to the end of the 2010s, 2019, 2020, etc., the COVID era, and you have a bunch of new people diving into the anime for the first time, because obviously there was a lot of free time with COVID. People were able to sit down and just start binging things. So they sat down, they watched Demon Slayer, they sat down, they watched AJK, they sat down, they watched, Chainsaw Man. You get the point. And this led into a lot of influx of new people that have never really experienced anime culture, or never would have experienced anime culture if not for them not having anything else to do. Because they were not able to do anything, and they could only stay home for a very long time around the world, a lot of people were like that, they sat and watched anime. So people that would have never have given a second glance or even a look at anime sat down and watched anime, which has evolved to where now anime has become very mainstream. Now, I want to make sure this is very clear. There is good and bad about anime becoming mainstream. Some of the good aspects of this is that certain projects that are really deserving of getting funding get funded, and they get some fantastic art and animation. For instance, regardless of personal issues behind the scenes or what's under the hood with production issues or overworking of animators, etc., there has been more consistent or at least higher quality anime in the last 5 years than I think we've ever seen. However, in the last 5 years, we have probably seen some of the worst animation and art and production health of any anime in the history of anime, honestly, in the last 5 years. So there is some of the best highs we've ever seen and some of the lowest lows we've ever seen, honestly, in terms of just how anime is made or how anime is presented. But what I will say is that despite the good, there is a lot of bad that has accompanied it. And I've went on record and I've talked about this already in multiple videos, but I'm going to reiterate them right here. For one, the big issue about anime becoming mainstream, and it's the big elephant in the room, is that big companies that do not care about the culture of anime and manga are going to look at it and see it as a money sign.
Well, yeah, they're just gonna pay money.
Happening. I mean, Netflix is a good example of this. I mean, let's just look at this. Solo Leveling getting a live action, One Piece getting a live action, you know, Bleach getting a live action, Death Note getting a live action. You get the point, okay? When you
I was not expecting to see that mentioned.
The reason why it's being done is because these companies, let's say like Netflix, sees anime as profitable, and so they will put these series or the culture on like a skin suit, wear it, not understanding actually why people like anime or manga or these series in general, and they'll wear it like a skin suit, slap the name of the series on it, and it's going to sell. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, and with how many of these live actions keep coming out, if it's not a money laundering scheme of some kind by Netflix or other companies, then legitimately there is a vast amount of people that legitimately are enjoying these live action adaptations, either through hate watching or not. And once again, looking at the statistics of how
imagine hate
watch
watching,
anime, watch them in dub, I'm willing to bet a lot of these people are very silent watchers as well, probably love the live actions. And what this basically means is that there is a vast disconnect between the OG anime and manga community and the new community that is forming. And these companies are using these products and these different things to just get as much money as possible and suck the life out of the culture of anime and manga. And we got to look at the current state of Hollywood. Hollywood is in a disastrous state. Anyone that watches movies and pays attention to it knows how
hate watching is too strong of a word, but it's reality. I don't like hate watching, so I don't watch things.
It's
I just don't.
And when you take a hard
Why
look at
hate
anime,
watch when you can just not watch?
To a global audience, anime is fresh. So what these big companies like in Hollywood see, they see anime's fresh, it's hip with the kids, new generation, and it's booming. So obviously they want to pick up all these different titles that are very big and get their own slice of the pie, turn them into a live action, which defeats the whole purpose of anime. Now, some things can be good in live action, but I feel like it misses the point. The reason why anime became popular and these series became popular is because it's anime. It's because it's manga. Live action kind of misses the point. And I think that in general, we are seeing an increase of these different companies just diving into the culture, not trying to understand it, and trying to change it, mold it into the new Hollywood. That's what it looks like to me. And I feel like a lot of people are seeing this. It's a continuous thing, and when I take a hard look at the situation, it makes me sad. Because, as I already said, we are the minority. We are the minority now. It's very obvious. The old anime community that was pre-COVID, we are small. We are like a dot in a giant circle now at this point.
Exactly.
And it explains why there's so many issues that keep arising, why there's so many people that are hell-bent on buzzwording you or calling you different things if you watch a certain series. Let's say Mushoku Tensei, for instance. It's because there are people that never cared about anime, they just watched it to dive into it because it became popular. And they don't care about its history or anything behind it or why it is like it is, Japanese culture in general. They don't care. And it's sad to see anime in this state. It is really sad to see anime evolving and becoming like the next Hollywood and the next gaming community. That is what is becoming. And it really saddens me to see. I'm going to leave it at that, though. I know this isn't a good news to hear, but I wanted to talk about this because this was some crazy stuff I saw, especially these back-to-back announcements and then this that came out as well. It was just wild. I felt like it needed to be shared. But you all have a blessed day or night wherever you live. I love you guys. Chibi out.
Oh, let's see. Okay, we can put that there. Hi, Darkside. Welcome, welcome. Wait, what? Oh shit, I put that the wrong way. Okay, I want this one over there too. There we go. Yeah, because I want those there. Alright, let's go grab this. Put it on the higher level. Yeah. What do you expect, man? It is what it is. Wait, no. Shit, I'm trying to like figure out exactly. Wait, no, this should be fine. Put those three there. Oh, Tess's kid is available now to sing? Okay. Neat. Alright, let me get my stacker. Alright, let me put the flinging conveyor belt. And then the catcher. Where's the inlet? Inlet's over there. Alright, the catcher has to go. There we go. So now I can get this task done. Now I have to figure out this one. Right, take these 1 blocks. And I need to merge it with this thing over here. God, the freaking spaghettification of my factory is insane. Here, I'll link enlarge it so you guys can see the crazy shit I'm doing. I'll make it bigger so you guys can see. Like, this is only a small bit because, like, it expands a lot further. And I've been working on this thing the entire stream. Alright, let's see. We need to get the square in that square hole. The squares are here. Really, I might have a thing for video. Alright, let's take the thing off. Take the thing that's flung. And then we catch it, and then we have to launch it again. Alright, then we take that. I guess I could put that there and just feed it out this way. Cool. But yeah. Let's see. So they're sticking with that instead of how Starshine does it with no animation, I say. Because you can't really enjoy Starshine skins and you barely see her in gameplay. Yeah, that's fair. You barely see any of the things there. That's fair. Wait, we can actually see it now? Where do we check that? Let me go put a regular Snowbro up. Where's Snowbro? Okay, wait, where do we see the kit? Where is it? Oh, it's snowbreak.gg. Damn, that place is still getting updated and worked on, despite all the shit that's gone down. I wonder how long that'll last, though. Yeah, despite all the shit that's gone down, it's still being taken care of. How long will that last, though, man? How long will this last? I wonder. This'll be the last patch? God damn. 2 years and then dead. Here. Tess. Wait, where do we see the kit? Oh, here we go. Character preview. Alright, let's see. If equipped with Frost Weapon, increase all types of damage of full squad. For each 100 alignment index, ratio increases by an extra percentage. This boost is double if the ally is a Frost operative. Okay. Standard skill. I mean, she's probably just gonna be support skill alt or whatever, right? It throws her magic top hat in the air, providing deployed operative with Glimmer Burst. Grants aptitude that adds frost damage to shots. While Glimmer Burst is active, Tess gains magical freeze frame effect. After dealing certain instances of aptitude damage during the support skill duration, inflicts the target with frostbite for a certain period. Okay. And then her ult. Waves her wand and creates a realm of wonder, which floats in the air, providing her aptitude damage with increased ballistic damage of ally operatives within the realm. While the realm is active, each time Tess inflicts a target with frostbite, increase the duration of her support skill. So you use her support skill and then you use her ult and then she just keeps rushing it. So that's basically her gameplay then. Use her support skill and then you press her ult. That's what it sounds like. But yeah. Yeah, it's the opposite. Oh no, on her, yeah. Pretty much. Okay, cool. Cool stuff there, I guess. Cool stuff. I wonder though, since we technically had Snowbreak open the entire time, would this count as 6 real hours? While doing reacts. Who knows? But honestly, this is probably the last patch I really go do as Snowbreak as much as I do right now. Honestly, yeah. We're technically in the Snowbreak category this entire time. We did our reacts and stuff like that in here too. And Marion is still in view there. Okay. I'm just gonna put... Wait. I got a funny response. EOS. And then I'll put... Oh no, I can't put US first. I'll just put no. I'm not interested in whatever that is. We're not gonna look at that thing. We quickly looked at it and it's just like, no. Not interested in Chaos Zero Nightmare, no thanks. Right. Alright, here, next one, here. The Saint Tone test crashed out on this guy. Oh boy.
Saint Tonta says we wouldn't have channels without him.
Oh
That's
boy.
wild coming from someone whose entire online identity is built on being angry in 4K over pixels and waifus.
Yep.
This guy acts like he's the cornerstone of the genre.
Oh
but in
boy, when
reality,
hasn't he
he's a
crashed
stepping
out?
stone.
Exactly.
People who make content about you because your takes are so trash, they generate secondhand relevance. You're not the new Tectone, you're a knockoff version. Like if Tectone was left in the dryer for too long. You're 5'2", loud, wrong, and delusional.
Oh, this is the wrong way.
Guy. The guy says, farming him's gonna ruin my channel. Bro, your ego is so inflated, you really think you're the final boss of my content arc? Newsflash, I'm not farming you because I need to, I'm farming you because you make it easy. You're like low-level loot with legendary drop rates. And let's not pretend you care about my content's future, you're just mad you became the content. Stay mad and stay short. You're not used to anyone looking down on you, but I'm comfy up here. And what was that other line that he said? So now I'm Gotcha Smack's kid, right? Because I quoted a bar he dropped on you. If using a line from someone you respect makes you their child, then by your logic, half of your personality must be orphans. Because you've been adopting other people's styles, opinions, and outrage like it's a clearance sale.
Yep.
Let's be real. You calling anyone someone's kid is ironic when you're built like one.
Wait, I need the...
I'm not gonna sit here and watch all this garbage, but I will dismantle any points that I find relevant. So yeah, let's just get right into
Blatantly actually spreading misinformation about the game just because they want to say that I'm wrong. Let's just play part of this video because that's where that whole Miyabi point came from. We'll provide the context. That was all right. I guess we did it there. What are the times looking like for that? I don't know. For the level of investment I have on my teams, 4:03, 2 minutes 25 seconds, 1 minute 38 seconds.
Okay.
It looks like the age, and these guys are out here with the sole purpose of their hit pieces being.
Whoa, this guy, he used Miyabi against the ice-resistant boss. Clearly, he has no idea what he's talking about.
You wish I sounded like that. My voice is sexy as fuck. Calm down.
He's such a dum-dum. Look, she's ice, and you're not supposed to use ice against the ice-resistant boss. Look at me, Mommy. I'm so smart. I match the colors.
When any person that's actually played ZZZ would tell you that Miyabi's kit allows her to be one of the premier characters to fight against ice-resistant bosses because she has built-in resistance ignore.
Okay.
It's just built into her kit.
Yeah, as if it's enough.
Eyes are literally
You're actually just trying to save face. You're fucking retarded.
so dumb and
Yep.
so stupid.
Saint Tone as being retarded checks out.
Miyabi, with her built-in resistance shred to a Wuthering Waves team that does not have the built-in resistance shred. Yeah, I don't think Camellia ignores Havoc resistance, and they decided to just do their bum-ass run in the TOA, completely disregarding and not even knowing the facts about either game, because their only intent with this is to say that I am wrong, is to say that I am incorrect, when literally I am echoing the thoughts of actual...
It is a really dumb excuse.
I guarantee you he looked that up today. This isn't something that, like... he looked that up today just to put it in the video to paint a narrative. To make it seem like he's the Messiah. I guarantee you, I bet you anything.
You want to see how many upvotes? This has 2K in the official subreddit. Enemy resistance, ice, Miyabi. This is
2K out of the millions of ZZZ players, yo.
Okay.
worthless because she is known as a character. Oh, sorry for showing the better game. She is known as a character that literally ignores it. That is the general public perception of her. And to not understand this and to bring this
You
up
can if you have
with
dupes, but as
I guess
poor
what I'm
people
saying about
issues
ZZZ
doesn't
is
matter,
the
man.
inflation. is now.
You know what, guys? Let me.
I don't play any of that shit, so it don't matter to me.
Versus an ice week.
And like, I'm not gonna ever play it.
Or would you rather just use like?
Unless I get sponsored or they go EOS.
Let me know. I could be completely wrong on this.
And I can bypass my issues. So basically, no. For me, I'd rather not.
Yo, post edit.
I'd rather go play this.
He doesn't
do
understand
my factory
why
stuff.
people were getting on him about this. People were getting on him about this because he bitched
factory
after
stuff
the clear
crazy.
about HP inflation. If you want to bitch about
I
HP
gotta
inflation, bring
match
the
the shapes.
appropriate element. And his whole argument of, well, I used her against ice-resistant enemies before and it was fine.
I gotta
I'm sure
match
the
all the
buff
shapes and
made
put
it
the
so it
shapes
was a lot
together.
easier for you, you idiot. Guys, she only does 30% ice res. He's acting like she does like 60%, 60 to like 80%. Regardless, it's still resisted. You're gonna build up less anomaly res, less frostfire buildup, which is gonna end up being less disorders, so your whole disorder argument gets dismantled right there. Fucking idiot, bro. Never forget, this started because there was a run that he watched on stream where someone used Caesar against the miasmic shield and she was shredding that bitch, and he completely ignored it and pushed the agenda that Yi Xuan is clearing this faster than any character in the game, and you have to have her or you lose. That was the agenda he was pushing. When other people came out and were like, hey, if you use defensive assists as well as like Daze characters and ultimates, you will shred that shield as fast as fuck. What happened after that? I moved on with my life. I moved on, right? I saw Smack uploaded a video after not uploading a video for a while, and I shared that same sentiment. I just wasn't gonna be the first one to say it, right? And then I was like, oh, dude, Smack shares the same sentiment. Again, someone I respect. He shares the same sentiment about these skins, right?
Okay.
You previously have skins that have these animations, and then you drop the Carlotta skin's like decent, but why not just like give her water guns or something, right? I shared that same sentiment, so
Whatever.
I dropped the video. He got
Now it
so
won't get
offended.
jammed, right?
He got so offended at the thumbnail. The thumbnail.
Fuck.
Obviously, Smack didn't say this. He didn't say that. We all know how YouTube works. He got so offended, and then he said something along the lines of, don't trust this creator because he is more than likely going to turn on you. You know how damaging that is for someone's career? Are you fucking dumb, bro? When he like spout that
Damn,
about
this thing
me,
is like
that's
jammed up.
when I made this video. That is when I made this video. Right?
I could have
Never
to
had
like
a problem before. I thought
put a
his-
deletion item over here too.
I think a lot of his takes are like decent, right? Like when he was with the whole HP inflation thing in Honkai Sorrow, and he had the whole argument with like Pokey or whatever. I thought he brought up some really good takes that Pokey was not like rebuttaling for sure, right? But lately, I swear something clicked in this man's head. Tectone has not reeled in his son. He has not reeled in his son because he has been crashing out like crazy. It blows my mind.
Deluded, disillusioned, retarded stuff I've seen in so long. And you got this guy doing it. And don't worry, our boy Loki Gotcha said the same thing, but he's got his own section coming up. Don't worry about that. His own section is over here.
Image of a creator.
Okay, I'm not gonna watch the Arcade video because I already destroyed that guy. Let's see what he has to say.
Another creator. I guess that's okay. Sub 2K, sub 1K. I guess it's drama about the Archer life.
I had under like 1,000 subs, bro. Like, oh my gosh, we just act like we don't know how YouTube works. When you're a smaller, maybe this is what happens when people like blow the fuck up and they just forget what it's like to be a little guy. Maybe that's what's happening.
Damn.
When you are a
Currently
small,
abandoned
CC,
son, yeah.
you rely heavily on algorithm. You rely heavily, extremely heavily. You cannot
Exactly.
you can try to get a few more clicks here and there with like thumbnails and
Man,
stuff,
this-
but like it is all.
Oh wait,
to,
we're
like,
blocking
fate,
his face
essentially,
here.
right?
You don't need to
There's
see
only so
ugly
much
Saint
you can
Ontas
do
though.
to push your
You
video
don't need to
out.
see Young Yeah from Wish.com or
It's like
Temu.
we're forgetting
You need
that.
to see
It blows
Factory
my
instead.
mind. Oh my god.
cone. I bet I'm featured in the
Clown wants to
summer.
cancel
Why would
other
you
guy. He
do that? We're
canceled
calling out
what?
more creators
Mr.
over here.
Cake
The
still
guy
there.
makes
Maggie's
content
still
about
there.
the
Ryu
game. Nobody
Sensei.
gives a fuck about what he
Yep.
has to say.
Still
And so
there.
he's decided-
Koki's still there.
You're just mad. You're literally
Who
just
did
mad.
he cancel?
to make his
He
entire
canceled
career
himself.
off of piggybacking the reputation of other people, because that's
But
the
yeah.
only type of.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that statement?
Okay.
It's fucking insane that people act like this. That people it just blows my mind, bro. Bro. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? This is literally your daddy. This is your daddy, you stupid fuck. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? What are we doing? What are we doing? Are you dumb? You have to be dumb. What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, are we serious? That's such a shit argument. Oh my god. There's no way anyone believes this, right?
Video
Holy.
on his channel that actually gets views, because people aren't there.
Again, I already broke down this whole
Yeah, and Asmund is his granddaddy.
in my last video.
Yeah,
that was it.
sounds
We had to
about
pull out
right.
Phase 2 Simon for his goofy ass.
Sounds
people
about
aren't there
right.
for his takes or his content. They're only there just to.
People aren't there for my takes or my content, bro. What?
Okay.
Are you stupid? Are we good?
Okay.
It's just a shitty narrative to try to like spin. Like it's so
Alright, now I have to just leave my
dumb,
factory alone.
Are we dumb? Bro.
Here, you can look at
Hello?
Marion again. I don't know. Do something, Marion.
When I played HSR heavily, I always used to post E1 versus S1. I got
There we go. We got this view of Marion
I
now.
was like a 600 subscriber Andy back then. If I'm getting 4 times my views,
They
at-
learned
at
from their
600 subs,
master.
like, what are we? Like,
Exactly.
We're just coming up with anything at this point. I feel like.
They learned from their master.
Obviously, like Woowa content doesn't do that great because I have mostly a Hoyo community. But like,
Yep.
I still try to upload like Woowa stuff. Fire ass thumbnail. I thought that was so fucking good. Oh my god, bro. Holy, I clicked with that shit.
Okay.
Bro. Are we good? Again, this is when I had like 600 subscribers. I used to collab with Gib. I used to collab with Gib on tier list. And I threw in reactions here and there. Like, are you stupid? Holy. It's like
Ethan is his son, yeah.
Closed. It blows my mind. This is why.
Sounds
This is
about
why you
right.
didn't get invited to the Woowa event. This is why. This is why.
They don't
I'm
want
sure
him
it's
there.
among other things, like there's probably a bunch of people that probably like want to beat the shit out of you, but like,
Yeah.
I digress.
Talk badly about people they don't like, and so that's how all of. his
No, they just
content
don't want
into
him
the future
around.
Has to be. Otherwise,
Nobody
he
wants
gets
him around.
Negative views. His
Like,
content
bruh.
has to be. I need to find out who's the next big topic in the space. I need to talk about them because God forbid somebody's fucking here for me. I'm not gonna lie. This is a bit of a sad existence. Knowing that the only way for you to achieve any
Yeah,
level
he's
of
really
success
mad that
is
he's
through
getting
the use of
farmed.
another man,
Exactly.
that has to be one of the most-
He's furious that he's being farmed.
No way he called himself a man.
That's his
Bro,
own
you
problem,
haven't even
though.
grown up yet. You are like 5'2", my guy. You are not a man. And to the person in the
Wait,
comment
he's
section that
5'2"
said they were like 5'2" as well. You are a short king. It's okay. I'm only
Okay.
speaking specifically to like saying so. Don't be offended. I love you. But
Okay.
yo, bro, you haven't grown up at all. Are you kidding me? You're just mad that I've consistently made you my bitch in every single video that I
Damn.
covered going over your dog shit takes. I own you, and I will always own you. You go to sleep at night, just having nightmares, just shaking in your sleep, just waking up like, oh, Loki. Like, I own you, and I will always own you. Never forget
Damn.
Are both TDs. They've fully overclocked. And so we just got to go farm the 2x tacit, 3x tacit fields. Jesus Christ.
Believing you have nothing to apologize for in life is...
Okay. We're not gonna listen to the biggest dick rider. Let's see what else he has to say.
In the bag.
Okay, the
It's
biggest
time
dick
to
rider. Oh yeah, that's what he
roll
called
out
him.
my job application. It it's time to start thinking about getting your GED.
Bro said GED. I have a bachelor's in graphic design. that falls flat. That falls completely flat. I have a bachelor's in graphic design. Stop it.
Maybe go to college. Maybe go to a trade school. At this point, I don't think content creation is for you, buddy.
Yeah, they're afraid that to click content because they will show him like an old clip of him to contradict. Yep, of course.
You've had 1 year to cook. Nobody likes what you're cooking, and so you.
My channel's actually existed for like more than a year. It was a VOD channel. It was literally I streamed, right? I streamed on Twitch, and then my YouTube was just essentially a VOD channel. Like all those are like unlisted now, but that's all it was, right? And then I started making like Genshin content like once a month or something. Like I literally never took my channel seriously. I still don't take my channel seriously. So like he's speaking from a perspective of someone that like cares about their channel. You're just mad. People are calling you out for your bullshit. That's all it is.
He's very mad.
You keep like saying the same thing over and over and over, and it continues to fall flat because Rezi himself has said, I use copyright music in all my videos. I make nothing from my YouTube channel. I don't care. I just upload what
Becoming
I want.
a JP streamer.
You're just pissed. You're just literally
I have the worst hours, man.
The content
I do.
on you, addressing you, proving you.
But hey, look, the factory.
Got so many views.
Oh, wait,
so
is the
many
factory
people
even
in
up?
Agreements. This guy goes
Look
live.
what we've been
acts like
working
he's the
on this
final
entire
boss, but
stream,
in
though.
reality, he's the
The
mini boss in
factory.
the tutorial mission. Short,
Oh, this is only a
loud,
small
and forgotten
bit.
in 5 minutes.
Decided
It's
to
massive.
go and make your entire restaurant based off of going to the frozen.
No, listen to this.
We got this
That's just like
thing over here, and this
it's so
cluster
bad.
over here,
It's like he couldn't think of like what
this
to say,
cluster
and
over
it came
here,
out so bad.
all getting
Look at
fed
that.
in.
I'm literally getting sniped. My brains are about.
And
to
then
get
there's, like,
blown
more over
all
here.
over the upholstery.
There's more
In case
here,
anyone knows where that's from.
more over here.
It's from a song from Eminem.
It gets
versus
clustered
MGK.
up. Oh, that gets routed
Back
up
in the
and
day.
down. More over here.
He decides to dredge up 7-month-old drama that gotcha
And then there's
Smack
more
and I
over
had already
here.
hashed out to make a hit piece against me 4 weeks ago.
Oh
It
shit,
was
this thing is
six-
like stalled, is it?
I'll say it again. That wasn't hashed out. You got bitched out. That's what that was. You got bitched out. Like bad. Really bad.
6 months old drama. As far as
The
I'm
only thing he
concerned,
can do is
Gotcha
react to
Smack
his
only
thumbnails,
has
I
2
know.
kids. But after this video, I'm certain he actually
It's okay,
has
we got
I already crushed him at the
this
beginning of the video with that.
to play around with.
I have never
Real
seen
content
somebody
over here,
go
guys.
call daddy like this before. Imagine you gotta use somebody else's 6-month-old drama to make a point in the present. This was so cringe, it was unbelievable. And I guess now, knowing that this dude's channel hinges on the types of ZZZ videos that I upload, I guess Loki got 2 daddies now. I'm also providing for him. Jesus.
Okay.
The way you said it's
His
funny, but,
content
like,
is
you would
dying.
never
The
say
only
that
way
me
is to
IRL.
use
I
drama.
can guarantee
I
you
know.
that. I will stand on business for that, baby buddy boy. You would never say that to me and to my face.
It's just funny. It's
I'll
just,
give you
we're just
allowance.
here. We're just
Just
laughing,
ask.
and I'm
Let's
just
not
chilling with
forget.
my factory.
This is the guy that has had issues with many
Probably not the most
creators in the
optimal
space.
setup. Yeah, he went the route of his
When
daddies. Yeah.
Everyone has an issue with you. You're probably the problem. You need to take a look at yourself. You're
Yep.
probably the problem. And when your daddy Tectone has to go to bat for you, DM
Damn.
people to do damage control, honestly, Saint should probably send Tectone a thank you card every time he uploads. Because without
Damn.
him playing cleanup behind the scenes, you wouldn't be controversial. You'd be invisible.
So that's what happens when I just don't look at anything for like 2 weeks. Shit hits the fan, of course. Of course. Of course. It's a dog-eat-dog world. Yeah, Daddy Tectone saved it for Mr. Cake. Now you saw how quick Baltone jumped on the call. It hits the fan and even knocks it off the ceiling. Yep, sounds about right. It is what it is, man. We've seen this before. I'm pretty sure we've seen this like 7 months ago. I'll just mark that off. We've seen this before. Yeah, do got an orgasm by Tecton calling him son. Of course he did. Oh, it is what it is. What is this one? People reacted to Samiko Saba's VTuber debut. What is this?
Yo, bro, we gotta finish that Elden Ring Night Rain co-op, bro. Come on, let's go.
Oh, nah, man. We can play tomorrow. I'm just trying to chill today.
Bro, what? Elden Ring, bro? What could you possibly be doing that's more important than Elden Ring?
Oh, nah, man. I would play, but this VTuber that used to be Gora is debuting today. She's super popular. I just want to check it out.
VTuber? Oh, you mean like those people that act as anime characters on stream, right? Like, Kaisha not one of those.
Nah, it's a little more than that. But she is about to debut right now, so I need to watch it.
Man, I've seen a couple others too, you know, like the girl with carrots in her hair, the pink hair devil girl. They got pretty cool.
That's gonna be annoying to stop. Hey, Babboy! Hey, Babboy!
Oh, hey, she's pretty cute.
Bro, you're not telling me this is what you into.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Bro, are you telling me niggas like watching little girls? Like, why does she have to make her model like that?
Bro, she literally had 2 characters before this that looked exactly the same.
Yeah.
Why would she change her style?
So this is what people who like VTubers be watching. This is why they like VTubers. She's literally lolly baby, bro. Nah, this shit is not okay. She's literally lolly. See, bro, look. She's literally lolly baby.
Bro, it's not that deep. She's funny, she's cute, she got a good personality. That's why she's popular.
Nah, bro. This is unprecedented levels of down bad. This is generational levels of lolly.
Yeah, it's pretty clear you don't have a real conversation, man. So I'm gonna have to block you.
This is catastrophic.
Okay.
Make herself look like this when she could have given herself big titties and a fat ass and a tall character.
Glad she filtered around people like that. Jesus Christ.
Bro, are you even listening to me? Can you hear me? Why are you watching this? Like, yo, bro, you watching Saba's debut?
Oh yeah, man, she's really cute.
Right? She's just adorable. She got 3 YouTube likes too now. You really into this too? Like, what the heck is wrong with you? Like, she's a lolly baby piece of shit. She could have been a real character with a real design, but now she's just a lolly baby piece. Makes no sense why she's pandering to the. Get filtered. Why are you ignoring me?
Has anybody seen my ointment? Well, ain't that just the cutest little thing? How adorable.
How many times do I have to tell you, old man, she's lolly baby? Are you senile? You cannot be into.
Silence, tourist! Never in my 80 years of living have I heard such a pointless crash out.
Is everybody blocking me or something? What's going on?
Why do you have to ask?
Even the cat.
You literal pussy motherfucker! There's no way you could be into this lolly bait and motherfucking.
Be gone!
And then cat.
Even the cat.
Tourist.
Even the
How
cat.
does anything happen in this world?
Okay.
You're the reason for all this. We need to get rid of you.
Because I'm cute.
All these people be.
What, are you scared of a little 4-letter word?
Yep, they are.
Oh, look at her. She's adorable. She's really adorable. She's really cute. I think she's really cute. I think she's really cute. I need them to listen to me. Oh, they gonna listen to me, all right. They gonna listen to me, all right. Lolly baby!
He lit himself on fire, okay. Oh wait, he's filtered.
Damn.
I
That's why I don't use Twitter anymore.
Okay, that one was funny. Good shit. Good shit with that one. god, but yeah. Why was I sent some random ass Genshin teaser? I don't want to click it because it'll freaking mess up my thing. Wait, I think there's a way I can do it. If you guys really want me to see it. Here, I'll just download the video and open it through a different video player. It's basically an ad anyways, it's whatever. I just don't want it to freaking go into my algorithm. It already gets messed up. Oh, what was the link? But yeah, just use incognito, then I have to pass through incognito. That's a bit more of a pain. I'd have to like set up another source for that. I can just download it, that's easier. I'll just wait for my tool to do that. Yeah, it does, but it's just, I have to set up as a separate thing to get picked up. Alright, show in folder. Alright, let me open it. Open with... Here you go. Character interlude. Sure. Like, I'm not gonna play this shit, though.
This world has always been so. Life abides no reason, for none are born by their own consent. Death abides no reason, for it cannot be defied, even by those who see it coming. Time abides no reason, for it deprives us all equally, yet brooks not a second to be reclaimed. Space abides no reason.
I guess.
The ruler of space stopped the golden-haired twin travelers and mercilessly tore them apart. The beer... No. This looks more like Reindaughter's doing. Please don't litter other people's spaces with your bizarre creations.
I guess.
Unsurprisingly, all life here has been rendered unstable, tainted by the ruler of space. I have seen enough to know that repeating this experiment would be fruitless.
You seem to wield my power as if it were nothing but a plaything for your amusement. Although merging with you has stripped me of agency, I shall still continue to voice my disapproval.
My dear Reindaughter, you have my respect, Nibirius. Your nagging is one of the only things that can get under my skin.
Okay. Like, I don't know who any of these are, whatever.
Why did you bestow history upon them?
I had to find some way to pass the time, did I not? After all, it's clear that Asmodee is not here.
Well, perhaps you could share your input a little earlier next time. But you're right. There's no trace of Asmodee here.
Where has she gone?
Oh, my factory finished one of my tasks.
Anyway,
cool.
It's time I put this space out of its misery. These meetings are just a formality. Does it really matter that only 3 of us are here?
I, for one, think that we should find her. Since the Heavenly Principles cast us as shades, not one of us has ever missed a meeting.
What if...
Where is Paima? I don't know, man.
She just switched sides. Finding her would do more harm than good.
I don't know what the hell this is.
An interesting idea.
But whatever.
Better than being devoured.
Just switched sides? You make it sound like such a trivial affair. We are shades, shadows of the Heavenly Principles. It's unthinkable. Unless she loves her new master.
Like, here's the thing, man. I haven't given a fuck about anything, the stuff that goes in here for a long ass time. So like, whatever they're talking about means absolutely nothing to me. And it just sounds like a bunch of random jargon and gibberish being thrown around because like, I can't follow any of this shit when I don't know what the hell is going on. Right, like, I haven't given a fuck in a long ass time. I haven't given a fuck on what goes on in there in more than 3 years. I haven't given a single fuck. So it's just like, whatever. I don't know who these are, I don't know what they're saying, I don't really care. Right, like, I also, like, don't hate watch whatever crap goes on there, I just don't pay attention. Part of why, like, I didn't even want to click on the video and just download it to play it this way was so that, like, it wouldn't even count anything in the cookies or whatever, or YouTube algorithm or whatever. Just so I could keep it out.
More than her own self.
Renova, do you know that you're being watched?
By whom? Whose gaze could pierce this far?
Take note? Nah. I don't give enough fucks, man. Why am I gonna cover it? They haven't paid me to freaking... If they want me to cover it, they have to pay me. I ain't gonna cover it for free. Especially when I don't give a fuck. So I just see what I see here and I just... Yeah.
It was just before I placed the curse of immortality.
Ah, yes. He's an old acquaintance of mine. I'm sure that working for the Tsaritsa has helped him let go of his past obsessions.
The Cryo Archon. With her paltry powers, she dares set her gaze on the Heavenly Principles.
Here's the problem, man. This preview gives me literally zero context to anything. I have no idea what the hell is going on. So, like, sure, I guess animation looks nice, I guess. But, like, I don't understand or follow whatever is going on here, and I'm just bored. Like, if I'm gonna be honest. I don't know, this thing is kind of boring. Sure, for, like, the 3 people that care about lore or whatever, will be happy with this, I guess. But I can't be bothered to care. That was the best part about Genshin, man. Mondstadt was the best part. And then after the tutorial of Mondstadt, that's when it went to shit. And it just got worse and worse over time.
Only principles have yet to awaken.
But like, yeah,
if I
we'll
were
finish
her,
this,
I
but
wouldn't pass on that opportunity either.
like,
My dear Rhine daughter, you know I cannot allow you to think that way.
It was purely hypothetical, Nibirius.
For lack of a direct order, I say it's time we intervened. Of course, to the extent permitted by the rules.
okay, is that thing over now?
The gaze of the gods has always been considered a blessing. Hence the origin and meaning of visions. People have always yearned for the gaze of the gods.
Yeah.
And yet, it is said that when mortals look directly upon the gods, they invite their wrath and retribution. And what of it? Lives will be lost, a nation brought to ruins. So be it. It is nothing I have not endured before. I already know the price of gazing upon the gods. So tell me, what is the price of killing a god? The god stays silent, as if the thought had never once crossed his mind. To all those who dare not look up to the heavens, Her Majesty the Tsaritsa says this. Behold. Even the gods have their limits.
Okay. Like, everything I saw here just means nothing to me.
Inspection over. Return to your posts.
Make sure the Frostmoon Scions don't pose a threat.
Per the Pale Star Edict, we are to retrieve the damselette from Nod Cry, whatever it takes.
Yeah, I don't get what the point of this was, but okay. Right, and I thought they were supposed to be making a game, not that. But we all know, like, that's the last thing they care about doing anyways. They just need to make you think they have something, and that's it. Yeah, we'll add a sleeping in bed emote. The friends we made along the way, who knows, man? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Who knows? Alright, what's left? Okay, we're like all the way over here. I mean, I wouldn't be watching either of these anyways. Building a kingdom instead of finding your sister or brother, yeah. I mean, you know, you're gonna see the same shit again and again. It's like, whatever. You know, they're just gonna crank up the HP sponges on them. Oh boy. You know? I thought we saw something on this thing before. But nothing there. But honestly, like, a lot of this freaking shit that they keep posting here, some of these are just boring, man. You can already tell, like, just how much I don't really care that much. We already sold this thing anyways. But yeah. That's cool that they had something that I missed. But, like, I don't watch these things anyways. You know? What is this? Easter egg something? Death Stranding 2? Sure. Okay. What is this? What am I looking at? Just someone getting out of the thing. Okay.
Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. Okay. I can't deny this.
What the fuck? Okay. Oh, he was asleep? Okay. Okay then, that was weird. But sure. Very weird, but sure. There we go. We can mark it off the list. Oh, this one. Mind's Eye. What the hell is going on with this one? I heard that game was a disaster, whatever.
Grand Theft Auto 6 is one of the most long-awaited games of our generation. The excitement surrounding it is indescribable and it's very contagious. So much so that I believe it's caused some people to go clinically insane. Because why else would certain people say that Mind's Eye is a direct competitor to Grand Theft Auto 6? With some going as far as saying that Mind's Eye is the GTA 6 killer. Now look, I don't know about you, but I think Mind's Eye is actually a direct competitor to Silent Hill. Because how else would you explain this? One of the many man-made horrors beyond comprehension that we witnessed once Mind's Eye finally released in June of 2025. So how is it that people had such high expectations for this game that they were crazy enough to even put it in the same category as GTA 6? Well, part of the reason why was because the game director of the studio behind Mind's Eye was the main producer on every single game made by Rockstar Games since 1999, with his most recent title being GTA 5. Not to mention that they raised tens of millions of dollars from investors, with one employee going as far as saying that this game actually cost over $500 million. So what the hell happened? How does the game have less than 69 players on Steam right now? Mind's Eye is officially the worst rated game on Metacritic for the year of 2025. A game giving Concord a run for its money. So what went wrong? Well, this didn't happen overnight. This was a multi-year disaster. There were many red flags that were ignored by people, blinded by the hype, and we're gonna go through all of them from the beginning together. So get ready, let's do this. Vampires are like ice cream. Everyone loves them as long as they don't look like this, which is why a team of developers set out to create the game Silver and Blood. Guys, sponsor aside, okay, this game's art style is
Yeah, we're skipping
All right,
that.
so for you to understand how Mind's Eye came to be, we have to talk about its origin story. It all started with a $150 million lawsuit by Leslie Benzies against Rockstar Games and its parent company, Take-Two. You see, Leslie is a veteran of Rockstar Games. He was there since 1999. His role was a producer, but obviously producer is a very vague term these days. Listing his achievements would probably help more. He was the guy who single-handedly formed the team for Grand Theft Auto 3. And as a producer, he continued doing that for the next Grand Theft Autos and leading their entire production pipelines. I mean, when he first joined the company, it was still called DMA Design before changing its name to Rockstar Games. That's how long he's been at the company. But speaking of company, I'm sure you're aware that Rockstar Games is actually owned by Take-Two Interactive. But because of the very big success of their games, Rockstar Games does enjoy a big degree of independence, and it has its own hierarchy. Its main leaders are the Hauser brothers, so Sam and Dan Hauser, as well as Leslie, who's been with them since the beginning, since the days of DMA Design. On September 1st, 2014, Leslie decided to take a sabbatical. Think of it like a really long vacation, this one lasting 6 months. Leslie argued that during these 6 months, he didn't receive any of his owed royalties by Take-Two. And additionally, when he came back to the office after those 6 months, he was refused entry. Shortly afterwards, Rockstar Games released a statement thanking Leslie for his contributions and essentially saying goodbye. So less than a year later, he sued them. The lawsuit detailed just how dirty the politics inside of Rockstar Games were, saying that he was forced to take a sabbatical and that when he did, his own son, as well as many of his friends at Rockstar Games, were very quickly fired afterwards. The lawsuit then specifies that Leslie believes this happened because the Hauser brothers, more specifically Sam Hauser, felt threatened that Leslie was trying to take over the company. Leslie, on the other hand, said that without him, GTA 3 would have never been a success because what Sam was doing was mediocre. Take-Two countersued and called his actions bizarre and unwarranted. And back when this happened in 2016, it was a pretty big story because it gave us perspective, an inside scoop as to what happens inside the secretive Rockstar Games. But as this was all happening, Leslie wasted no time whatsoever. 12 months after presenting his lawsuit, he formed a new studio in Scotland as well as a studio in Los Angeles to build a game titled Everywhere. The team was initially comprised of 30 people, and they, just like Leslie, were incredible veterans of the gaming industry, having worked on some very popular titles. The company didn't even have a name yet, but Leslie was already making some pretty big promises about what Everywhere is going to be, promising that it's going to be a massive open world where you can do virtually anything. Their website at the time was very simple. That's how it looked. It would just say Everywhere and then would have 4 different sections. What, where, and who told you a bit more about the studio and their very vague vision. And of course, you had a career page. One thing I didn't mention earlier is that Leslie Benzies was actually the director of GTA Online, GTA 5's multiplayer that has generated over $1 billion in revenue since the game's release. So him saying that he was going to make a game that's multiplayer, while saying things like, the vision is long-term with the capacity to develop and grow forever, as well as, our goal is to create a platform where players can be entertained and also entertain others while blurring the lines between reality and a simulated world, was definitely hyping things up to the maximum. This was all said with the announcement of him forming a studio. The studio didn't even have a name, and yet the expectations were astronomical, and why wouldn't they be? This was the ex-director of GTA Online and the guy who had formed the team for GTA 3. He was also unjustly fired from Rockstar Games, according to him, and was forming his own studio as a way to give a middle finger to his previous employers by making a more successful and next-generation game that will blow Grand Theft Auto out of the water. That was the narrative that game journalists were going with. The statements that he made flowed directly into that narrative, and people, the consumers, gladly ate that up. And bear in mind, this was all 8 years ago. Now, we wouldn't hear much about the game or the studio until 2020, when the pandemic was in full swing and every studio was beating their records of player count for their multiplayer games. Money was flowing into the industry like there was no tomorrow, and it was the perfect time to find eager investors because the excitement was simply too contagious. This was when Leslie was able to raise over 32 million pounds, in other words 45 million USD, for his studio, which had a name now, Build a Rocket Boy. Yeah, I know, Build a Rocket Boy, Everywhere. I mean, seriously, who the hell's coming up with these names? In any case, they now had studios in Edinburgh, Budapest, and Los Angeles, so 3 different studios, which meant they were growing very fast. By 2020, this was their key staff, And as you can see, it's a star-studded team. Personally, what drew my attention was the cinematic director who had worked on Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 5, or the lead programmer who worked on GTA 5. The talent was clearly there, but there was one big question on everyone's minds. When were we gonna see like a single detail about what the hell Everywhere was? Well, we finally got an answer to that question in the summer of 2022 during Gamescom, where they would release this 1 minute 15-second teaser of what this game actually is. And to be honest, it only caused more confusion because what the hell is this? People were expecting something realistic, something that can rival Grand Theft Auto, but all we saw was like a discount Fortnite. To say that people were disappointed and confused is an understatement, but that was until we had reached the 50-second mark in the trailer. This is when, for the first time ever, Mind's Eye would be revealed. Watch.
Okay.
Whoa, where the hell did that come from? Was the first 50 seconds like a prank? Is this the real game? That's what people were hoping for. But instead, things got even more confusing. At the time, Leslie Benzie said that Everywhere was going to launch at the end of 2023, but that it was a completely separate title from Mind's Eye, confirming that they were working on not one, but 2 AAA games at the same time. Now, this is already crazy news for a new studio that had not released a single game yet. But don't worry, things got even more confusing, because according to Leslie, you'd only be able to play Mind's Eye through Everywhere. You wouldn't be able to buy Mind's Eye on like the PlayStation Store or something. No, you'd have to go through Everywhere and get Mind's Eye from there. Yeah, you're not the only one who's confused here. Look, in a nutshell, the whole point of Everywhere is like a knockoff Fortnite Roblox. You have access to a deeply functional level editor where you can make your own experiences for other players to enjoy, and Mind's Eye just happens to be one of those experiences. So what they were saying is, imagine launching Roblox and one of the experiences happens to be Mind's Eye, which is a ridiculous thing to say, because what they were indirectly saying here is that Mind's Eye is just another experience that was going to be available in Everywhere, which meant that me and you, regular people, could potentially, in the level editor, create something as crazy as Mind's Eye with Everywhere's tools. You see what I'm saying? But no need to panic. This is not a red flag. You know why? Because they opened a 4th studio in Montpellier, France. They kept expanding even further. And as people waited until the end of 2023 for Everywhere to finally launch, they were only met with yet another trailer. On September 2023, another trailer dropped about Everywhere, detailing the fact that yes, you can make levels, you can play against players or with them, build a bunch of different experiences, showing off the level editor, etc, etc. But as you can see from the dislike ratio, people just didn't really care about this discount Fortnite anymore. The most replayed part in this entire 1 minute 42 second trailer is right here, at the 1 minute 19 second mark. You're probably wondering why. Well, let's check it out. Oh, that's it. That's literally 1 second of Mind's Eye gameplay. In other words, people could not give less of a shit about what Everywhere was. And you can see this sentiment reflected in the comments. Like this one saying, 119 is the only thing I'm interested in from a former GTA producer. A Fortnite knockoff just won't cut it. People were starting to get very skeptical about the scope that was being advertised by this company. They just didn't know what it was meant to be, and every time Leslie opened his mouth to explain, people were left with even more questions. And as you guessed it, because we're in 2025 now, Everywhere didn't end up releasing at the end of 2023. They just went radio silent and didn't update anyone on anything. And the next piece of news we'd get from the studio was that they were going to have layoffs on the 19th of February 2024. Not a good sign. You know what else is not a good sign? This article revealing to me for the first time that they also had offices in Hungary. So far, we've heard of a studio in the United States, in Scotland, in Belgium, in Hungary, and in France. That's 5 in total. And yet, Everywhere had, well, gone nowhere, and we didn't even know if Mind's Eye was going to release. Until the end of 2024, when the studio behind the Hitman games, IO Interactive, announced to the world that they would be publishing the game Mind's Eye. What followed a few months afterwards on February 2025 was 2 different trailers, one cinematic trailer and one official gameplay trailer for Mind's Eye. But here's the thing, When it came to gameplay trailers like for GTA or other blockbuster games, they would be detailed and long videos explaining mechanics with a voiceover and really showing you the depth of the game. But this felt more like a cinematic trailer, or more like a teaser, really. It only showed you very specifically selected clips with a few seconds of gameplay in each of them. At this point, Builder Rocket Boy's trademark was showing you something that leaves you with more questions, but not in a good way, and it was pretty much what happened here too. They also released a story trailer, which was mostly just a cinematic trailer yet again. I mean, it was just cutscenes, no gameplay whatsoever. But hey, the game had finally gotten a release date, June 10th, 2025, or as we know it, Judgment Day. But what about Everywhere? Well, barely 2 weeks before Mind's Eye's release on the 29th of May 2025, we'd finally get some sort of confirmation that Everywhere was pretty much dead in the water. Build a Rocket Boy had confirmed to the Video Game Chronicle that the entire creation suite, the entire level editor of Everywhere, was going to ship inside of Mind's Eye. In other words, Mind's Eye was meant to be a part of Everywhere, but now Everywhere is a part of Mind's Eye. Feels like we're in some Doctor Strange movie. But this was just an unofficial way of saying, hey guys, Everywhere's dead. We're now focusing all of our resources on Mind's Eye. This was a huge red flag, but people were still hopeful, thinking, okay, well now that you're focusing on one thing, I'm sure you're gonna make it worthwhile, right? Well, hey, game journalists sure pushed that narrative. I mean, look at what PC Gamer said when the official story trailer came out. This was the title of their article. The new game from former Grand Theft Auto producer Leslie Benzies is coming in June, and boy, it sure looks like a Rockstar game. Or how about this ridiculous title from Games Radar saying, former GTA 5 lead properly shows off his new city-sized action game coming this summer, and yep, it looks like Cyberpunk 2077 meets GTA. Like, bro, shut the fuck up, man. God, gaming journalists are a plague. The game was already hyped beyond belief, and this was only confirming that hype. I mean, this is a French video game website calling Mind's Eye the next rival of GTA 6. Leslie talked about these comparisons 8 days before Mind's Eye released, and he downplayed these Grand Theft Auto 6 comparisons, hyping the game even further by saying, as an independent studio, we have the freedom to break ground in experimental new ways, and the challenge is balancing innovation with familiarity. Too much new risks alienating fans, too much same feels stale. It's about nailing what makes your game's world feel alive and urgent. Mind's Eye is about consequence and connection. It's cinematic, reactive, and meant to feel like a world you're not just playing in, but able to create in too. So guys, this is not just another Grand Theft Auto knockoff. This is like the Elder Scrolls Skyrim with the creation engine, but on steroids. Guys, this game's gonna be played in 2040. You just watch, okay? But here's the thing. One day, and I'm not even joking here, literally one day after that interview with Leslie came out, and 7 days before the game's release, the chief legal officer and the chief financial officer of Builder Rocket Boy left the company.
They left.
I mean, at that point, if you had actually pre-ordered this game, then I wish that Total Biscuit was still alive so that he could slap you across the face. But if you had pre-ordered and seen this article and hadn't refunded at this point, then you deserve to lose your money, because what the hell is this? 2 executives departing before the studio releases in 1 week is an insanely major red flag. And
I built another
they were onto
assembly line on something.
Others were also onto something too. Like this article from Gaming Bolt here saying Mind's Eye's marketing is a complete mess, arguing that the game was about to release and we still hadn't gotten a proper gameplay trailer yet. We didn't even know what the hell this game is other than a few cinematics and very carefully timed clips of some tiny aspects of gameplay. Additionally, this game hadn't even supplied anyone with review copies. As this comment here points out, even Gollum gave review copies. Gollum! The worst game of 2023. Guys, don't worry, okay? This was a previous producer of the Grand Theft Auto series. This was going to be a rival to GTA 6. This was him giving a middle finger to Rockstar Games. Come on, this has to work, right?
Right?
Release day came by, and to say it was catastrophic is an understatement. PC Gamer, who was hyping up this game like there was no tomorrow, released this article shortly after its release, saying, I've played 2 hours of Mind's Eye and it's pretty bad so far, I'm afraid. The Guardian released their review, saying, a dystopian future that plays like it's from 2012, giving it a 2 out of 5. And guys, when people say this game is glitchy, they are not exaggerating one bit. There are compilations over 10 minutes long that are like part 1, part 2, part 3. Simply, I mean, look at this. Simply because there are just that many glitches. Dude,
that's crazy.
What the hell is this game? Bro, look at this. 7 years for this. 7 years for this.
7 years,
oh
guys.
Oh my god, dude. This
7
post right here
years.
says, this generation's Assassin's Creed Unity. Brothers and sisters, look at it in all its glory. I'm telling you, man, this is a competitor to Silent Hill, not Grand Theft Auto. This is horrendous. Some people tested out the level editor to see if they could swim in the water when they got close, and yeah, apparently you can.
You can
Just
walk
like
on
Jesus
water.
would.
Jesus.
And the horror game continues. Guys, I don't even want to delve into how this is even possible. This person's on a stretcher while standing up. Again, I don't know why this is such a common glitch. This doesn't make any sense to me. Wow, this is the main character, by the way. This is the main character in a cutscene, by the way. Yeah, I mean, this is nightmare fuel at this point. I don't know how IO Interactive agreed to publish this. I don't know how PlayStation didn't see the red flags.
That's
but
just
there
hilarious.
we were, horrors beyond our comprehension. A day after this catastrophe had released,
Hilarious.
Mind's Eye said, our engineering team are working around the clock while promising a performance update. Because guys, guess what? It wasn't just funny glitches. This game was crashing and stuttering on some of the most high-end PCs imaginable. It was a mess in terms of optimization too. And just to be clear, the optimization issues also stretched to consoles. The game launched with a mostly negative review on Steam, and it still is, at only 37% of the reviews being positive. Bear in mind, this game also had the gall to sell you a deluxe edition containing a bunch of skins and a premium pass containing extra missions and challenges Q3 2025, Q4 2025, and Q1 2026. Yeah, that's totally happening. The reviews weren't talking about just the stuttering and the glitches. This game was very disappointing in practically every category, including the story. The problem here was that people were concerned with the story's total length, being at 20 hours. Leslie addressed these concerns by saying that this is intentional to ensure players can finish the game in an era of distractions. Probably the worst explanation you could give. But hey, Leslie kept insisting this story was going to be amazing until people actually played it and realized this is one of the worst stories they could have ever played in their lives. Not to mention that the ending was one of the worst things I've ever seen. Look at this. Look at this. It literally ends like this. He just jumps to the portal. That's it. That's it. The game's over. Like, that's, you get no other context. You get no other explanation. Deal with it, buddy. Hope you enjoyed the game. You know what's funny in all this? A couple weeks before the game's release, the co-CEO of Build a Rocket Boy, not Leslie, someone else, said this in the Discord server for Mind's Eye. A fan asked, do you think that all the people who reacted negatively to Mind's Eye were financed by someone? To which he replied with, 100%. Doesn't take much to guess who. Indirectly implying that Rockstar Games, or Take-Two, was paying people to react negatively to this game. Now, what's really funny and embarrassing is that barely a day before the game had released, the publisher of Mind's Eye, IO Interactive, said that they don't believe negative comments were being paid for. The head of IO Interactive specifically said, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I just think the game should speak for itself on June the 10th. And boy, did it speak for itself.
Oh, it spoke
Otaku made the review and said, Mind's Eye is an incredibly boring and confusing mess. Yep, it spoke for itself, all right. To me, what's even funnier is the fact that they used up all their marketing budget on streamers. Yes, they paid people to play this live on Twitch, and even those streamers couldn't keep it together because of how bad the game was. With this streamer right here, Dark Viper AU, literally laughing his ass off after the game had crashed for like the 10th time on stream. Like, he couldn't handle it anymore. This right here is another sponsored streamer, and this happened live. Watch.
Outrageous cyber infiltrations, even hacked the CIA.
We got him back!
It leaves no footprint ever. Other than the occasional fuck
Sounds like a true artist.
I just find it so ironic that Extra Emily, out of all people, had a glitch related to her driving. I mean, genuinely, life is truly the master of irony. Around a week after its release, Mind's Eye finally released a performance patch, and very little was actually improved. It was still glitchy as hell, frame drops were consistent both on PC and console, and overall it was still unplayable by every metric. At its peak on Steam, it had 3,302 players, and right now it's at 52. 52 at the end of June. And what's even crazier is Sony pulling out an extremely rare maneuver that they've only used once for Cyberpunk 2077's disastrous launch, which is actually refund people who bought the game on the PlayStation Store. Indirectly telling us that to them, even in their eyes, this game is unacceptable. Xbox, on the other hand, wasn't so generous and wasn't refunding anything if you had launched the game at least once. This entire saga kind of came to its conclusion on June 23rd, 2025, when Build a Rocket Boy, the studio behind Mind's Eye and the cancelled everywhere, began the process to conduct a mass layoff. And since then, the layoffs have officially taken place. They released a statement. Here's what they had to say. We can confirm that we have had to make the painful decision to notify our hardworking team of some internal changes at Build a Rocket Boy. While we are working to reassign roles for as many of those impacted by these changes as possible, sadly, we are initiating a formal consultation process that may result in redundancies. The decision has not been made lightly, and we are committed to handling this process with transparency, fairness, and respect for all employees. We will provide further details to the team over the coming weeks. The launch of Mind's Eye has been a significant milestone for Build a Rocket Boy. But we know that we still have a lot more to do to grow our community in the coming years. The challenges we faced have only strengthened our resolve, and while we are deeply saddened by today's decision and thankful to our incredible team, this shift allows us to focus on delivering ongoing updates and performance optimization for Mind's Eye, while also ensuring the long-term success of Build a Rocket Boy's future ambitions. So look, according to IGN, in the UK, when you start the process for a mass layoff, it's usually when an employer is looking to cut 100 or more jobs. They have 300 UK employees and around 200 abroad in their other studios. So it's safe to say that a huge chunk is getting fired. It's really interesting to me, though, that in their statement, they're saying that there's going to be a long-term success of Build a Rocket Boy, meaning that the studio isn't closing after this disaster. But personally, I'd keep an eye out in the coming months because anything can happen, and I really don't see the studio sticking around for any longer. This was their big chance, and they unfortunately completely blew it. Their Glassdoor page isn't doing very well, okay? Employees are pissed, rating it a 2.3 out of 5, 30% of them would recommend to a friend, and 26% approve of the CEO, who is Leslie Benzies. One of those employees said, $500 million invested into this mess. No wonder our biggest backer all but pulled out when they finally saw what was actually getting produced. So now we really don't know just how much this cost. We know that over $45 million were invested into it by private investors, but then again, this game was developed over the course of like 8 years. Is this truly another Concord? I mean, Concord was 400 million. This is 500? That's even worse. And thanks to thegamebusiness.com, we know exactly just how bad of a disaster Mind's Eye truly was. When it released, it had around 250,000 players, with a majority, around 150,000, on PlayStation. Now that PlayStation has opened refunds, these 150,000 can be significantly less. And the players on PC are only at 35,000, with only 3,000 actually launching the game, so you can bet many of them refunded. Additionally, okay, and this wasn't really advertised until the game came out, the whole level editor that was advertised was only available on PC and not on console. This was even more salt in the wound, okay? This was just such a disaster. Look, of course I feel bad for the employees, but I can't help but feel especially bad for the lead actor. He's actually very talented and was previously in the game Mafia 3. Unfortunately, that game also didn't get the best reception, and now he's part of Mind's Eye. He was interviewed by the YouTube channel Check It TV after the game had released, and while the interview is like over 21 minutes and part 2 is over 44 minutes, I'm just going to show you a snippet that was posted on TikTok so that you can see what he had to say. Watch.
He released something that seemed to not be ready in that way. It's had a complicated reception. I'm proud of the people that I worked with. It's a shame that the gameplay in particular has received such negative reception. In terms of bugs, as a gamer myself, I completely understand the frustration. There's a shared frustration, and like, why would you as a company release something that seemed to not be ready in that way? If you put the bugs aside, like whether or not people are into it, that's between them and them, right?
If by any chance there's a casting director watching this video, guys, please hire him. Can we please just put him in a good game? Please. Thank you. Look, whether you can see this or not, we're already in a gaming depression. Layoffs in the industry have been rampant, the golden days of the pandemic are gone, and developers have to accept that. Ambition is good to have, but unrealistic scopes will kill your entire studio. Here's hoping that this stops, but I'm not gonna lie, I am kind of tempted to play this game just to see the crazy glitches I'll find. In the end, though, if you're going to take anything from this video, stop pre-ordering games. And thank you so much for watching until the end. I love you so much. The sponsor really wanted me to talk about the game at the end of the video as well, so I'm about to do that. But before I do, I can't leave you without a good old mwah! And now, the ad. All right, thank you so much for watching the video. As a reminder, Silver and Blood is now out.
Good video. We're done with that. What was it called again? Dead on Arrival. Cool. Nothing there. That's it though. I think this is a good place to leave it off. We've gotten mostly caught up. There's only a couple more things left, but like, I feel like at this point we're just repeating the same shit constantly anyways, just with a different thing. So like, I think we can just end it off here anyways. We'll just act as if the slate has been cleaned. And we'll let it fill up again, I guess. But yeah. Made more progress in my factory, I guess. I guess I can try to finish up what I was like working on, that mini contraption, because I'm gonna like leave it on while I sleep or whatever. I might as well. Which is this thing here. I need another stacker. Yeah, this thing is getting jammed up over here. So if I had another one there, that should help clean it up at least a little bit. Right. Oh yeah. Because I need to produce those other shapes. But yeah, we're just gonna leave it off here. Get Marion back in the view here again. Right? But like yeah, as usual guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys all again next time, right? You guys have a good day or night or whatever. I'm gonna go get some sleep. We went through, what? Almost, 7 hours worth of reacts. As well as my freaking factory. Oh yeah, apparently the freaking factory game classifies itself as open world. Somehow. I don't know how, but yeah. Yeah, I'll see you guys again next time though. Alright then. See you guys. See ya.